Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. A sunset in Texas. Cooper's eyes slowly opened, but his surroundings remained blurred as his vision began to focus. The afternoon sunlight was partially blocked by thick canvas curtains, causing a sickly yellow light to fill the room almost immediately. A jolt of pain throbbed on the back of his head. After a few moments of agony, it dulled to a pulsing discomfort, while the shape of a couch and end table began to come into clearer view. He attempted to lift his hands from the armrests of the rocking chair. His movement was restrained as he was met with the jagged edges of old cable ties cinched tightly around his wrists. Feeling confusion at first, this soon gave way to an overwhelming sense of panic as he fought against the bindings. I would advise against struggling. Cooper lifted his head as a voice from another room echoed towards him. To his left, he could see the shadow of a man standing over a table. The black shape lifted a knife and brought it down with one fell swoop. The metal blade made a mighty chop as it contacted the butcher's block. Just give me a few moments to finish up my work. I typically find it rude to keep my quests waiting, but this is a matter that simply cannot wait. Without waiting for Cooper to give any sort of rebuttal, the man's shadow went back to chopping meat. Cooper's vision had now returned to its full clarity as he blinked away any remaining fuzziness. A vintage television set sat on a shelf on the opposite wall. To his left, the couch came into full view. While one cushion looked untouched, the other had clearly been slightly worn by years of use. To his right, he could see a hallway leading to a flight of stairs and the front door. "All done," the voice said with calm delight, as the door to a refrigerator snapped shut. Cooper sat petrified while the stranger's heavy boots thudded on the hardwood floor. Soon enough, he turned the corner and stood in the doorway. The man stood, to Cooper's best guess, a hair over 6 foot. A shirt stained with blood, the rolled-up cuffs hung loosely over his gaunt frame. The skin of his face was pulled tight over his jaw and cheekbones. Patchy stubble dappled parts of his face. "I apologize for making you wait. That took much longer than expected," he said, while motioning towards the kitchen. Although Cooper was unable to see what he was referencing, he had no interest in finding out what it was. "Dinner is on the stove and should be ready in a few minutes. I take it you'll be joining me." Cooper looked down at his wrists and then back up at the man. "I guess I don't really have a choice. Now do I?" This caused the man to let out a bellowing laugh and slap his knee, while he made a spectacle of himself. Cooper sat in silent observance. "Let me tell you something, Cooper. You certainly are unlike any of the others that have been here. You have a sense of humor. You may look boring in your driver's license photo, but you seem to be anything but." Still chuckling, the man walked out the room and returned to the kitchen. Cooper heard him open a cabinet and pull out plates and silverware with a rattle. While he set the table for dinner, Cooper looked around the room and studied his surroundings more. The sun was sinking lower, causing the light being filtered by the curtains to now be slightly tinted orange. Although the house was likely decades old, the stranger obviously took good care of it. Every surface was free of dust, and the floor lacked any imperfections, save for a few stains here and there. "All right. Everything's set." The man returned from the kitchen with a small paring knife clenched in his slender fingers. A wave of fear swept through Cooper as his imagination raced at the possibilities that lay ahead. His eyes went wide as they locked on the knife. "In turn," the stranger lifted his empty hand in a sign of calming. Don't worry. I'm not going to use this to hurt you, unless you don't follow my instructions." He knelt in front of Cooper and slipped the blade between the cable tie and the leg of the chair. "Now I'm going to cut you free so you can come sit at the table for dinner. You are only to walk from this chair to the place I set for you. You are only to walk from this chair to the place I set for you. I don't want to have any trouble, but trust me when I say that things will get real ugly, real quick if you cross me. Got it? Cooper simply nodded and continued to remain motionless. The man slid the blade and cut the tie. He continued to cut the others until Cooper was no longer restrained. Standing up, the stranger motioned for Cooper to join him in the kitchen. Please walk slowly. And remember, no funny business. Cooper listened and walked to the kitchen and sat down in his new seat without any problems. As he tucked the chair under the lip of the table, his captor approached the seat on the opposite end. Before sitting down, he withdrew a large pistol from his waistband and placed it next to his silverware. This is the first time I didn't have to use this on one of my guests. They typically make a run for either the front or back door. If you happen to look at the floor in the living room, you should have been able to tell that they never made it far. The more I get to know you, the more I like you, Coop. Cooper gave a forced grin, while his mind raced with images of numerous other victims being gunned down, no less than 10 feet away from where he sat. At least that explained the stains on the floor. The visions unsettled him, but he made sure to keep his composure. Whatever situation he was in, he needed to remain calm if he had the slightest hope of getting out of this mess intact. Is it all right if I call you Coop? I don't want to seem informal, the man said while scooping mashed potatoes onto both plates. That's fine. What do you want me to call you? Cooper asked while attempting to keep his composure. The task was growing more and more difficult as time went on. Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Gunner. Cooper gave him a confused look as Gunner slid a plate loaded with food in front of him. It was my father's idea to name me that, and I never questioned my old man. Gunner slapped a cut of meat on his plate and placed the lid back over the pan, taking his seat once more. He neatly folded a crease in his napkin before placing it in his lap. Cooper glanced around the kitchen and observed the small room. The dishes Gunner had used to cook dinner were already washed and drying in a rack next to the sink. All dishes and food items were hidden away in cabinets, leaving the kitchen spotless. He had yet to see anything out of place in the house, leaving him to ponder on the obsessive nature of this man. Coop, I'm going to make you a deal. I didn't shackle you to that chair because you didn't attempt to run from the living room. If you continue to behave yourself, I'll consider letting you off easier than I intended. Cooper stopped cutting his food and looked up from his plate. Gunner continued to scoop some mashed potatoes onto his fork and into his mouth, acting as if what he had said should not warrant any questions. May I ask what you mean by letting me off easier? That'll come in time. Now, let's get to know each other. So tell me, Coop, what's your story? Before Cooper spoke, his mind raced with the possibilities of Gunner's statement, deciding it was best to play along with his twisted game. He knew acting casually was his best defense. Well, I actually live one state over in Louisiana. I was in Houston for a business meeting and driving home when Cooper trailed off as his mind drew a blank. He attempted to remember how he got in this man's house, but every image that came into his mind's eye was fuzzy at best. When I found you, Gunner let out. Cooper's head shot up and his gaze locked with Gunner's. In the orange glow of the Texas sunset, Gunner sat still in his chair. The room was now washed in the light, causing Gunner's shadow to loom over them on the wall behind him. He rested his elbows on the table and drummed his fingers on the edge of his glass. Is it starting to come back to you, Coop? He asked, as a small grin pulled the corners of his mouth. At that moment, everything came back to Cooper in a sudden burst. He remembered standing on the side of the interstate. His car had a flat tire, and he flagged down the first car coming in his direction. It had pulled onto their shoulder, and Gunner stepped out with a tire iron. Although he had thought not much of it at the time, Cooper realized he should have been more cautious. He remembered showing Gunner the gash in the wall of his tire when the blow hit the back of his head. From there, his vision began to blur before he succumbed to darkness. I guess you remember now. Sorry about hitting you a little too hard. You just seemed so big that I didn't want to take any chances of not taking you out on the first try. Cooper continued to stare down at his plate. The bump on the back of his head throbbed once again and his hands began to tremble. Outside, birds chirped in a tree, and a slight breeze made the wind chime on the porch, let out a few solemn notes. Why? Gunnar swallowed the bite he had taken and gently rested his fork down on the table. I'll need you to speak up, Coop. Working with power tools all these years has left my hearing a fraction of what it used to be. Why? Why did you do this to me? Gunnar took a sip from his glass, making sure to not break eye contact with his guest. And there it is. Every time I've had a guest over, the conversation always reaches a point where they question my reasoning. I must say though, Coop, you're the calmest one I've ever had. May I ask why that is? Certainly, this must frighten you to some extent. Cooper decided at this moment to lay out all his cards on the table. This was make or break. Yes, but I feel that remaining cool and collected is my best chance of leaving. For the first time that night, Gunnar frowned, without saying a word. He gathered his plate and glass and carried them over to the sink. The garbage disposal word to life as leftover food scraps were jettisoned into its metallic jaws. I thought that by now you would have understood that I can't let you leave. I'll admit that you were the first person to be calm and respectful about it, but I still can't let you leave. He flipped a switch, and the hum of the disposal slowly died. Gunnar began washing his plate with his eyes staring out at the setting sun. The lower it sank towards the horizon, the more orange the room became. I'm going to give you a fair warning that what I say next is typically what drives my guests over the edge, if that hadn't been already. You're different from the others, so I'm expecting that you'll take this with a slight bit of discomfort, but no extreme over-exaggeration. Gunnar slid the plate in a slot on the drying rack and dried off his hands with a crisp white towel. I kidnap people with the intent to eat them. Cooper felt his body tense in fear. As his mind attempted to firmly grasp this new information, he felt a tear escape the corner of his eye and roll down his cheek. Now I know that sounds bad, and I must sound borderline psychotic for trying to downplay it, but I have my reasoning. It's kind of a long story, so please bear with me. Gunnar sat back down in his seat and made himself comfortable. You see, I dropped out of high school without getting my diploma. This left my career choices to be less than desirable. The only option I was left with was working in my father's repair shop. We would take in vehicles with large engines like tractors or oversized trucks used for hauling. He forced me to do the menial tasks like scraping rust and cleaning off oil and grease. It was far from being the ideal life, but it put food on the table, be it barely. Cooper continued to stare at the table, but managed to take in every word that left Gunnar's mouth. A few more tears escaped from his eyes, leaving lines through the dirt on his face. You see, Coop, this town suffered a major crisis some 15 years ago. We had a major drought, causing most of the crops to wither away and perish. The little water we had was spent keeping livestock barely clinging to life. The ones that lived long enough to be taken to slaughter were too malnourished to yield any meat worth eating. After all, the meat was deemed uneatable. The town met in the city hall to discuss how to move forward. We argued for hours, but every solution was shot down almost immediately. Just when we thought there was no middle ground in sight, my father came up with an idea. We should eat a few residents. Cooper slowly looked up from the table and locked eyes with his captor. He explained that we should only eat what was necessary for the town's survival. The weakest would sacrifice themselves for the betterment of the townspeople. At first, no one said a word. As I looked around the room, a few people stared at my father with blank expressions. Some glared at him with bewilderment and disgust, while others didn't really know how to react to such a horrid recommendation. Eventually, a few people spoke up in agreement of the idea, causing those opposed to start a shouting match. My father slammed his fist on the table and received everyone's full, undivided attention. He suggested putting it up to a vote. When he asked for those in support to raise their hands, roughly a quarter of the town did so. When asked for those opposed to vote, another quarter of the town raised their hands, leaving almost half the town undecided. Suddenly, gunshots rang out through the room. Everyone who had voted in opposition slumped forward in their seats. Some people screamed. Some people cried. Some sat in complete calm. My father had arranged the whole ordeal before the meeting. His closest friends had all agreed that cannibalism was the only option they had left, and felt it necessary to take out anyone who would try and block their path. As the bodies were pulled from the room, my father informed everyone who had not voted that he was going to be in control of handing out everyone's rations. You would either take meat for your family or be gunned down on the spot. Anyone caught trying to contact state authorities or leave would also be met with a grim demise. Cooper sat in silence as he absorbed the information. Wherever this place was, he was now caught up in a mess of a situation. The bodies of those at the meeting were dried and preserved for future consumption. When that supply finally ran out, my father and a few of his buddies resorted to abducting stranded motorists. He knew better than to pick them all up near the town, so he would drive out in his work truck and pick up fresh meat all over the eastern part of the state. This new practice of picking up innocent victims went on for a couple of months, but eventually the drought ended, and the town slowly began to mend its wounds. However, some of the residents still had a craving for human flesh. My father didn't see the need in continuing this operation if it was no longer necessary for their survival. He made a deal with those who still wanted the meat that he would supply them with it on special occasions, like Christmas, the 4th of July, or someone's birthday. Lifting the pistol from the table and pointing it square in the center of Cooper's chest, Gunnar chuckled to himself. If it's of any consolation to you, you're a gift for a girl who's celebrating her 16th birthday tomorrow. She's been looking forward to it for months now, and I'm sure you won't disappoint her. Gunnar laid down the pistol and walked over to the refrigerator. Opening the door, he withdrew 2 beers. He popped the caps off into the trash can and set one down in front of Cooper. I really do like you, Coop. You've been so respectful to me, so I'll treat you to one last beer before I take you outside. I know it's not the ideal circumstances to have a final drink in, but I feel obliged to offer. Cooper sat motionless and stared at the beer. Condensation rolled down the hazy brown bottle before settling on the table in a small pool. Now, I know you probably want to say goodbye to your friends and family, but we both know why I can't let you do that. So go ahead and enjoy your drink before we get started. I hate my father, Cooper muttered under his breath. Gunnar lowered the neck of the bottle from his lips and gently rested it down on the table with a soft clink. What was that? I said, I hate my father. Cooper let out through gritted teeth. Gunnar's eyes opened just a hair wider as he was taken slightly aback by the admission. Never before had one of his victims stated resentment for a parent. Oh? And why is that? Cooper lifted his head up and glared with intense detestation burning in his eyes. He is a bitter and abusive old man who took every chance he got to demean me, whether I actually deserved it or not. Gunnar rested his elbows on the table, a look of interest crossing his face. He motioned with his hand for Cooper to continue. Every time something would go wrong at work, he would come home and take it out on me. Because my mother had died giving birth to me, my father and I started out from the very beginning on the wrong foot. If I got below a B on my report card, he would yell at me and make sure I felt guilty for my mom dying. Every little slip-up I made was met with a punishment exponentially worse than the action that brought it. His favorite thing to do was tell me how, if she had lived through it all, she would be disappointed in what a disgusting disgrace of a son I had become. This continued all the way through high school, when it was time for me to choose the career path I wanted to take. He forced me to study engineering, just like him. I wanted to go into something like medicine or physical therapy. I wanted to feel that I was directly bettering someone's life, but he wanted to hear nothing of it. He was paying for my tuition and held that over my head and used it as leverage. As miserable as it was, I got my degree and found a job. We both work at the same firm, but I feel to this day that he wanted me to be an engineer so he could continue to abuse me at work. I make good pay, but I'm not exactly happy. Gunnar remained silent and attentive. So to answer your question in a lengthy way, no. I don't want to say goodbye to my father. He's a monster, and I wish him the cruelest fate imaginable. I'm no saint, but compared to him, I'm close enough. I just wish that horrible man gets what he deserves in the end. Gunnar sat in silence for a few moments. After letting his mind process its thoughts, he finished off the last of his beer. He walked over to the trash can and discarded it. Staring out the window, he watched as the last orange slivers of the sun vanished over the horizon. What if we make sure he does? Cooper turned around and gave Gunnar a puzzled look. What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? I'm going to make a deal with you, Coop. I like you. I really do. If you can get your dad to come here, I'll let him take your place. Of course you still can't go home, but you can live here with me. I know it may not be the most ideal situation for you, but hopefully you will find it better than being served at the party tomorrow. I'll give you a few minutes to think it over, so go ahead. I'll do it. Gunnar turned around with a slight look of bewilderment at how quickly Cooper had made up his mind. Are you sure? Cooper gripped the edge of the table tightly at the thought of his father finally getting the treatment he deserved. After all these years, vengeance was within his grasp. Without saying another word, he nodded. Well then, I'll give you the phone. Go ahead and give him a call and ask him to come pick you up. Gunnar turned and pulled the phone from the receiver mounted on the wall. Handing it to Cooper, he gave him a final look, asking that he was fully confident in what he was about to initiate. Without hesitation, Cooper took the phone and dialed his father's number into the keypad. I hope you're happy with yourself. I had to reschedule my whole day, as well as tomorrow, to come out and get your ass back home. Cooper's father slammed the door to his car shut and marched towards the front porch. Cooper stood on the steps with his hands in his pockets and his head hanging low. Gunnar stood in the doorway, watching in quiet observance. You'll be reimbursing me for the gas I wasted hauling that trailer out here to take your car home. Cooper nodded his head and didn't say a word. And I expect you to pay this man for towing your car here, feeding you, and letting you spend the night. I apologize for all this, Mr. Hansen, Gunnar said while extending his hand out. Cooper's father shook it. Pleasure to meet you. My name's Keith. I apologize it wasn't under better circumstances. It was really no trouble. Your son really is a fine man. Keith rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath. Believe me, that if you lived with him, you'd think a lot differently. Keith turned and walked down the steps. The humid summer was starting to take its toll, causing him to loosen his tie. All right, Cooper, let's get your car loaded up and get the hell out of here. I'm already starting to break a sweat, so you'll have to buy me a new shirt after all this. Keith stepped onto the grass and started in the direction of Cooper's car behind the house. He stopped after a few paces to find Cooper still standing on the steps of the house. His gaze was directed out at the setting sun. What are you deaf to? I said, let's go. Cooper remained motionless and bathed in the orange glow of the Texas sunset. The wind blew, causing small pieces of dead grass to swirl around his feet. I don't have for this stuff, Keith muttered as he trudged back in his son's direction. Grabbing his son's arm, he attempted to pull him off the steps. When Cooper refused to budge, his father grabbed his arm with both hands and pulled harder. Suddenly, Cooper took his free arm and wrapped it around his father's neck. Pulling him close, he removed his other arm from Keith's grasp and retrieved the knife from his pocket. Withdrawing the rusted and stained blade, Cooper gave his father one last look before bringing it against his neck. With one quick motion, he slit his father's throat. The knife made a sickening tearing sound as it tore the flesh of Keith's neck open. Cooper dropped the blade and placed his hand over the wound. As the blood seeped between his fingers, he closed his eyes and let out a heavy breath. The warm, crimson fluid flowed down the back of his hand and soon meandered around his arm before seeping into his shirt sleeves. Opening his eyes once more, Cooper watched as the life slowly fled his father's eyes. Keith slowly lifted an arm and brought his hand up to his son's face. His fingers lightly caressed his cheek before his body began going limp. Cooper removed his hand from over his father's throat as his body collapsed, and he plummeted to the ground. "Nice job, son." Quick but painful, Gunnar let out from behind him. Cooper turned, keeping his face expressionless. "Let's go ahead and bring him to the barn so he can drain before we serve him tomorrow. You need any help?" Cooper stood over his father's body as blood continued to gush from the jagged slit in his neck. It pooled under his head, turning the dirt and grass underneath a dark brown. "I'll handle it myself." Without saying another word, Gunnar walked ahead to open the barn doors. Cooper grabbed his father's ankles and pulled the body through the grass, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. With each step, the sun sank lower in the sky. The wind blew, and the crops swayed in the heat. Nearing the barn, Cooper dropped Keith's ankles, causing his legs to slam onto the ground and kick up a small cloud of dust. He retrieved the length of chain lying next to the door and brought it over to his father. Wrapping the chain around his ankles, he fastened the loop over the hook at the end and pulled the bundle taut. Behind him, Gunnar pulled the doors open as they groaned on their hinges. The smell of oil and old wood flooded out, filling Cooper's nose with something else besides the smell of blood and grass. The light hanging over the entrance to the massive barn flickered to life with a loud crackle. It hummed and began to draw in bugs. Gunnar propped the doors open with 2 chunks of concrete and leaned against the frame. Motioning for Cooper to follow him inside, he vanished into the darkness. Cooper looked out at the horizon as the sun finally vanished, leaving him surrounded by darkness, save for the light on the barn. Cicadas buzzed around him as they welcomed the slightly cooler weather of the night. Lifting his blood-stained hand up to his nose and inhaling deeply, Cooper smiled and pulled his father into the barn. Story 2, Part 2, Midnight in Texas. Cooper jostled slightly in his seat as the pickup truck bounced its way down the countryside road. The asphalt had long since faded, giving way to cracks and bumps that marred its surface. As his vehicle cruised down the road, he looked out his window at the fields that flashed by. Rows of corn passed hypnotically by his gaze. As his destination drew nearer, he peered in the rearview mirror to see his stepson, Andrew, staring out the window as well. The teenager's blonde hair danced in the air that was streaming through the crack near the top of the window. Cooper's gaze was suddenly diverted back to the front of the cab as his wife placed her hand over his while he gripped the gear shift. Susan gave him a warm smile and squeezed his hand. "You know, you really didn't need to take the afternoon off to come out here with us. We could have just come the next time you were free from work," Susan said. Cooper grinned as he continued to stare out the windshield. "We both needed a break, and I know all 3 of us missed spending afternoons out here with Gunnar." Susan let out a light chuckle that was nearly lost in the wind through her open window, and the static-laced song emitting from the radio. Finally, Cooper let out under his breath. The familiar white farmhouse Gunnar inhabited came into view over the top of some low-lying bushes. Cooper let off the accelerator, causing the truck to slow before turning into the gravel driveway. As they drew closer to the familiar home, rocks crunched under the tires, and the smell of freshly cut grass entered through the open windows. Andrew perked up in his seat, and his eyes went wide. "You didn't tell me we were going to visit Uncle Gunnar," he exclaimed without any hesitation to keep the excitement from his tone. Cooper chuckled and glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "If I'd told you in advance, you would have been bugging me the whole way here on how much longer it was going to be." Andrew had now tuned out his stepfather's voice and had his face pressed against the glass. With one final press of the brakes, Cooper brought the truck to a halt with the passenger side facing the front door. As if on cue, the screen door was flung open, and Gunnar's tall, slender frame stepped out into the sunlight. He wiped the palms of his hands on the front of his pants before outstretching his arms into a welcoming embrace. "I was wondering when y'all were going to get here." Gunnar let out as Andrew threw open the door to the truck. He bolted across the narrow span of grass that stood between the front steps of the house and the driveway. Andrew shook Gunnar's hand and pulled the man into a hug. I know it's only been a couple of months since you were last here, but I can swear that you've grown at least another inch. I figured you would have stopped growing at your age. I'm giving you a run for your money. Maybe I'll make 6 foot by the end of the summer. Andrew let out as a joke. Gunnar rustled his hair and looked up as Cooper stepped out the truck and walked in their direction. They shook hands, but Cooper quickly found himself being pulled into a bear hug. You should know better than to greet me with just a basic handshake, Gunnar said, as his voice trailed off into laughter and the end of the sentence. He let go of Cooper as Susan approached with a large smile across her face. Gunnar bent down slightly to reach her height and embraced her as well. It's been a good few months since I've seen you as well. Well, my job keeps me busy most of the time. Trust me. There's nothing I'd want more than to just come out here and relax sometimes. Gunnar nodded and turned to Andrew, who was now swaying back and forth in the porch swing. You know, Andrew, Gunnar called out, a new calf was just born earlier this week. Why don't you and your mama head over to the stables and have a look? It's almost her dinner time anyway. You still remember how to feed the newborns we took care of last summer? Andrew nodded with excitement before bolting down the front steps in long strides and taking off in the direction of the stables on the other side of the property. Susan shook her head with a grin before walking behind him. The boy is 16, but still gets excited like a child when he comes here, Susan said with a laugh as she quickened her pace to catch up with him. Once the two were out of earshot, the smile slowly started to fade from Gunnar's face as he turned to look at Cooper. I have a feeling I know what this is about, he said with a concerning neutrality to his tone. Cooper kept his gaze on Andrew and Susan as they continued towards the stables. The day was going to come eventually, Gunnar. Cooper took in a deep breath as a cool breeze blew across the property. I just wish I had a little more time to prepare my answer properly, Gunnar let out. He walked back up the front steps with the boards squeaking under his weight, and Cooper following close behind. Go ahead and have a seat and make yourself comfortable. I'll fix us each a drink. I have a feeling we're going to need at least one over the course of this conversation. Cooper let his body collapse into the cradle of the rocking chair. Kicking his feet up on the railing, he slowly pushed himself back and forth as he listened to Gunnar fooling around in the kitchen through the screen door. After a couple of minutes, he stepped back outside with a glass in each hand. White Russians? Cooper asked with an amused hint of surprise in his tone. My God, you really are old-fashioned. Cooper took the glass and stirred the liquors and heavy cream together with a small plastic straw. Gunnar took a seat in the chair next to him and stared out over the field adjacent to the property. The air had gradually gotten cooler over the course of the day, evolving from a discomforting heat to an enjoyable coolness. You know, Coop, I've been dreading having this conversation with you ever since you married that girl. Gunnar took a sip from his glass while Cooper kept his eyes locked on him in complete silence. I don't mean that in a bad way. Every man in this town needs to have the conversation with their kid at some point. Some people don't mind it because they already know the answer, but others try to put up a fight in fear of the possible disapproval their kid has for our customs. They all know what results from their son or daughter disagreeing, so I can hardly blame the parents for fighting all of this. Gunnar let out a heavy sigh before resting his drink on the porch railing. I know that Andrew has no clue what goes on in this town, but do you have any hunch as to how he'll respond when he finds out, Coop? There was a moment of silence between the two men. Bugs chirped in the grass, and the faint crackle of a radio could be heard from somewhere in the house. Cooper swore he could make out the lyrics to "The Man in Me" by Bob Dylan through the static. They sat without saying a word. Gunnar had his eyes locked on Cooper while he stared out over the land and thought for a moment. To tell you the truth, Gunnar, I have no idea how he's going to respond to all of this. I've tried taking him hunting to test the waters. He shot a deer last winter, but he was very hesitant when it came to gutting the thing and harvesting the meat. Cooper made an aggravated sound before pinching the bridge of his nose. That's the only thing even remotely close to testing his feelings about all of this that we've done. I honestly have no idea which way he's going to go with this. I'm just terrified that That will have to kill him, Gunnar let out with no emotion in his tone. Another awkward silence hung in the air as Cooper shuddered at the cold realization he had been so afraid to confront. Cooper stretched and reached for his glass resting on the porch railing. In one gulp he finished off the drink and placed the glass back down on the weathered wood. "It's never easy," Gunnar said while continuing to stare out over his property. "Some of the strongest men I've come to know in this town cried like a baby when their kid was taken away. It's never easy for me either, no matter how many times I do it. I don't think I'll ever get over the feeling of knowing that I'm the one responsible for killing someone's child. Then, why do we keep doing it?" Gunnar turned to look at Cooper. He was now sitting fully upright in his chair and staring at him with the most serious look plastered on his face that Gunnar had ever seen. "Son of a... You know the answer to that, Coop. Don't make me explain it." Cooper sat in silence for a few seconds before grabbing his glass and retreating inside. He sloshed more liquor and heavy cream in the glass, hardly paying attention to the proportions he was throwing together. As Cooper came back through the doorway, he stirred the light and dark liquids together with his finger before wiping it on his shirt. He took a large sip before falling back into the rocking chair. "Let me rephrase the question. I know your reasoning as to what would happen if we didn't do it. But there must have been some incident that caused you to set this in motion. I find it hard to believe that you're doing this just as a precaution. Something did happen or got really close to happening." Gunnar smiled and looked over at Cooper. "Sometimes I forget just how smart you are, Coop. There's a damn fine reason you're the only person I've abducted who has walked out of this house alive," he said with a chuckle. Gunnar let out a heavy sigh and propped his feet up on a nearby end table. "This was probably about 12 years ago. There was a boy named Rodney who was just a year or two younger than Andrew. Now, we were able to get away with not sending our kids to school for a little while. But eventually we knew that they would need the proper education. Much to my father's disliking, we let them go back to school. It took longer than my father had originally expected, but it was still only about 5 months before the incident occurred. He was in a class with a few other kids from the town. There was this one girl named Lily, who sat next to him for the whole day. They had grown up together, so it only made sense that they were really good friends. It was because of this that they confided in each other. One day, Lily went home and told her dad that Rodney wanted to go to the police and tell them everything that was going on in this little town. That very night, her father came running to our front door and started banging on it. I was already in bed but could hear him from downstairs in our living room explaining everything to my dad. Immediately after this, my father grabbed the shotgun hanging above the fireplace, nestled under the covers of my bed. I heard him slam the door to his truck and the engine roared to life. As he peeled out of our driveway, my young mind raced, trying not to imagine what he was going to do next. The following day, Rodney wasn't in school. He wasn't there the next day either, or any other day after that. I made the assumption of what had happened, and my old man skirted the question whenever I asked him. It was years later when my old man passed the tradition on to me that he fully explained what had happened that night. He had pulled up to Rodney's house with the shotgun slung over his shoulder. It was late at night, so his parents answered the door with a lot of confusion. My father told them not to interfere and simply pushed past them and walked upstairs. As Rodney's mother screamed and collapsed to the floor, my father dragged the boy down the stairs, screaming and fighting the entire way down. Gunnar paused for a moment. The void of silence was once again filled by the surrounding bugs and soft, blowing breeze that passed through the trees. My father took Rodney outside, led him deep into the property, and put a bullet in the back of his head. Cooper was sitting with his hands clasped together and holding his chin up. His gaze was now focused out over the farmland and the setting sun that was beginning to disappear below the horizon. "So, you were correct in your assumption, Coop. We don't just do this as some paranoid precaution. We do this because it almost happened, and I don't want anything like that ever happening again. Should anyone discover what goes on in this town, I don't want to be around to witness the fallout the members of our society would have with any armed authority. Have you considered just ending this altogether and letting the generations that remember and participated in it just fade away with time. Gunnar chuckled and finished off his drink. He kicked a leg up on the patio railing and rocked himself in his chair. Trust me, I've considered it on more than a few occasions. It'd be a weight off my shoulders, but I don't trust some of the people in this town. There's a reason I'm the sole person who goes out and gets meat for those who want it. I'm terrified that if I gave up the whole thing, those who crave it bad enough would just defy my authority and try to get it themselves. Let's face it, not everyone is as smooth, clean, and tedious as I am. I'm terrified that someone would easily get caught, and then the whole town would be busted, off in the distance. Cooper could see Andrew and his mother returning from the stable. His stepson had found something which he now held in his hand, but Cooper was unable to make out what it was from a distance. I know it's not ideal, Gunnar said in a somewhat defeated manner. However, still the best I can do with the situation my father put us in all those years ago. I personally never see an end to this, so the best thing we can do is just try and control it to the best of our abilities. The two men were silent once again. Cooper ran through the multiple scenarios in his head while Gunnar did his best to not let emotion cloud his judgment. If we end up having to go through with it, I want to be the one that does it. Gunnar raised an eyebrow and turned to give Cooper a surprised look. You know, I've had parents offer to do the same for their kid in the past, but I never really expected that to come out of you. Are you sure you'd be up for it? I killed my own father, didn't I? Cooper asked with a sense of pride as he recalled that night in vivid detail. Yeah, but your father was someone that you despised with every fiber of your being. That's a lot different than killing someone that you've come to know and love as your own son. Cooper opened his mouth to respond, but found he was unable to say anything. Look, Coop, I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon to go through with all of this. If I pull Andrew aside tomorrow and find out that you haven't asked him about it, then I'll have to do it myself. Now, you and I both know that it would pain me deeply to do that to the poor kid. So, for your sake and my sake, I want you to go through with this. Cooper nodded and focused his gaze on the two members of his family as they drew closer to the farmhouse. Andrew came bolting across the yard with a large grin plastered on his face. Clutched in his grasp, Cooper could make out that he had the post of a wrought iron fence. A spike adorned the top, and rust dabbled numerous spots on its surface. Looks like you found part of the fence that used to run around this property. That thing fell into disrepair before I was even born, Gunnar said while reaching into his pocket and retracting a pocket knife. With one swift motion, he flipped it open and scraped at some of the rust. An orange powder fell into the air, revealing the dark metal underneath. It looks like most is only on the surface. How about after dinner, you and I go ahead and clean that thing off and get it treated? Andrew nodded his head with excitement and rested the large length of metal against the door frame. Susan opened the screen door and turned her head back as she stepped inside. Andrew, how about you come help me fix dinner? Andrew heeded his mother's instructions and followed her inside, as the sound of shuffling pots and pans echoed through the screen door. Gunnar turned back to Cooper with a serious look on his face. If I were you, I'd talk to him after dinner. Should worse come to worse and we have to take care of him. I personally think it would be best if the last memories he had were of a night like this, surrounded by family. Gunnar stood up from his chair and placed a hand on Cooper's shoulder. I'm putting a lot of faith in you, Coop. Please, don't let me down. With a final heavy sigh, Gunnar went inside to help prepare dinner. Cooper found himself sitting alone on the front porch. The sounds that were drifting outside from the kitchen were filtered out. All he could hear were the buzzing of cicadas and a slight breeze wafting through the tall grass near the edge of the property. Just like the first time he had ever been in this house, the sunset was casting an eerie orange glow over everything. What had once been a living nightmare when he woke up strapped to a chair in Gunnar's living room was now a place he considered to be his true home. He had come to love and accept Gunnar as the father figure that he never had growing up. Out the corner of his eye, he saw faint movement. The door to the barn had been left open, causing it to rock slightly on its hinges as it got caught in the breeze. A soft groan would escape the hinges, barely audible to Cooper over the distance as he stared at the building that he had dragged his father into. The smell of blood began to fill his nostrils while the memories of that night came flooding back. He shook his head and jolted up from the rocking chair. Not wanting to think about it anymore, he walked inside just as dinner was being pulled from the oven. The four of them ate at the dining room table that had been adorned with the first flowers of spring. There were plenty of stories told and laughter to be had as night began to fall over the small Texas farmhouse. The entire time, Cooper's mind swarmed with the thoughts of what he was going to have to do later that night. However, he managed to keep his composure and put on a pleasant demeanor during all of it. After Susan served dessert, Andrew helped clear the table and put all the dishes in the sink. After they had all been scrubbed and placed on the drying rack, the four of them sat in the living room watching a movie on the television. The clock above the mantel was just about to strike 10 when Cooper leaned over and whispered something in Andrew's ear. "Would you mind coming outside and helping me with something?" Andrew did not ask any questions and simply followed Cooper outside. As he opened the door, a symphony of the night filled their ears. The entire landscape had come to life with the sound of birds, insects, and other nightlife that inhabited the surrounding land. Cooper stepped off the gravel driveway onto the freshly cut grass, his boot leaving prints in his wake. The two men walked in the direction of the stables, guided by the faint shadows of vegetation in the moonlight. "What do you think of living in this town?" Cooper asked bluntly, not knowing how else to start the conversation. I mean, it's not bad or anything. I'm just not a big fan of the isolation. Cooper continued to walk as he pondered how to continue the conversation. Well, there's a reason this town has remained isolated when many others have evolved and expanded over the years. There's a reason. Real smooth move there, Coop. He thought to himself. I know. Cooper felt his heart skip a beat. He almost tripped in a shallow hole, causing him to stumble slightly before regaining his balance. Whatever you think the reason is, I can guarantee you that's not it. You mean it's not because the people of this town practice cannibalism? Cooper was now at a complete loss for words. He had ceased his stride, causing him to stand and simply stare at his stepson. Silence hung in the air around them, save for the sounds of the surrounding wildlife. Although Cooper was tempted to say something immediately, his loss for words caused him to think over his next words carefully. Damn, you're even smarter than I originally anticipated. Andrew did not respond to this. He stood motionless and stared at Cooper with unblinking eyes. I guess, before we get too deep into this conversation, I have to know, how did you find out? Uncle Gunnar and I do our best to keep all of this a secret from the kids. Andrew motioned his head to the side, signaling for Cooper to follow him as he began walking again, deciding it was best not to question the sudden leadership role that his stepson had taken. Cooper followed. Not every kid knows. Well, let me rephrase that. Some kids know, but not all of them believe it. The first time I heard these stories was in middle school. I was with a group of friends when some of the older kids started trying to spook us with tales about how some members of the town would go abduct people across the state and butcher them. As they continued to walk across the field, Cooper kept his gaze straight ahead. He did not speak a word and simply listened to Andrew's explanation. And at the time, we didn't really think of it as anything more than some sick and twisted joke, or a somewhat pathetic attempt to spook us. So, when did you find out that it actually was all real? Cooper asked. Andrew paused for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. It was the day I spent the night at this kid's house for his birthday. We had been good friends for years, so his parents let me stay for dinner and spend the night after all the other kids had gone home. His mother had made a roast that filled the entire house with an intoxicating aroma. At the time, I just thought she had splurged and spent a little extra cash on the good pork roast from the butcher. Andrew sighed and stared up at the stars in the sky. It wasn't until we were all seated around the dining room table and his mother placed the still steaming pan down in the middle that something struck me as odd. Whatever meat this was, it certainly didn't look like any kind of roast. I had had before. When I asked what it was, his parents just stared at me for a moment. The mother didn't know how to respond, so the dad just asked me if I wanted to try a little piece. Andrew ceased speaking, causing a silence to fill the space between them. "So, what did you do?" Cooper asked in a dry tone. I thought about all the rumors of people being abducted and butchered. I also thought about all the instances where some kids would stop coming to school. It suddenly occurred to me in that moment that perhaps there was some truth to those stories. My mind suddenly began to fear what would happen if I acted out at the dinner table. So, I did the only thing that was guaranteed to keep me safe. I took a big slab of it on my plate and ate every last bit. Cooper could hear Andrew swallow loudly. He assumed his stepson was having to swallow down vomit after reliving that memory. I don't really disagree with it. I guess the one thing I don't like is that innocent people are usually the ones abducted for all of this. I guess it'd be different if this was done with criminals or other degenerates of society. Cooper tuned out Andrew's voice immediately after the sentence ended. From deep within his mind, a consideration came back that he tried to keep tucked away. Deciding this was as good of a time as any, he stopped in his tracks. Andrew did the same when the familiar crunch of vegetation under his stepfather's boots ceased. "Follow me, Andrew. There's something I think you need to see." Cooper turned on his heels and started back in the direction of the barn. Andrew followed close behind. During the walk over there, both remained quiet and to themselves. When they finally reached the tall and looming shadow of the barn structure, Andrew ran back to the house and soon returned with the iron post clenched tightly in his grasp. "Trust me, you wouldn't need to defend yourself," Cooper said with a forced chuckle. "But I guess if it makes you feel comfortable, go ahead and bring it." Andrew stood in front of the large doors. One of them hung slightly ajar, causing the smell of old wood, motor oil, and decaying plants to come spilling out into the cool night air. "It should go without saying, but I want to make sure you understand the severity of what I'm about to show you. If you speak a word of this to anyone, I won't hesitate to put you down. I've come to think of you as my son, my own flesh and blood, as much as it would pain me. Don't think that there would be any resistance for me to put a bullet through your head. Do I make myself clear?" Andrew swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded his head. Cooper swung the door open fully and motioned for his stepson to follow inside. As Andrew stepped over the threshold, he placed the sleeve of his flannel shirt under his nose to avoid the growing severity of the smells inside. Cooper continued towards the back of the barn, where a rickety flight of stairs ascended into a loft. Before going up on the first step, he grabbed the shotgun that was hanging from a hook on the wall. As the two men climbed up the stairs, the ancient wood groaned and squeaked under their weight. When they finally reached the top, Cooper reached out and flipped a light switch that was mounted on a structural post with the wires crudely stapled to the framework of the barn. To the right of the opening in the floor where the stairs came up, Andrew could hear a light bulb crackle to life, and a sickly yellow glow filled the area in front of him. Cooper stepped onto the loft and waited for Andrew to reach his side. Andrew could see that the floor was covered by a thick blanket of dust, although it had been disturbed in some places. His eyes then focused on a set of chains that were bolted to a large beam overhead. The links drooped down from the ceiling until about halfway between the beam and the floor, before curving out towards the back of the loft and disappearing into the shadows. Before Andrew was able to question what they were for, Cooper lifted his boot and banged it loudly onto the floor. "Wake up!" he screamed in a deep and booming voice that echoed throughout the building and sent a chill down Andrew's spine. There was a moment of silence before shuffling could be heard from across the space. The chains rattled slightly, causing a metallic clinking to echo in the air. Andrew watched in horror as one hand with a chain shackled around the wrist stretched out from the shadows and clawed at the floorboards before it. Soon afterward, another one came forward with a matching chain shackle and caused the cracking of its joints to fill the air. Andrew found himself unable to move as the two arms extended into the light and heaved a body from the shadows. A head that was covered by greasy, disheveled hair emerged from the darkness. A mouth appeared from behind matted locks of hair and opened as if to scream, but only a painful squeak escaped. Its head slowly turned from side to side attempting to locate where the sound of Andrew's heavy breathing was coming from. The thing let out a raspy wheeze as its gaze locked directly on him. Andrew started to step back, but Cooper quickly grabbed his shoulder and halted his movement. "I brought someone to see you," he called out. This caused the creature to let out another pitiful attempt at speaking. Extending a hand further, it caused the chains above to rattle and echo throughout the building. "We're going to step towards you. We don't want any trouble like last time, do we?" The head started to hang towards the ground. I said, "Now, do we?" Cooper slammed the heel of his boot even harder onto the floor this time. The boom caused the creature to throw its hands around its head and bend down into a fetal position. "Stay close to me and listen to anything I say," Cooper said as he motioned for Andrew to follow him. Together, the two took slow and cautious steps towards the thing that was now huddled over in a ball on the floor. With each footstep that connected with the floor, Andrew could see its body tremble with fear. Now within close distance, Andrew could tell this was not some starved creature, but a human being. "Dad, who is that?" Andrew asked as they stopped in front of the individual. Without speaking a word, Cooper used the barrel of his shotgun to pull the greasy strands of clumped hair away from the person's face. In the dim light from overhead, Andrew stared down at the face that he had not seen for years. Although yellowed bandages were wrapped around his eyes, he was still able to recognize some facial features. He felt his limbs go numb, and the iron post fell from his hand. It came down on the floor with a loud thud, causing the man that lay in front of them to throw up his hands in self-defense. "Dad, I thought your mother had to keep you from the truth for a reason." Andrew turned to Cooper with tears starting to run down his cheeks. "Your daddy never died in a car crash like your mother always told you. She did that to spare you from the truth until she felt you were ready to hear about it. She personally would have liked for you to stay oblivious to all of this for a few more years, but I don't see a better time for you to know than right now." Andrew continued to stare down at the malnourished and weathered figure of his biological father on the floor. The images in his mind of a once muscular and powerful figure were now replaced with those of the weakened person that lay before him. "Why? Why did you do this to him?" Andrew barely managed to choke out through heavy sobbing. Cooper took in a deep breath and prepared himself for the conversation he had always dreaded would come. "I'd only known your mother for just a couple of weeks when I first met your father. At first, he was respectful to me, and I grew to respect him. However, things immediately started to reveal themselves one night when your mother pulled me aside. She told me about all the times that he would beat her and how she thought I was the person that could finally help her escape the living hell he had turned her life into." Andrew looked up from his father to look at Cooper. A dead expression was plastered across his face as he glared down at the man before them. "That wasn't even the worst of it. She told me that he had just recently started to sexually abuse her. It was small things at first, but they eventually grew to be extremely dark and sinister. It got to the point where your mother would fake having a late shift at work so that she could sleep in her car in the parking lot instead of going home to him. All that Andrew ever thought of his father over the years suddenly came crashing down around him as he stared down at the monster that lay trembling at his feet. For the first time in his life, Andrew could feel an emotion towards his father that he never thought would come forth. Blistering anger. I told Gunnar about this in confidence one night when I was visiting. As badly as I wanted to tell the police about all of this, we both knew that that would only lead to the possibility of them finding what goes on in this town. If we turned your father into the police, he could just as easily lead them back to what goes on here. Any sort of law enforcement presence in this town is extremely frowned upon. So, we decided that the only sensible thing to do was take the matter into our own hands. Cooper paused for a moment and sucked in a deep breath before continuing. Gunnar and I hopped into my truck and drove to your house one night when you were at a sleepover. As soon as we opened the doors and walked onto the front lawn, we could hear your mother screaming from inside. We ran towards the front door and could see your father pinning her onto the floor. Thankfully, he had left the door unlocked. So we burst in and took aim at him with our weapons. He was continually punching her in the stomach, and our sudden presence hardly seemed to slow him down. As badly as I wanted to blow his head off right then and there, your mother was too close for me to guarantee she wouldn't be hit as well. Gunnar ran up behind him before he had time to react and smacked him on the back of the head with the butt of his rifle. Cooper crouched down and used the barrel of his shotgun to remove even more hair from around the father's neck area. A grimy bandage similar to the one around his eyes was wrapped around his throat. Andrew had no exact estimate as to how long it had been on him, but he guessed it had been a few years. We came to later find out that your mother had been pregnant. He didn't want another child, and decided to kill the baby himself in a drunken stupor. We didn't reach your mother soon enough, and she miscarried. A few days later, your Uncle Gunnar and I decided it would be too merciless to kill your father after that night. Instead, we decided to keep him alive so he could spend the remainder of his days tortured by the consequences of his actions. His brushed the back of his hand against the man's cheek, causing him to flinch. Isn't that right, Mac? Cooper reached into his back pocket and retrieved a pocket knife. He slid the blade under the bandage, causing Mac to stiffen out of fear. With one swift movement, Cooper sliced off the bandage with a sickening tear. As it fell to the ground, Andrew stared at the darkened scar across his father's throat. Instead of gagging him, I came up with the idea of slicing his vocal cords. He'll never speak again, but his breathing isn't troubled like it would be with a sock stuffed down his throat. Should something ever happen where the authorities find him, he'll never be able to say what occurred here. Cooper grabbed Mac's hair and lifted his face up towards Andrew. This caused another painful squeak to escape his throat. As Cooper placed the blade under the bandages around his eyes, Andrew already feared that he knew what was going to be underneath. Cooper sliced off the fabric, revealing his father's shut eyelids. Zigzagging stripes of black thread held them together, and Andrew could feel bile begin to rise in the back of his throat. If he ever found a way to escape, we didn't want him to simply tear off a blindfold and find his way to the police. I also didn't want to completely remove his eyes and run the possibility of him getting an infection and dying prematurely. So, Gunnar kept him knocked out and stitched his eyelids closed. Although this was a crude method, it was extremely effective nonetheless. Andrew opened his mouth to speak, but found himself unable to utter a single word. The man who he had idolized for years and missed so dearly now sat a broken man in front of him, a pathetic shell of the father he had known and loved for many years. A few more tears fell down his cheeks as he struggled to swallow the lump in his throat. I know this is a lot for you to take in right now, Andrew. No man should ever have to see his father in such a state like this, but I had to make it clear to you that not every bad action that goes on in this town is given to those who are undeserving. There are a lot of times where your Uncle Gunnar and I have disposed of some horrible people on this earth. I just hope that you understand this. Now, when we get back to the house, I'm going to sit down with you and Uncle Gunnar, and the three of us are going to have a talk at Abo. Before Cooper was able to finish his sentence, Andrew picked up the wrought iron from the ground and swung it high, up over his head. The length of metal came crashing down on Mac's head with a sickening crunch. Small droplets of blood scattered around the floor, a few of them splattering onto both of their clothes. Another gasp escaped Mac's throat, this one even louder than any previous. A crooked hand slowly lifted up in self-defense, only to be met with Andrew swinging the post with all of his might. Cooper could hear the bones within his hand crack and protrude through the surface of the skin. Mac immediately retracted the limb against his body. Before he was able to huddle up anymore, Andrew brought the metal down onto his father's back. Cooper stumbled back and collapsed to the floor. Although no bones could be heard breaking this time, there was a sickening thump when it made contact. Andrew could hear his father sharply taking a breath, proceeding to violently heave and cough as blood dribbled down the corner of his lip. Andrew let out a blood-curdling scream as he continued to bludgeon his father in various spots on his back and head. One blow in particular came down with such immense force to the back of Mac's skull that the stitches over his eyes began to tear. An eye partially protruded from between the crusty skin of the eyelids and looked out upon the world. After years of being shielded and hidden away, the last thing Max saw was his own son raising the iron post for one final blow. Andrew gritted his teeth and smashed the iron down onto his father's head. All the fractures that had been created along his skull finally connected and caused it to cave in. Andrew could hear a stomach-churning squish as bone fragments were forced into the soft and now exposed tissue of his brain. With one final breath, Mac dropped his head into the puddle of blood that had formed beneath him. The once shaking figure was now motionless. Andrew could feel his chest heaving as he took in deep breaths. Cooper stared at the body in complete awe from his position on the floor. He had expected Andrew to have a few choice words with his father, but never anticipated the situation to escalate to this severity. Cooper wiped the blood that had splattered on his face with the back of his sleeve and looked up at Andrew. Although Cooper had been spared from the majority of the bloodshed, Andrew's clothes were heavily doused in the dark, crimson fluid. The flannel shirt and jeans would have to be burned later to dispose of any evidence, and possibly the shoes that were now slowly being soaked in the blood puddle that crept towards his feet. Andrew, why? Cooper was unable to form a complete sentence. He continued to stumble over his words while glancing at his stepson. The blood on his face reflected in the sickly yellow light overhead. Andrew continued to stare down at his father's lifeless body as his breathing finally returned to normal. With a loud clang that echoed throughout the barn, the wrought iron post fell to the ground. Part of it landed in the blood puddle, causing some droplets to fly onto Cooper's shoes. "We'll take care of this later," Andrew said without any sort of remorse or victory in his tone. Andrew bent down and pulled at Mac's hand. There was a sickening crunch as Cooper heard the bones in his fingers crack. Something was now clamped in Andrew's fist, but Cooper was unable to make out what it was. With one final glare at the mangled corpse before them, Andrew slowly turned on his heels and walked towards the stairs. As he passed, Cooper stared into his stepson's eyes. The joy and innocence that had once filled them had left, now replaced with a cold emptiness. Cooper stood to his feet and quietly followed Andrew back to the ground floor. As they turned towards the open doors and passed under the loft, Cooper felt blood seep through the floorboards and fall in his hair. The small puddles that were forming on the ground squelched under his boots as the men could once again hear the bugs outside. Stepping out into the coolness of the night, Andrew pointed his head towards the heavens and sucked in a deep breath. His eyelids fluttered shut as he slowly let the air out between his lips. Cooper stepped up next to him. Although hesitant at first, he slowly reached out and placed a hand on Andrew's shoulder. He did not immediately react, but slowly turned to face Cooper. The emptiness still lingered in his eyes, but a glimmer of happiness caused the corners of his lips to slightly pull into a smile. "You all right there, Andrew?" Cooper asked in a soft tone. Andrew let out a light chuckle and stared off at the farmhouse in the distance. Gunnar and Susan suddenly stood up from their rocking chairs. She bolted down the front steps and sprinted in their direction, with Gunnar following behind at a walking pace. "I'm fine, Dad. I'm perfectly fine." Cooper felt the wind sucked from his lungs at that moment. Andrew had never called him Dad before, and expected that day to not come for a long time. Andrew turned and gave Cooper a warm smile before wrapping his arms around him. Taken by complete surprise, Cooper slowly lifted his arms and returned the embrace. "You make me proud to call you my son," Cooper let out through tears. "And I'm proud to call you my dad," Andrew said just before Susan reached them. "I could see the blood all over your white shirt from the porch, Coop." "What the hell happened?" She froze in place as Andrew turned and revealed the dark spots scattered all over his clothes. Susan clasped a hand over her mouth. "Andrew, what the hell did you do?" She struggled to hold back tears while her hands began to tremble. "Mac is gone now," Andrew let out under his breath. Susan gave him a confused look before shaking her head from side to side. "No, baby, your dad has been gone for a long, long time. Andrew stepped forward and grabbed one of her arms. He placed his hand over hers and gripped it tightly. Blood ran down his wrist and slowly cascaded over Susan's skin. The still warm fluid almost caused her to pull back. I know the truth now, Mom. He's finally gone, though. Andrew pulled his hand away and Susan looked down at what her son had left in the palm of her hand. Sitting in a small pool of blood was Mac's wedding band. Tears began to stream down Susan's cheeks as she held the tarnished gold ring between two fingers. Unable to speak, she threw her arms around Andrew and held him tight. The wrought iron slipped from Andrew's fingers once more and fell in the grass to his side. His arms wrapped around his mother as she sobbed heavily onto his shoulder. Cooper watched from the side. As Gunnar finally reached the group, he walked up to Cooper and examined the bloodstains on his shirt. For the first time since his own father had been killed, Cooper saw a look of bewilderment on Gunnar's face. The man looked up at the barn and then back down to Cooper. Without even having to ask a question, the men exchanged glances and a smile. Andrew let go of his mother and slowly turned to Cooper. With blood still speckled on his face, he smiled. "Come on, Dad. The weather's perfect for a bonfire. I know Uncle Gunnar's been wanting to burn off some trash for a while now." With a pat on the back, Cooper wrapped his arm around Andrew's shoulder, and the two men started back towards the farmhouse. The moon now hung in the center of the sky, bathing the land in an eerie blue tint. Gunnar retrieved the wrought iron post from the ground, and he and Susan followed them. As they walked, she sniffled, and Gunnar placed an arm over her shoulder. Susan smiled and wiped her eyes with the back of her sleeve. As they returned to the farmhouse, the iron post dripped blood the entire way. Small, dark splotches littered the grass in their wake. The doors to the barn swung slightly in the breeze, causing a haunting groan to echo into the night. Story 3. It was cold. Morgan woke up shivering, his breath coiling in the air before him. Why was it so damn cold? Key West was known for a lot of things, but its frigid mornings weren't one of them. Quickly pulling himself from the sheets and throwing on his robe, which did nothing to impede the chill, he hustled to the digital thermostat in the hall, the wood floor like ice against his bare feet. 32 degrees. That couldn't be right, could it? True. It did feel accurate. But when had the tip of Florida ever been 32 degrees in August? Morgan clicked on the heat, and the little old house groaned its disapproval, the furnace sputtering its way to life. It had been, at least a decade since he had last turned it on. It was remarkable that it worked at all. He placed his hand over the vent to verify that a feeble stream of heat was actually coming out, and then hustled back to the bedroom closet for something warmer to wear. Much to his chagrin, and as he expected, there was very little to choose from by way of warmth. Tropically flowered silk shirts and a varying array of cargo shorts and bathing suits pretty much made up his wardrobe. He had exactly 2 pairs of pants, a pair of paper-thin linen slacks he wore when he was going fancy, and a pair of painter's coveralls. Morgan settled on both, and a seldom-used blanket from the linen closet as a coat. The sun was blaring through every window at the same time, and he wondered just how in the heck it could be so sunny and bright out, and still so cold at the same time. Curious to inspect the afternoon, he opened the front door to a blinding white light, which he had to shield his eyes from until they could adjust to the difference. What he saw on the other side of the second glass door welded him to the floor, unable to move and shocked beyond the ability to comprehend. The vibrant green paradise he left outside when he went to bed the night before was no longer. It was replaced by a clean white nothingness. It was snow, and not just a little bit. It came to the middle of the door, easily 4 or 5 feet in depth, and had completely buried everything. What? Was all he could gasp as he desperately tried to wrap his mind around what he was actually seeing. Slowly returning to mobility, Morgan pulled the glass door open. He had to know that this wasn't some type of hallucination. Thick, white, fluffy snow came spilling into the house, covering the sand he'd tracked in the day before. It was real, all right. The air was piercing and furious, A blizzard still in progress, and he closed the door, shivering all over again. His mind was racing, but to no helpful ends. It just made no sense. 11 years ago, he had gone to Ann Arbor to watch his sister's oldest son graduate a Wolverine from the University of Michigan. In the days following, the entire dysfunctional family went to Mount Holly, to do some skiing. Morgan remembered thinking that he would never see that much snow again for the rest of his life. He was wrong. He then ran to the kitchen window to see what the oceanside view consisted of, but not before. Cursing to himself, he put on the one set of clothing that he hated to wear the most. Socks. The sight was normally his favorite, as his little piece of retirement heaven sat directly on the beach. But today it was the most disturbing thing he had ever laid his eyes on. Green palm trees, golden sand, and brilliant blue waters were replaced by a clean sheet of white. The snow that continued to fall did nothing to improve the view. But he was acutely aware of where the island ended and the Atlantic began, and that line could no longer be seen. There was nothing on the other side of that window that would have indicated that he was anywhere near a body of water. No waves or rocking, just a smooth layer of omission. It shook him. Grabbing the remote from the kitchen counter, Morgan flipped on the outdated 13-inch television that sat next to the coffee maker, which officials have called a bomb cyclone. Again, officials are warning all residents to stay inside and wait. Okay, we're going to Sam now with the latest update. Sam. Thanks, Jane. This is definitely unprecedented. This storm is the first of its kind in recorded history, and the combination of conditions that needed to come together to produce this storm of the century are seldom seen. And signal cut out, and the high-pitched tone of the emergency broadcast system filled the room, bouncing off the linoleum floor and wicker cabinets. Morgan had been half expecting it to kick on at any minute anyway. This is the emergency alert system, the familiar, robo-toned voice informed. This is not a test. We repeat, this is not a test. FEMA and the National Weather Service have issued a severe weather storm warning for the Florida Keys region. All citizens are encouraged to... The screen went black and the lights followed. Morgan could hear the furnace clicking its way to a stop. The power was out. Everything else about this freaky storm was foreign to him, but this he could handle. On Stock Island, Florida, at the very tip of the Keys, they weren't unfamiliar with inclement weather. In the last decade alone, hurricanes had become something of an ever-present threat. A new moniker always just waiting in the deep of the Atlantic to come say, hi. The population of Stock Island included just a little over 1,200 residents, and it was fair to say that at least 2/3 of them had become what the media like to call preppers. Hardly any of those were like what you might see on a reality show with bunkers and arsenals. But after getting your butt handed to you storm after storm, you learned to prepare the basics. The emergency generator had been installed nearly 20 years ago after Hurricane Georges decimated the area, and, while a little outdated, stayed perfectly dry in its concrete hovel connected to the kitchen by a tiny half door in the wall behind the refrigerator. Morgan had the spot created so that he would be able to access it from inside the house, while the fumes it produced stayed outside, all while staying nice and dry from potential torrential waters. It took a moment to roll the fridge out of the way, and even longer for the machine to come to life. But eventually, he could hear the furnace grumbling again, and he breathed a small sigh of relief. Never in his wildest dreams would he have considered the possibility of freezing to death in this house. Morgan flipped the TV back on, but there was no longer a signal coming in on any channel. Just static snow. Just like outside, it was the same on the good television on the living room. He fell onto his couch and sighed. It was still cold, but at least he couldn't see his breath anymore. He needed to take inventory. The majority of the supplies he had managed to collect were outside in the metal shed he shared with his neighbor, Frank, so at some point he would have to venture out there. Morgan wondered for a moment if Frank was okay, but really only so much as to hope that he had been able to restock his supply before this freak storm came along. Frank was not only his neighbor, but his weed dealer as well. And maybe, his friend, although he didn't really care for the guy most days. It was a small community, however, and Frank was the closest thing he had to a buddy. Plus, he needed more pot. There was no way he was going to suffer through this thing sober. He had just about decided to pick up his cell and call when the act was interrupted by a pounding on the exterior front door, hard enough to rattle the glass in its frame. The urgency in the knock brought him to his feet quickly, but whoever was at the door was already working the glass door, which swung both ways, open into the matted snow. It didn't matter as the main door was deadlocked, but that didn't stop them from rattling the handle before Morgan could get to it. Morgan! They screamed at the top of their lungs. It was Frank. He sounded freaked. Morgan flipped the lock, and Frank, in his chinos and golf shirt, nearly fell on top of him, trying to get through the door. Morgan fell back against a wall, and Frank slammed the door shut, locked it, and then threw his back against it, panting, eyes wild and darting. He looked like a feral animal. What the hell, Frank? Frank didn't say a word, and after a moment, hurried to the bottle of Jim Beam he knew would be tucked away on the bookshelf, and threw back 2 large gulps. "Frank?" Morgan asked again, following the other man into the living room, and then the kitchen as he paced with the bottle of bourbon in hand. "Frank?" he finally demanded, he said, finally turning attention to his neighbor. Morgan just kind of shrugged. "No. I opened the door." "This is crazy, right?" Frank looked at him like he was speaking gibberish and knocked back another swig, easily his 6th or 7th shot in the last few minutes, before emitting a sarcastic chuckle, devoid of any real happiness. "Crazy." Frank shook his head. "Man, you've got no idea what's going on out there." That was all Morgan could get out of him, though, as Frank slowly slid into a dining room chair, clutching his bottle of whiskey and lost in his own thoughts. The guy must have gotten really messed up last night. That and the combination of waking to the storm probably fried his circuits. He was pretty close to a burnout, as it was. Morgan wrapped his neighbor in a couple blankets from the closet and set himself to the task of forming the warmest outfit possible. He was going to need to hike out to the shed, no matter how bad it was out there. It was where all the food, water, and supplies he was going to need were located. With the use of some towels, belts, socks, and almost all his shirts, Morgan was able to cobble together an outfit that, while looking like a deranged Arab clown, felt like it should have been warm enough. It wasn't terribly accommodating as he waddled himself back into the living room and took a look over his shoulder at Frank, who was still staring off into the unknown and muttering about the snow. A few laborious steps later, and he was unlocking the door and pulling open both doors at the same time as they had frozen together. The cutting wind that came through immediately pointed out the defects in his snowsuit design and pitted areas he didn't even know were exposed. He needed to be quick, or he wouldn't make it at all. The door never made it all the way open, however, because Frank, with a speed Morgan didn't know the bigger man was capable of, had run across the room and lunged at the door, ripping the handle from his hand and slamming it shut. No longer in his state of catatonic neurosis, Frank had returned to the wild-eyed and frantic person that first came in, and used his body to block Morgan's access to the door. "Jesus, Frank!" Morgan screamed with more than a little surprise. "What the hell, man? You can't go out there." Frank's voice was hushed, barely above a whisper and not at all in line with his current demeanor. "Yes, things out there." Morgan could only shake his head with frustration. The world was going to freeze badly outside, and he had to deal with this. Frank had obviously gotten a hold of some bad stuff. It wouldn't have been the first time he had said okay to joint laced with PCP. But could there possibly be a worse time for Morgan to have to babysit his neighbor's bad trip? "Frank." Morgan tried to keep his voice as even and calm as possible, despite his desire to smack the other man senseless. "You need to come sit down." Gently, he led Frank by the arm to the aging couch. Taking a seat across from him, Morgan did his best to keep eye contact between them. "Frank, there are always things out there. I know it looks a little freaky. Morgan had no idea Frank had even seen snow before. But it's just a crazy storm. They said it's a storm of the century. He didn't appear to be getting through. Frank shook his head vehemently. No. I can't let you go out there. He seemed adamant, and Morgan pulled out his last joint from the drawer in the coffee table, where he kept his paraphernalia, and lit it. The familiar odor of marijuana seemed to draw Frank back to reality a bit, and after a few hits, he was somewhat calmer. So Morgan tried to readdress the issue. Frank, we can make it through this. It's just a storm. We have all the supplies we need in the shed. Somebody has to go out there and get them now. Do you understand? Frankly, he didn't give a damn if Frank understood or not. He just wanted the fool to stay out of his way long enough to actually get things done. At the rate the snow was coming down, every second they waited added to the difficulty of the 30-yard trek. Sure, it would be great to have his help. But at this point, Morgan would settle for his just not being a detriment. Frank inhaled half the joint while considering his words before finally responding. If you go out there, you won't come back. Morgan could hear the sincerity in his voice and sighed. He went to the kitchen before returning with a pair of all-weather walkie-talkies that they sometimes used when they went kayaking together. Frank, he said as he handed one of the radios to his neighbor. You're having a bad trip, man. Look at me. He did. You know I wouldn't lie to you about that. There's nothing out there but bad weather, and there's nothing in here but Fritos and cornflakes. If we want to eat more than one crappy meal and keep the generator running more than 12 hours, it has to be done. I have to walk out to the shed. Do you understand? Morgan thought maybe he was beginning to. He was going to try to be sympathetic either way, as Frank had once talked him down from the roof of a house party many years ago, when Morgan was convinced he could fly. We've all been there. Finally, after several more wasted minutes and the remainder of the joint, Frank agreed to let Morgan go out to the shed. The big guy promised to monitor his progress from the house as best he could. Morgan considered asking about getting more weed from Frank's place, but it had taken long enough to progress to this point, so he let it go for the time being and made his way into the snow. Frank shut and locked the door behind him. Morgan instantly regretted his decision to go out. It was like trying to walk in cold, wet quicksand, and every step was as much of a workout as he had done in years. His snowsuit became wet after a couple of feet and began to harden and freeze a few feet after that, digging into his skin like frozen glass. His entire body was aching and numb, and he realized very quickly that he needed to pick up the pace, if for no other reason than to not freeze to death in his driveway. Morgan had walked every inch of that yard at least 1,000 times. He could make his way to the shed blindfolded if he chose to do so. Today was different, however. The wind and snow was blinding, and he found himself becoming turned around several times. He might as well have been in Antarctica. When he finally settled on what he thought was right direction, Frank piped in over the walkie to say he could barely see him. But he thought Morgan was going the wrong way. What should have been a 20-second walk was pushing 20 minutes, and Morgan would have turned back had his tracks not been already covered. Every step was a battle to keep momentum, with the cutting wind and snow drifts working against him. Every foot sinking a little bit further than the one before. Desperate and terrified, his muscles beginning to refuse their commands, Morgan picked up the radio to let Frank know that he wasn't going to make it when he saw the hazy silhouette of the shed coming up before him, and cast out a small prayer of thanks. His fingers struggled to move as he navigated the combination lock on the door, and the irony wasn't lost on him that he might die having made it to, but not into, his destination. He did finally get the combination in, but the lock still took a couple additional smacks against the door to shatter the ice holding it shut. The temperature was barely any different inside the metal shed, but Morgan knew exactly what he needed the second he saw the box labeled Michigan Dockagan. As quickly as he could with massive cold-induced delirium tremors, Morgan peeled out of his ice-cube clothes and squeezed into insulated ski suit he wore on that trip so long ago. It wasn't as easy as he had hoped. While the TV commercials made sitting on the beach with a Corona light in your hands look relaxing, and it They never really advertised the body type that activity would give you. After so many sunsets and so many beers, the portion of the ski suit around his belly was more akin to girdle. It was uncomfortable as hell trying to get it zipped up, but at least it was warm, and Morgan could feel his body temperature returning to a less critical level. "Morgan, are you okay?" Frank broke in on the radio. "Yeah, man," he answered. "I made it. I had to change clothes. I thought I was going to freeze to death." There was a long pause, and then, "Morgan, I think they're out there again." "Oh hell, not this again." "Frank, there's nothing. Listen, I'm going to gather what I can carry, and I'll be back in a little bit." Frank didn't reply, and Morgan set himself to gathering what he could into a laundry basket that wasn't already in the large bug-out bag he could throw over his shoulder. Mostly it was MREs, water, a couple tanks of fuel, and a few of the outfits and coats he wore on the trip. It was highly unlikely that anything would fit Frank's larger frame, but considering he was wearing a blanket as a dress, maybe they could make something work. Deciding that he had just about all he could carry, Morgan was stopped from opening the shed door by a noise. With a resounding thud, which vibrated down the walls, something fell onto the roof. At least, what he thought at first. Perhaps a chunk of ice from the coconut trees? Maybe a frozen coconut itself? Whatever it was, it had some mass to it. Letting the initial spook subside, Morgan was ready to open the door again, and it began to move. To walk. There were a series of loud clicks, like screwdrivers tapping against the corrugated metal roof as it moved around. As insane as the thought was, it sounded like a giant insect. Morgan's gloved hand froze just shy of the handle. He didn't move a muscle, just listened. A second thud as something else hit the roof. Landed, and then there were two of them clicking their way in circles a few feet above his head. So many disturbing thoughts and images came flooding into his mind. It was impossible to organize them. A cavalcade of every monster movie he had seen since the 3rd grade, combined with the newsman saying, "Storm of the century," and "Oh, geez, worst of a century," and "Oh, geez, worst of all friggin' Frank." Frank really did see something. And then that idiot let him go outside. He'll say he tried to warn you. "No, that wasn't a warning," he said. "Things. He didn't say flying monsters." "Morgan!" Frank broke through on the walkie-talkie, and suddenly it was way too loud. The clicking came to an instant stop, and Morgan fumbled with the radio in his gloved hands, desperately trying to turn it off before he could say another word. Morgan? He was too late. Both of the things on the roof quickly clicked their way to the point directly above him, and Morgan tore off his glove with his teeth to turn down the volume before it could happen again. "Frank," Morgan hissed into the radio. "Frank," Morgan hissed into the radio. "There's something out here. Damn. I told you." Morgan was suddenly enraged with his friend, but the fear still won out, and he kept his voice at a whisper. "No, Frank. You did not tell me this. You said that there were things out here. You didn't say anything about monsters." "Monsters?" Frank sounded frantic. "You've seen them? You know what they are? They're monsters?" "Jesus, Morg." Morgan turned off the radio. They were moving again, walking around with what sounded like many legs. Next to the door hung a machete, which Morgan hadn't planned on taking, but was now lashing to his waist. After several agonizing minutes of praying, whatever had been on top of the shed apparently grew bored and just disappeared, either jumping off the tiny building or flying away. Morgan switched the radio back on. "Frank? Oh, Jesus, Morgan. I thought something happened to you. You scared the crap out of me. Literally. I'm taking a dump right now. You didn't want to hear that. Geez, Frank, me man." Morgan took out a headlamp and strapped it to his hood. Hood, Jesus, Morgan. I'm going to try and come back in a second. I need for you to keep a watch out and help direct me. I've put a light on my head so hopefully you'll be able to see it. Morgan then grabbed a couple of tennis rackets and strapped one to each foot with a bungee cable. It wasn't pretty, but it would have made MacGyver proud. The wind smacked him in the face again, but with significantly less bitter intensity this time. The ski suit made a world of difference temperature-wise. However, being squeezed into it like a sausage and having a hefty bundle to carry, the progress wasn't a lot better once he got outside again. If it weren't for the homemade snowshoes, it might have been worse. Frank was able to make visual contact with the headlamp and did an adequate job giving him directions, although it could have been better since he kept mixing up his left and right with Morgan's. Morgan had just about reached the halfway point between the shed and the driveway when something caught his eye just off to his right, which was surprising since he could barely see anything at all, even with the ski goggles on. It was something in the snow, and after putting the basket and duffel bag on adrift, he decided to investigate. It had only caught his eye for a split second, and he couldn't even be sure that he saw it, but it made enough of an impact on his psyche that he felt compelled to check it out. Unfortunately, it was what he originally suspected and hoped he had been wrong in. It was blood, bright red against the spotless array of white. There was a lot of it beginning to freeze on top of the snow, and it led off in a trail away from his property and towards the Ashburns, an elderly couple that lived catty-corner to him. Morgan followed the trail for a few feet before realizing that he was going to have to decide just how far he was going to go here. It didn't look like it was ending anytime soon. Should he go all the way to the old people's house to check on them? Probably not. Probably best to get the supplies in the house and make a plan from there. Morgan went a few more feet, but remembering how quickly he lost his own trail before, decided to turn back for now. He would have to if something else hadn't stood out to him next to the trail of blood. Getting down on his knees as best he could, Morgan tried to get a better look at what looked like a little white bean or something poking out from the snow. Brushing some snow away, it became clear. It was a finger. Morgan brushed more snow away to reveal the hand it was attached to. Sheathing the machete, he grabbed it with both of his to pull free the poor soul who had become buried in the cold, and pulled with all his might. The hand, which was severed from its owner at the wrist, easily came free, sending Morgan sprawling backwards and onto his ass, half buried in snow himself, and screaming in repulsed horror. He flung the frozen appendage and scrambled to his feet with as much speed as the environment would permit. His heart pounded against his ribcage as he hustled back to his provisions. Every moment of this day had upped the ante. It went from strange to scary to what in the holy hell was going on here, and escalating by the second. Morgan found his way back to his supplies and was working to wedge them free from their frozen mold when something buzzed past his head. Initially he thought it was just the wind, but when it happened the second time he realized it wasn't. It sounded like a giant wasp. Giant as in the size of a dog or cat. For a split second he considered the possibility of drones. It was about the right size of some of the ones he had seen flying around the island, but who in their right mind would be out flying drones right now? That, and those damn things he heard in the shed quickly convinced him otherwise. Brandishing the long blade again, Morgan kept his head on a swivel, desperately trying to make out anything in the hazy winter fog swirling around him. Any noise, any shape, anything. And he was ready to split it from head to toe. Hell would freeze over before he ended up like Handy back there, if it hadn't already. A couple of times he thought he heard something, and he thought he saw something, slicing the air both times, but nothing came at him, and so he grabbed the radio. Frank? Yeah, man. Thank God he was still there. Can you see me? Morgan shook his head a little to emphasize the light. Yeah, man. Barely. Do you see anything else out here? Damn, man. Like what? Monsters? Are there more monsters? Frank was getting himself worked up again. Will you just stop with the monsters already? It's not helping. Just, do you see anything at all? No. The fear was still in his voice. "I just see you." "I think you need to hurry up." At least they agreed on that. Yay. "I know. Listen, man. I'm gonna make for the back door. I think it'll be quicker. So be ready to let me in." "Roger that." Morgan threw the bag back over his shoulder, grabbed the laundry basket, and tried to balance all of it with the machete still in hand. At this point, it seemed like the most valuable asset he was carrying, and the last thing he would ditch if he had to. The backyard, which was usually just a small patch of grass surrounded by beach sand, was deeper, if that were possible, than the front had been. Snow he used as the ground kept going up and up until he was eye level with the gutters and tiles on his roof by the time he reached the house. "Frank," he sighed, "we got another problem. The back door is buried. I'm going to have to go around front. After..." Something heavy flew by him, a blinding flash of white, and knocked the communication device from his hand, sending it spilling onto the roof. His sentence left unfinished, with the weapon still firmly grasped. Morgan began slicing wildly at the air around him. There was something there. Several somethings flying through the air around him, just beyond the point of revealing any detail. Occasionally he thought he saw a wing or something white whipping past him. Something white that looked kind of like fur. It had to be an optical illusion. Whatever the things were, they were big, and they were many. And if he didn't get the hell out of there, they were seemingly partial to all body parts but hands. Screw the walkie-talkie. He could hear Frank calling out his name as he did his best to drag the basket and bag while still remaining defensively ready. Using the upper portion of his house as a brace and something to keep at his back, Morgan carefully made his way around, sporadically dropping everything to take a few swings at the eddying air. The fear kept him anxious and ready, but he had to admit one thing. He wasn't cold anymore. A thin layer of sweat was building between him and his thermal suit, sliding over the corner of the house and down a straight slope. Getting to the front door was the easiest part, and Frank was there waiting for him. Having correctly anticipated that the back door was out of question, Morgan slid the basket and bag across the frosty walkway into Frank's waiting hands, and had nearly crossed the threshold himself when something icy and sharp, like talons, tore through the back of his suit and jerked him back into the winter abyss, actually lifting him several feet from the ground in the process. Despite the snow, the fall was hard, and it knocked the breath from his lungs. Keenly aware that he no longer had his blade in hand, and with his lungs desperately gasping for any bit of air, Morgan's panic reached a crescendo, or so he thought. That would, of course, be the moment one of them would land on his chest and stare him straight in the eye. The moment played out in surreal slow motion, like time out of time, and felt like he was watching it happen from outside of his own body. The insect was like nothing he had ever known. And yes, his first instinct was that it was an insect of some type. It had strong arachnid qualities, but not like any spider he had seen on National Geographic. It did have 8 legs and an array of black, lifeless eyes, but it was easily the size of Mrs. Matthews' beagle, and was adorned with the same white hair, brittle and sharp. The hairs were long and brilliant white, and did an outstanding job at concealing the thing within its snowy environment. The absolute topper, however, had to be the wings, silver and white, 2 wings resembling what one might see on a dragonfly, protruded from its back and flittered in the air as it cocked its head from left to right, surveying its prey. Morgan knew with complete certainty that this was it. This was how he would die, when the creature unhinged its mandibles, revealing rows of spiked teeth. It did nothing to dissuade the thought. He watched as it lunged for his throat and wondered how quickly he would die. Would it remove his head with one swift bite, or would he have to endure some degree of being eaten? It was a question he was happy to have not needed the answer to, as Frank, from out of nowhere, cleaved the dog-sized bug into two pieces with the machete he had dropped. Drops of thick, blue blood sprayed out as the creature unleashed a deafening shrill of anguish before its two parts stopped twitching. The blood, if that's what it was, froze the second it touched his ski suit, and the small drop that hit his cheek burned intensely as it immediately froze the skin beneath it. Seemingly similar to hydrochloric acid, Morgan could only imagine what type of damage any more than a drop would have caused. Frank grabbed his arm and began to drag him into the house, and, although his breath had yet to return, Morgan did his best to help him. Lying in the foyer panting, the two men stared at each other wordlessly after finally getting the door closed and locked. They spent the next 2 hours unhinging cabinets and doors, salvaging as much wood as they could use to properly seal all the windows with hammer and nails. Since there wasn't enough wood to go all the way around, Morgan had to get creative in the living room with his bookshelves and entertainment system. All in all, it was as secure as it could be, but at the same time, they appeared to be getting buried beneath a mountain of snow. So, if those things could only stay airborne, they were probably okay. If they were burrowers also, well, that was a different story. It was around 6 in the evening when they got around to eating anything, and although there should have been daylight for another 2 or 3 hours at least, it appeared to be nighttime. It only took a little investigating to realize that they were completely buried, even the front door. Sunlight couldn't have gotten through if it wanted to. They ate their freeze-dried meals in glum silence, and when they were done, Frank set about messing with the hand crank radio, while Morgan tried to treat the aching blackened spot on his cheek with some aloe. From in front of the bathroom mirror, Morgan heard the shortwave crackle to life as Frank apparently found a channel. I don't know. Nobody knows. It was a man's voice, gravely and deep, but they're everywhere. All I can say right now is, stay out of the snow. I repeat, stay out of the snow. US Interstate 1 is unpassable at all bridges, not just the Key West connector. So don't even try it, people. We've been receiving sporadic reports which we'll try to relay, but the information is scarce at the moment. Some people on the Northern Keys are reporting cell service returning, but the radio went dead and Frank set to frantically cranking the handle again while Morgan retrieved his last bottle of whiskey. The good stuff. It had been tucked away for a special occasion, and he couldn't foresee a better opportunity arising any time soon. If ever, don't let it touch you. The radio came back to life. Again, they are highly susceptible to heat. If you can make fire, then you can kill the idiots. They will burn right up, but do not let their blood touch you. It has highly toxic properties and can cause instant damage or even death, so don't let it touch you. There are a group of us gathered at the Boot Key High School Gymnasium on Boot Key, just north of the 7-mile bridge. If you can make it here safely, there is room, but it died again, and this time Frank didn't bother to re-crank the battery. What the hell are we going to do, man? He finally asked after a few minutes of silence. Morgan, who found himself involuntarily picking at the new wound on his face, could only shake his head. This wasn't exactly in the emergency preparedness manual he had ordered online. The damn thing even had a section on a zombie apocalypse, albeit tongue-in-cheek. But there was nothing about massive, flying snow bugs provided by emergency press and publishing. I guess we just, I don't know, survive. Morgan did his best. I mean, it's friggin' Florida, man. It's gotta warm back up. Right. Frank didn't seem so sure. It's not like the Earth tilted on its axis or anything. Otherwise we'd be dead. It's like they said on TV before the power went down. It's the storm of the century. You know, a freak occurrence. It can't last forever. Morgan wasn't sure if he was trying to convince Frank or himself. Either way, the words were making him feel a little better, even if he were the one saying them. The moment was fleeting, however, when the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen sent a chill down both their spines. They knew immediately it was the back door, since it had already been well beneath the snow. It was the one place they hadn't boarded up. That, and they wanted a spot where they could make a hasty exit if it became necessary. They figured they could just break the glass upper portion of the door and tunnel their way out of the island igloo. Most likely, his snow's pressure had broken the glass on its own. But they took no chances. Morgan grabbed his machete, and Frank his homemade blowtorch, cobbled together with a lighter and aerosol can of paint. Morgan turned the corner, seeing first snow and broken glass, then the snowbug writhing in pain on the floor. The house obviously too warm for its survival. Frank followed right behind, and they watched in horror as the thing would try to get up and walk, or fly, only to release a shrill series of shrieks before falling on its back or side again. This went on for several mind-numbing seconds before the thing self-combusted into a ball of wriggling flame. And, before too long, a pile of ash. It was terrifying to behold, yes, but it was also very educational, with several important points jumping out at them. They were, much as the man on the hand crank said, highly susceptible to heat. It couldn't have been any warmer than 55 or 60 degrees in the house, despite the furnace's best efforts. The second, and probably most important to their current situation, was that the snowbug had somehow dug its way in. They examined the tunnel it had made to reach the glass. It was crudely dug and only wide enough for a raccoon to squeeze through, but it was there nonetheless. The little idiots were hungry, and as it seemed now, aware of Morgan and Frank's presence beneath them. The dining room table from IKEA became the barrier they used over the back door. It didn't even need to be nailed, because once they wedged it into place, neither of them could move it again. It seemed they had just eliminated their only easy exit. Around 9:30, they fell asleep together, back to back, on the couch. They had both fought it as long as they could, but this had been perhaps the most physically and emotionally draining day that either of them had ever experienced. The original plan had been to take turns keeping watch while sleeping in increments, but Morgan's legs had been aching and cramping from his hike earlier in the day, and that combined with Frank's hangover from the whiskey, and his scarred psyche, and his scarred psyche, and his scarred psyche. Neither of them stood a chance for long. Morgan woke several hours later to Frank's vibrating shuddering, but it was impossible to tell what time it was. It was pitch black and ice cold. The power was out. "Frank," Morgan whispered to the man shaking next to him. A couple seconds later, he repeated himself, only slightly louder. "Frank." It took a third attempt at the man's name for him to bolt upright and awake. "Sammy! Sammy!" Frank screamed into the darkness. Sammy was Frank's son, a lifetime ago, long before Tawny left him for a bartender from Jacksonville, and during the period in which he happily filled the role of husband and father. He had died in a car accident when he was 3 years old. Frank was driving. It was the first time Morgan had heard Frank say the boy's name since a drunken night on the beach many years ago, and that had been after a funeral. "Frank." Morgan's voice was gentle. Frank's mindset was not good right now. Calling out his dead son's name was proof enough of that. "Frank." Morgan put his hand out into the darkness, reaching for his friend's arm. He was shaking with violent sobs, and Morgan put his arm around the man to console him, while reaching for the flashlight on the table with his other. By the time he got the light on, Frank was back to just shivering again. "I'm okay," he assured Morgan. "We gotta fuel the Jenny. We're gonna freeze to death if we don't." Frank nodded in agreement, but before they had a chance to move, they heard the noises and realized that they were not alone in the dark. It was difficult to describe, a combination of clicks and chitters and rustling about. They knew exactly what it was. Frank was the first to spring into action, surprising Morgan with his rapid ability to break through the fear that held him in place. The paint can blowtorch was in Frank's hands in a split second, and suddenly a 6-foot blaze of raging flames rocketed across the room, illuminating the mass of snowbugs that were gathering around them. It was a mental image that Morgan would never outlive. At least a half dozen of them were immediately burned to ashy crisps, while the rest climbed over each other to escape the heat. Their screams, oh dear Lord, their screams. They filled the room, vibrating off the walls and stabbing into their eardrums. They were trapped. The snow bugs were in every corner and on every wall. Buzzing through the air, the fire was the only thing keeping them in bay. And both men knew that would only last so long. Frank, who apparently could keep a cool head when he needed to, was able to figure out their best odds and called out to Morgan cowering behind him with a flashlight and machete. "The generator! We gotta get the heat going in here." Morgan's mind raced. His tiny house seemed so large and foreign in the pitch blackness. He couldn't remember, for the life of him, where he had sat the fuel can earlier in the day. Kitchen. Frank screamed, remembering that as well. He was right. It was in the kitchen next to the generator door. Morgan was starting to become really impressed with Frank all of a sudden. There was a very real possibility he had just saved both their lives with his quick thinking. Morgan did his best to light the way as Frank shot out short bursts of fire, clearing as much space as he could with each blast. It was obvious that he was trying to conserve his fuel. Just as they were crossing from one room to the next, something sharp sliced out from above them, buzzing Morgan's ear before cutting it into two dangling pieces. He screamed involuntarily and cut upward with his own blade. The only thing it made contact with was the doorframe, but the rapid movement combined with the scream jolted Frank into a misfire. The flame shot out and immediately ignited the kitchen window drapes, which had been thrown onto the floor next to the two small canisters of diesel. The cloth pile went up quick and, between the screaming snowbugs and nightmare blackness, somehow both men came to the same mental conclusion at the same time. There was just enough time to share a knowing glance before they both leapt, and then were concussed into the living room by the violent explosion which rocked the house on its foundation. Large chunks of drywall and the plywood wall that separated the kitchen and living room piled on top of them, acting as a shield from the chain reaction of detonating snowbugs, each alighting the next as the fire combusted its way around the house in a series of loud, wet, explosive pops, like the world's biggest popcorn maker. It might have been their saving grace, too, had the main gas line not somehow ignited from either the fire or a poorly located bug bomb. But when it did, 3/4 of the house was blown away in an instant. The second, larger explosion was deafening, much louder than the first, drowning out the last of the screaming snowbugs trying to drag their burning bodies away from ground zero. It rocked the very earth beneath them before a tidal wave of brick, mortar, wood, steel, and flaming embers of debris rained down on the already substantial pile that buried the two shell-shocked men. Neither of them could move for several minutes, both diving in and out of consciousness. Frank was the first to come fully aware, brought to lucidity by the half-inch piece of steel rebar penetrating his calf like a giant punk rock piercing. His moans brought about Morgan, who wasn't much better, with a couple cracked ribs and a left shoulder dislocated out its socket. It took an effort neither man would have ever dreamed they still had in them in order to crawl their way from beneath the pile of Morgan's fragmented home. But they did it. Out of one hell straight into another. Morgan looked at the broken and burning pieces of his life, his memories, blown to hell all around him. It was an incomprehensible sight. This wasn't really his home. In the morning he would wake up, start the coffee maker, and have a good laugh at the completely messed up dream he will have woken from. Flying snow spiders, a blizzard in Key West. It was so laughable Morgan was starting to wonder why he was taking it all so seriously anyway. Frank, with clarity Morgan had yet to achieve, somehow kept his head in the moment, and through his urging, the two men assisted each other as much as possible and retreated to the only room left standing in the entire house. The bedroom. By whatever twist of fate dictated such things, Morgan's tiny bedroom was the relatively undamaged. At very least, it was the only part standing with 4 walls, a roof, and most importantly, a door, despite the fires burning just outside the room. The cold was closing in quickly, and these cell. They could already feel the first signs of hypothermia setting in. The avalanche of snow that continued to pour into the blackened ditch of his house was quickly dousing the remaining flames. It wouldn't be long before they were gone as well. They needed to make a fire. Morgan had no problem sacrificing the pile of his Beach Reads paperbacks and his bed sheets, and he did his best to fashion a t-shirt sling for his aching arm while Frank worked on starting a fire. He needed to pop it back into the socket, but the only time he had seen that done was in Lethal Weapon, and even then Riggs' technique didn't seem medically sound. If he somehow lived through the night, then maybe he would find a corner to smack it against in the morning. For now, it would just have to hurt. Frank got a small fire started in the center of the room. How did that man always have a lighter on? The burning books produced thick, black smoke, then began to gather quickly, choking them in the process. It became quite clear that the setup wouldn't work, and, again at Frank's suggestion, they made a change to the scenario that neither of them were thrilled with. They moved the fire next to the bedroom door, and opened the door a few inches. It worked. The smoke furled out while the heat stayed in, the fire acting as a barrier between them and the clicking snow bugs that could be seen flittering about in the dancing shadows. They were so tired, so sore, and, despite the pitiful fire, so cold it was impossible for either of them to stay awake. And, after throwing the last flammable materials onto the fire, they didn't try to fight it any longer. Holding hands on the floor together, Morgan and Frank, neighbors of 20 years, dealer and customer, and sometimes friends, succumbed to the sweet release of sleep. It was a relaxing moment, really, with the fire crackling in their ears. And Morgan's last lucid thought was, I wonder if I'll freeze to death or get eaten. Bad. I wish I had a gun. Morgan's dreams were violent images of splattering, blue blood and flying monstrosities. And when he woke an indeterminable amount of time later, he was happy to have it end. Except it wasn't really the end, was it? He was still in the bedroom with Frank, and everything hurt. His left shoulder feeling like it had been stabbed while his arm was going numb with pins and needles. The thing that actually woke him was the thin stream of sunlight coming through the still cracked bedroom door, warming his face. Not just his face. It was warmer, maybe 60 degrees in the room, while still cool for the Keys in August. Yet nothing compared to the ardent temperature they had fallen asleep to. Morgan had apparently fallen asleep using Frank's lap as a pillow, while the big guy kind of slouched off to the side, still out cold. Using his good arm, Morgan eased himself upright and gently shook Frank's arm to wake him. Frank, wake up! Waking Frank could be like waking the dead anyway. Morgan knew that from any number of times he tried to get weed off him before noon, so he shook him a little harder. It took a half a minute of this for Morgan to realize that he really was trying to wake the dead. A check of the pulse verified it. Frank was gone, praying he was wrong and checking again. This time on a different wrist, tears began blurring his vision. Oh, dear God. Frank really was gone. Morgan couldn't tell how his neighbor passed away, but his best guesses were that Frank either froze to death, or bled to death, or a combination of the two. The less blood in his system, the quicker the hypothermia would have become critical. That being said, who the hell knew? Frank could have had a massive head trauma, or internal bleeding, or any number of things. For that matter, now that Morgan was thinking about it, so could he. Gingerly, he made his way to his feet, over the charred spot on the floor, and through the bedroom door, which, being wedged with debris, took no small effort to open wide enough for him to squeeze through. Once he was in what used to be the hall, and with no walls to impede his view, Morgan's eyes took in a sight that was balm for his soul. There were still some drifts and plenty of patches of snow, but the vibrant greens, lush browns, and brilliant blue spots outnumbered them by a large margin. Snow was melting into streams of water running in all directions, and the ocean was much further up the beach, but at least it was there. The crashing waves were like music to his ears, and without even knowing he was doing so, Morgan made his way to the shore, stumbling and climbing over rubble to get there. At the water's edge, he fell to his knees and ran his good hand through the sand. There were large chunks of ice floating away to deeper water. It was over. The tears came in a flood now, and Morgan threw his head into his lap. There was no restraining the lurching sobs anymore. Now that the mind-numbing terror was gone, and replaced with an overwhelming sense of lost crying was the only sensible thing to do. It's all he could do. The tears seemed endless, and perhaps they might have been were it not for the sudden blast of frigid wind that smacked against him, nearly rolling him onto his side. Cursing his arm, Morgan regained his balance and cleared the moisture from his vision, instantly wishing he hadn't. He didn't want to see what his skin could already feel. It was snowing again, from out of nowhere. It was snowing again, and this time, it was coming down hard. Story 4. As younger siblings tend to do, I absolutely loved my older brother Calvin. He always seemed like the coolest person in the world to me. Everybody liked him. He was president of his class, a star baseball player, and just had an all-around great personality. All the girls thought that he was such a stud, much to my surprise. And although he was older, Calvin wasn't the stereotypical monster. I think that's why we got along so well. For one thing, he would never dream of hurting me in any way. When I told my psychiatrists this, they couldn't believe it. An older brother that never once tortured his younger sister. There was no way one of those existed anywhere. But Calvin was different. His bedroom door was always open whenever I needed someone to talk to. He let me lie on his floor and listen to his records with him while he did his homework. I felt like the luckiest girl in the world. As the two of us grew up in a small town in the middle of Rhode Island, we only became closer. Maybe it was because of our family situation, but we both needed each other greatly. Our father was an alcoholic. He'd come home drunk most of the time and take out all of his anger on us. Calvin never let him get to me, though. He would let me sleep with him in his bed most nights, so I wouldn't have to hear our parents fighting through the bedroom walls alone. Our mother was helpless, but tried her hardest. She was controlled by him and was stuck in a bad situation. She often thought about leaving with us, but with our control freak of a dad, it was out of the question. Sadly, Mom died when I was 13. The autopsy showed that she had had an overdose on painkillers. They ruled it as accidental, but I was never so sure. After she was gone, our father only got worse. It got so bad that the second he graduated, Calvin moved into an apartment on the other side of town and took me with him. Our father barely protested. I'm pretty sure he never wanted kids in the first place. From then on, it was just Calvin and I, on our own in the big world. He attended the local community college and worked part-time at a grocery store. It wasn't the most glamorous thing, but it helped to get food on the table. I was hard to look after. I was deeply disturbed after such a tough childhood. I wasn't good at making friends or being friendly, but my brother never turned his back on me. We were away from our broken home, and we're happy just to have each other. It's at this point in our lives that we made the biggest mistake we ever could. The two of us didn't know it at the time, but to this day, I still regret picking up that phone more than anything. It was the end of summer, around 1976. The winds were brisk, as early September was approaching fast. Calvin and I had been on our own then for about 2 years. I was 15. He was 19. I remember that I was sitting at the kitchen table, finishing my homework. Calvin was working on fixing frozen TV dinners. The phone was in the living room. I jumped up immediately when it started to rain. "Hello?" I asked into the receiver. It was Joey Malone. Joey was my brother's best friend in high school. The two of them were practically joined at the hip until they went their separate ways for college. Joey was in Miami, and I could hear the longing for his friend in his voice. After we caught up for a brief moment, he turned serious. "Hey, let me talk to your brother real quick," Joey said. "I've got some news that I think he might like." I rolled my eyes playfully and handed the receiver to Calvin. I could hear my brother laughing from the living room as he caught up with his old friend. They must have been on the phone for a good hour, because I had already taken our TV dinners out of the oven and had finished mine by the time Calvin walked in. "Hey, sorry about that, Laurel. He smiled softly, taking a seat across from me. Man, you'll never believe what Joey's been up to. I cocked an eyebrow suspiciously. Is he locked up in prison already? I joked. No, but he might as well be. His neighbors are going away for Labor Day weekend, and he's throwing a monster party in their house while they're gone. He's invited us to come and crash it. Can you believe it? He chuckled, taking a bite of frozen chicken. I should have known right then that we shouldn't go. It was illegal to break into someone's home, but even more illegal to throw a party in it. I should have known that it wasn't a good idea, but I was naive, 15-year-old girl. So of course, I agreed. Calvin and I planned to drive up to Joey's house. It would take us a while from Rhode Island, but the two of us were so stoked, we didn't even care. We spent the long car ride blasting the doors on the radio and singing the lyrics way off key. This was definitely when I felt most content. Little did I know the terror that we'd be thrown into later that night. If I had, I would have made Calvin turn the car around and drive off a cliff. We had been in Calvin's truck for who knows how long. It was around 9 o'clock that night when we noticed that we were in a nowhere land. Our map said we were in New Jersey, but it didn't seem like it. Are you sure we aren't lost? I asked my brother as I chewed a wad of bubble gum. He kept his eyes firmly on the road ahead of us, nodding his head. Of course we aren't. Joey told me the directions himself. I rolled my eyes, blowing a bubble. We must have been driving through nothing but trees for another hour before I finally declared that we were lost. My brother had the crazy idea that his best friend was some kind of genius, but I knew better. Calvin was getting tired. I was getting restless. I had been sitting in the same position for too long, and I couldn't feel my legs. Can we please pull over somewhere? I whined. Don't you think I would have about 2 hours ago? There is nowhere to pull over to. Oh, Calvin replied, stifling a cough. It turned into a slight wheeze which caused my ears to perk up. Are you okay? I asked him, concern filling my voice. He nodded, brushing it off as just a tickle in his throat. Usually that would have been enough to disinterest me. But that night, I was on full alert. Calvin had really bad asthma. I'd almost lost him many times because of it, which was scary to think about. Almost as scary as the endless road in front of us. It was about 30 minutes later that Calvin began to get frustrated. He grumbled to himself. That idiot had no idea what he was talking about. I didn't reply. I knew he wouldn't admit that I was right. I was beginning to feel really uncomfortable with our surroundings. It was weird that we had driven hours through nothing but trees, only seeing another passing car every 50 miles or so. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared. Where were we going to sleep? On the side of the road? Just the thought of that creeped me out. Both of us were hungry. At one point, Calvin had asked me to check the map to see if there were any rest stops or motels anywhere close. There weren't. Not until it was about 10:30. Calvin was practically falling asleep at the wheel when my eyes fell upon a small speck on our ancient-looking map. Calvin, get up! I shook him, excitement rising in my voice. There's a restaurant coming up in about 20 miles. His eyes popped open. Are you serious? He asked. Yeah. There should be an exit up ahead somewhere. I couldn't believe our luck. It did strike me as odd that this was the only sign of civilization for hundreds of miles. But I was so hungry, I didn't care. I gave Calvin the directions to the place. There weren't any signs in the pitch-black forests, but I knew that we were getting close. Pretty soon, Calvin turned, and there it was. The place looked like your typical 1950s-style diner. It was a small building with large glass windows, making it easy to look inside. I could see a few people sitting down. Calvin parked on the dirt road outside. I jumped out anxiously, dying to stretch my legs. It was a lot colder in that area. I pulled a sweatshirt over my head as Calvin buttoned up his jacket. I could smell coffee and homemade pie drifting out through the sliding glass door. Calvin and I walked side by side. As I looked up at the sign, I noticed there was another part to it that I hadn't seen before. It flickered every now and then in the moonlight. O'Malley's Family Restaurant, motel on East Side. We stepped through the door. The floors were checkered, and the rows of red vinyl booths were almost all filled. There were a few bustly-looking men over at the counter, sipping hot coffee out of mugs. A woman sat with her young daughter, the two of them giggling softly as they ate plates of pancakes. A group of teenagers in leather jackets stood over by the jukebox. One slipped a dime into it, and some ancient tune by Buddy Holly started to play. An unbelievable feeling of dread immediately fell over me. It came out of nowhere, but it wouldn't go away. I immediately regretted pulling up there. I didn't even hear the woman come up to us. "Can I help you kids?" Her voice was soft like butter. I glanced up and was met with the dark eyes of an elderly woman. She wore a red dress and matching shoes, a dirty apron draped over her front. Her apple doll face smiled down at us, her silver hair gleaming in the lights overhead. I didn't speak. I don't know why, but I couldn't open my mouth. "Yes, Mom," Calvin said with a smile. "We'd just like a quick bite to eat before we hit the road again." He poked me in the back and I nodded my head feebly in agreement. "Well, come on in. My name is Millie O'Malley. Welcome to our restaurant." Her laugh had years of age visible in every syllable. Yet it made me cringe. "It's nice to meet you, Millie. I'm Calvin Duncan, and this is my sister Laurel." I still didn't feel right, as I reluctantly took her hand in mine. She was somebody's grandmother, but something about her made me uneasy. I guess I got that way around anybody new that I met, but bad vibes were coming off of her. Laurel, that's such a lovely name. I managed a weak smile as Millie let out another laugh. "Well, I don't want to keep you kids just standing around. Come on, I'll find you to a booth." Calvin and Millie were talking up a storm. I hung behind them, pretending not to notice. I learned that Millie and her husband Ted had opened the restaurant a couple of years ago after retiring. She was the hostess, and he was the cook. They didn't have any children, which is why Millie enjoyed it so much when younger people stopped in. Calvin was always so polite. He laughed at her jokes and told her our sob story. When she learned that we didn't really have any parents, her expression changed, almost to one of delight. "Oh, you poor things. Well, consider me your mother for the night." She handed us our menus as I took a seat across from my brother in the booth. As she walked away, Calvin opened his with a smile. "Isn't she just the sweetest woman you've ever met?" He beamed, his light brown bangs falling over his eyes. I didn't reply. I slouched down in my seat, not bothering to look at meal choices. I suddenly wasn't hungry anymore. My eyes wandered elsewhere. I watched as the teenagers by the jukebox drank Coke straight out of the bottle and talked amongst themselves. "What's the matter? Are you feeling okay?" Calvin asked, concern in his voice. I just nodded my head. I didn't answer when he asked me what I wanted to eat. I knew that I was getting on his nerves, but I honestly couldn't care less. When Millie came over to take our orders, I remained quiet. Calvin ordered us pancakes and hot chocolate with a warm smile. As she walked away, he turned back to me, his expression annoyed. "What's your deal tonight, Laurel? You're acting like a little kid," he snapped. "Don't you feel the least bit uncomfortable around her?" I raised an eyebrow. Calvin looked at me, confused. "What are you talking about? Mrs. O'Malley? Don't you feel it? She's weird. Something about her doesn't seem right to me." I don't know how he couldn't see it. She's just being nice. God, stop acting stuck up and try to appreciate what she's doing for us. Calvin shot back harshly. I rolled my eyes and didn't speak to him for the remainder of our meal. I now wish that I would have. I didn't know then that that would be one of the last moments I would ever spend with my brother again. When our food arrived, Calvin thanked Millie for me. I picked at my food and stared down at my shoes. Calvin pretended not to notice. We never fought. We would have squabbles, and this was one of them. Calvin was always so patient with me. But I wasn't an easy kid to look after. I often wonder if that's what got my father so angry. I had trust issues from growing up in a home where I didn't feel safe. I came off as cold a lot of the time, and my brother was usually the only one who could comfort me. But even he sometimes got fed up going to the bathroom. I spoke for the first time in half an hour. Calvin just nodded his head, taking a sip of his drink. I slid out of the vinyl booth and made my way to the back. I locked myself in a stall and stood against the wall. I don't know how long I was in there. I just needed to be away from that table. When I returned, however, Calvin was talking to Millie, who I assumed was her husband, Ted. He was a bigger man, with a few gray hairs still clinging to his balding head. His greasy apron hung over khaki pants and a green flannel shirt. They were all laughing about something, Calvin stopping to cough now and again. I walked over to the table as quietly as I could. Calvin looked up at me and smirked. "Well, speak of the devil," he joked, motioned for me to come and sit by him. He must have forgiven me, or at least had been faking it in front of the O'Malleys. I didn't care. I clung to my brother tightly. "I've been wondering what brought you kids all the way up here," Millie said suddenly, her unsettling smile growing wider. "We don't get many visitors up here." "We don't get many visitors up here." "We're driving to Florida to visit some old friends," Calvin replied. "I'm glad that we found this place, though." Millie glanced at Ted. He blinked, his expression changing to one of pleasure. They stayed silent for a moment, as if contemplating an answer. "We're a bit in the middle of nowhere, I guess." Ted chuckled hoarsely. He was missing a few teeth. The remaining ones in his mouth were all yellow. I turned to look out the window. I watched the truck as the three of them continued to talk. "Well, we'd really like to thank you folks for your kind hospitality." "How much do I owe you?" Calvin asked, reaching for his wallet. Millie shook her head. "No, it's on the house." When my brother tried to protest, she put a bony finger to his lip. He smiled in gratitude, getting up to leave. I jumped out of the booth and was just about to reach for the door when Ted blocked my way. "Hey, what do you kids think you're doing? You can't go driving out now. It's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning." I wouldn't know. There were no clocks or signs of time anywhere in the diner. It was like we were in the twilight zone. I glanced worriedly up at Calvin, trying to signal him to keep walking. "You two look like you've been driving all day," Ted continued. "I don't think it would be wise to be behind the wheel when you're tired. Come on in the back. Come on in the back. We've got a nice little motel where you kids can stay until morning." I froze. There was no way in hell that I was spending another second with those creeps. "That's all right. I tried to object. We'll be fine." But my brother wasn't so sure. "I don't know, Laurel. I'm really tired, and you're still underage. I don't want to put our lives at risk by falling asleep at the wheel." Calvin said feebly. I shook my head and grabbed his hand. He was stronger than me, though. I got pulled back onto the checkered floor. "Calvin," I tried to object, but he ignored me and walked back to Millie. "I think we'll take a room for tonight." He smiled, pushing me behind his back. Millie grinned and winked at her husband. "Wonderful. Ted will show you two to the motel across the way. If you'll give me your car keys, I can go fetch your luggage for you." My mouth was dry. I watched as my brother pulled his keys out of his back pocket. I couldn't believe it. I grabbed onto the back of Calvin's jacket as I watched Millie walk outside. He just brushed me off. I trailed behind hopelessly. Ted led us into another building a few feet away from the restaurant. It was smaller than the diner, but only by a little. It was also made entirely out of logs, as if Abe Lincoln had built it only weeks prior. He and Calvin were chatting away about who knows what. Ted pulled a key out of his pocket and quietly pushed the door open. The inside of the motel was depressing. The walls were made completely out of wood, and portraits of mountain landscapes hung on them in rows. An oriental rug lay on the floor, just underneath the front desk. There was a guest book, a cactus in a small pot, and a vintage-looking handbell on top of it. I shuddered. There was a heavy draft in there, and it looked as if there had been a vacancy for years. Well, this is the place. I don't think it's necessary to have you two sign in the guest book. So I'll show you up to your room. Ted smiled, his grotesque teeth glimmering in the light. He led us up a staircase on the right side of the lobby. The hallway was lit by a few mothy overhead lamps. It was long, and just like the rest of the motel, wooden. There were about 5 rooms on each side of us. The doors closed. It was a bit dusty, which started up another round of quiet wheezing for Calvin. I rolled my eyes. He got us into this. I felt no sympathy. Here we are. Ted finally exclaimed. He stood in front of a room and pulled open the door. There were 2 twin beds with quilt blankets and feathered pillows. The carpet was a rusty red, the wallpaper slightly peeling at the edges. Some more paintings of mountains and seasides hung around on pathetic-looking nails. I swallowed thickly. Ted reached over me, placing a meaty hand on the light switch above my head. The room didn't look any better, as it was flooded with an eerie, orangish light. It looks very homey. Thanks a lot, Ted. Calvin smiled. I slowly descended inside and sat on one of the beds. I could distantly hear Ted telling my brother where the bathroom was, where to go for breakfast, things like that. I watched silently as Millie returned upstairs with our luggage. I must have zoned out for longer than I thought, because when I looked back, the door was closed and Calvin was unpacking our suitcases. We shouldn't be here. I spoke for the first time in what felt like forever. Calvin remained silent as he tossed me my pajamas. What are you going to tell Joey? We're supposed to be at his house by tomorrow. I heard my brother let out a loud sigh. It was the kind of sigh that your father might let out at the end of a long day. Calvin must have sensed my uneasiness. He walked over slowly and took a seat beside me on the bed. I felt his arm wrap around my shoulder and squeeze it tightly. We didn't say anything. He rested his chin on my shoulder. I could hear his raspy breathing in my ear. We're going to be okay, Laurel. You need to sleep. And with that, he kissed my cheek and turned back to his side of the room. We faced opposite directions as we undressed and got into our pajamas. I reluctantly slipped under the moth-eaten blanket and cold sheets after sitting up in uncomfortable silence for nearly half an hour. There was no way I was going to sleep. I looked up at the dirty ceiling for what felt like hours, listening to Calvin's breathing. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. I must have dozed off, yet I don't remember it. Calvin is what woke me up. I heard him hastily throw his quilt onto the floor. His breathing was labored, as if he had just run a marathon. I lay up in bed. Cal, are you okay? I asked into the darkness. I didn't get a response. The zipper to his suitcase was unzipped, and I heard my brother quickly rustling through his clothes. Eventually, he found what he was looking for and walked towards the door. I'm fine. I just need some fresh air, Calvin gasped out, clutching his inhaler in his hand. Light flooded our room as he stepped into the hallway quietly. He had these episodes a lot. I always felt so helpless when he did. There was nothing I could do except watch with wide eyes as he struggled to breathe. I don't know why I didn't go after him, but I wish I would have. Those were the last words that I ever heard him speak. He was out there for about 20 minutes before I finally walked out to check on him. It usually took him a little while to calm down from his asthma attacks. But when I opened the door, Calvin wasn't there. My feet were freezing in the brisk air of the hallway. I rubbed my arms as goosebumps started forming on my pale skin. Looking around, panic slowly started to rise in my throat. I checked in the bathroom to see if Calvin was in there. He wasn't. There were many places he could go. "Calvin?" I called out into the hallway. There was no response. I quietly walked back into our room and put on a pair of slippers. I snuck down the hallway and raced down the staircase. He wasn't in the lobby either. There is no worse feeling than being completely alone in a place that you don't know. It's even worse when the only person you want to comfort you isn't there. One of the hallway lamps flickered overhead. I couldn't help the tears that streamed down my face. My mind was racing with possibilities of where my dear brother could have gone. I wondered if he had stormed off and left because I was just that annoying. I was so caught up in my panic that I didn't see what I had tripped on. I went flying face first onto the oriental carpet. As I turned my body around to try and ease the pain, my eyes widened in shock. Calvin's inhaler was lying on the ground. It was just outside the door to our room, where I'd seen him go out earlier. It was then that I knew that something was seriously wrong. Calvin wouldn't leave that lying around by choice. He wouldn't just drop it by accident. It suddenly dawned on me that wherever he went unwillingly. I let out a sob. I called out his name one more time. I reached my shaking arm out and took the inhaler in my hands. I rolled the plastic around in my palm as I stood up, placing it in my pocket. We needed to get out of there. I didn't care if he didn't agree. Once I found him, would drive away and never come back to this freak show. I dashed back into our room and grabbed the car keys off of the bedside table. I didn't bother grabbing anything else. My only focus was getting the hell out of there. I tiptoed down the staircase, the wood creaking underneath my feet, pushing open the door. I ran as fast as I could towards the diner, my only exit to the outside world. The lights were still on inside, much to my surprise. I tried not to pay attention to the menacing trees leaning over me as I raced to the back door. I was prepared to pound on it until my knuckles were red and bloody. But it opened almost immediately. I quietly slipped inside. I could see Calvin's truck on the other side of one of the clear glass windows. It looked so close, yet so far away. I don't know how much adrenaline was pumping through my body at that exact moment, but it took every ounce of strength I had not to just bolt then and there. The only thing that stopped me was the sound of a metal object clattering to the tiled floor behind me. It echoed loudly into my ears. As far as I could see, there was no one besides me in the building. All of the customers were long gone. I spun around quickly. The doors to the kitchen were closed. When I tried to pry one open, it was locked. I kicked it as hard as I possibly could. I screamed out into the emptiness of the diner for somebody, anybody, to come to help me. It felt like I'd been in there for years. A dizzying wave of nausea overtook me. I heard that object clatter again, as well as a few barely audible whispers. Someone said, "Damn," and was quickly shushed. I had to hold my breath just to hear them again. Whatever it was close by. My neck craned, trying to peer into the kitchen once more. The glass windows were hidden behind a black curtain hung up so I couldn't see inside. That had not been there earlier. I snuck around behind the counter and pressed my ear against the murky walls. There was a sudden silence, and then the shuffling of feet on the tiled floor. I don't know what urged me to do it. It could have been the adrenaline, or the hopelessness that had overwhelmingly taken over my body that night. On the counter, there were rows of ketchup bottles and silverware. I grabbed a fork out from under a napkin and clutched it in my sweaty palms. I knew there was somebody, or something, behind that window. I wasn't alone in there. I jammed the fork onto the glass. After about 30 seconds, the glass was starting to crack. I kept banging and banging it until it shattered in front of me. The millions of pieces seemed to fall in slow motion. I didn't step back, though, for as I pulled away the sheet, nothing on earth could prepare me for what I was about to stumble onto. A stream of smoke poured out through the broken glass, but even through it I could see that the O'Malley's kitchen was a typical diner kitchen. There were a few stoves and ovens. A refrigerator in the back held weeks' worth of food, but that was not what caught my attention. The overwhelming stench of burning flesh filled my nostrils. I coughed and gagged, struggling hard to get her breath out. My eyes started to tear up. The grotesque smell made me want to puke. Who was there? I recognized the voice. It was the voice of the man who had taken Calvin and I to our rooms a couple of hours before. I didn't make a sound. I still couldn't see. But eventually the smoke cleared through the broken window. My watery eyes soon adjusted to the fluorescent lighting. My mouth fell open in horror. Ted and Millie O'Malley stood in the middle of the kitchen. There was a silver pot, about the size of a record player, resting on a table in the center. It was the first time that I got a good look around me. Blood was splattered on every inch of the walls surrounding us. It dripped down in streams and formed small puddles on the floor. There was cleaver clutched in Ted's meaty fist, gleaming menacingly in the light. Millie stood beside him, a wooden spoon at her side. It was wet and covered in what looked like oversized worms. Intestines. I didn't speak. My attention turned to the pot, still boiling and bubbling. I saw my brother's pajamas strewn into a pile in the corner. I could see clumps of his hair sticking to the sides of the pot. My feet stayed frozen in place as the stench of his burning flesh filled my head and every inch of my body. My eyes burned. My mouth was dry. I couldn't even utter a scream. Grab her. I couldn't even utter a scream, Millie snarled in a cackling voice. Ted lunged for me, but I was too quick. The fat ass fell on his front, face first, into a puddle of Calvin's blood. Millie grabbed the cleaver and threw it at the door, just as I pried it open and ran like hell. I ran outside the diner and flung open the door to the truck, jamming the keys inside. I could make out Millie's body racing towards me in the night, but I started the car up faster. It sputtered for a moment and then shot out like a rocket. I had no experience with driving. That was not my top priority. I needed to find help. Tears were streaming down my face, blocking my vision. I was having a mental breakdown as I whisked unsteadily through the New Jersey trees. I let out howls of despair. Occasionally, I'd spit up whatever food I had left in my stomach. The smell of that flesh wouldn't leave me. I'm sure I nearly drove off the road at least 3 times. But I didn't care. They had killed Calvin. They had killed my brother and chopped him up and cooked him. I pounded my head on the wheel, the horn blasting into the night. I could feel the blood trickling down the side of my face, seeping into my hair. My vision was starting to show spots. I don't know how long I had driven until I finally found a car on the side of the road. There was a man kneeling down to examine one of his tires. I jerked to a stop and flew out of the truck, slamming the door behind me. Vomit clung to the sides of my mouth, dried blood on my face, tears still gushing like a waterfall. He was an older man with a wrinkled face and skunk streaks in his dark hair. I frightened him, for he stood back in fear. I knew I looked like a mess, a drug addict, whatever. I sounded like one too. You need to help me. They killed my brother. They killed him. They killed him. They killed him. They killed him. I remember falling to my knees and howling in pain. The man tried to pry me back up, but I thrashed around in his arms. He groaned loudly as I kicked right in the gut by accident. I could distantly hear his panicked voice trying to get an answer out of me. Who? He yelled through a thick Jersey accent. Who killed your brother? I shook my head rapidly, gasping for air. The wind pounded at my ears as I tried to speak. The last things I could make out were his eyes gleaming in the darkness as I wheezed out the name through the pain. I fell hard to the asphalt. They tell me that I was practically frothing at the mouth when they found me. I blacked out for a moment, and the cops assumed I was dead. But I woke up. I was screaming for Calvin, screaming for somebody to help him, screaming for someone to believe me. Yet, to this day, no one does. O'Malley's family restaurant had been torn down in the late 1950s. Once word got out that the seemingly friendly owners trapped their victims in their motel and ate them, It was barricaded and destroyed. Theodore and Millicent O'Malley were given the death penalty in 1956. 20 years before my brother and I pulled up that summer night. I later learned that they had killed over 20 travelers who crossed their paths, including a gang of motorcycle riders, a group of teenage greasers, and a woman with her young daughter. When the man who found me finally brought me over to the police, I was in hysterics. I was handcuffed and thrown into the back of a patrol car. They drove me back to the exit where Calvin and I had turned earlier that night. Where the restaurant had stood mere hours earlier was just an empty lot. The sign wasn't there. The building had disappeared. There was no motel, no sign that anybody had been there for years. It was just an empty patch of dirt. No sign of life anywhere. No sign of Calvin. I tried to explain. I cried for what felt like years. Yet no one believed me. The police searched for months on end, but they never did find my brother's body. His final resting place had vanished into thin air. They never found any evidence of anything. I still had Calvin's inhaler in the pocket of my sweatshirt. I can't tell you the number of times I shoved it in those copes' faces, telling them that it was the key to finding out where he was. But I was a lost cause. They even had the audacity to accuse me of murdering him. My case was eventually outruled due to lack of evidence, but my years of pain never stopped. The judge was convinced that I was mental and needed to be locked away. So they threw me in here, which is where I have been since the early autumn of '76. I'm a grown woman now, writing this story down as a cry for help. I'm hoping that somebody out there will believe me. Someone who knows what I'm talking about. I swear to God that I am not insane. I felt it. I lived it. It survived it. I lived it. It survived. It's not all in my head. Yet that has been what all of these doctors and psychiatrists have been trying to convince me for years. They said I've imagined it all. All this medication pumping into my body has turned my brain to mush. But I know that I didn't. It was too real to have possibly been a dream. The only thing I still have to remember that night by is Calvin's inhaler. I hold it onto it every day, never letting it go. It's the only thing I have to remind myself that my brother was real. It's the only piece of evidence that I have. It's the only part of him that they will never be able to take away from me. You won't find anything about the O'Malleys or Calvin Duncan anywhere on the internet. It's as if it was a tragedy meant just for us. It's as if the whole world wants to forget. Yet, there is a road down in Winston, New Jersey. If you turn at just the right spot, you might see the ghostly hue of a diner, filled with life and joy inside. Don't be fooled. It isn't real. Keep driving, and don't look back. But if you do happen to see a boy in the window, with mousy brown hair, kind eyes, and a loving smile, you should wave at him. You should yell out into the night that Laurel loves him, and you should tell him that she is sorry, that she couldn't have done more. Story 5. I gotta tell you, Connor, this is one amazing story, Kurt said, plopping down on the couch next to him. You've got me believing in the boogeyman again? I actually checked under my bed last night, Connor laughed, taking the manuscript back. Well, it did take first prize in that contest, so I would hope it's good. Kurt put an arm around Connor's shoulder and proclaimed to the imagined masses in front of him. I can see it now, Connor. We'll both head to college after the summer. You will write an amazing horror film, and I will shoot it. It will get wildly popular on YouTube. Some Hollywood exec will see it, and we will be rich beyond our wildest dreams. Connor shoved Kurt's arm off him with a grunt. Right, just like what happened with these guys whose series you're showing me. What's it called again? Marble Hornets, Kurt said, pulling out some DVDs. And, well, they're not rich and famous yet, but they should be. And it's about a tall man or something? Connor said, settling into the couch. And you call yourselves a horror buff? Kurt said scornfully as he put the first DVD in. It's Slender Man. And he's scary as hell. We'll see, Connor said as the DVD started. A few hours later, Connor stood up and stretched. That was surprisingly good, he said. I know, right? Kurt said, popping the DVD back out. Who would have thought a tall, faceless dude could be so scary? Not me, Connor said, turning to look at the clock. I'm gonna head home. I still have finished packing for our camping trip. My dad is totally stoked for this, Kurt said. Kurt said, I think he's more excited than I am. Connor laughed. My dad's tolerating it. You should have seen all the bug spray he bought. You want me to drive you home? Kurt asked as Connor headed for the door. I live 3 blocks away. I can walk, Connor said as he opened the door. I just don't want the Slender Man to get you, Kurt said. Cute, Connor said as he walked outside. He waved. I'll see you tomorrow, Kurt. Putting his hands in his pockets, he strolled across the lawn and down the street. As he walked, Connor's brain turned over the concept of the Slender Man in his head. Why was he around? What exactly did he do besides stand around menacingly? And more importantly, how would he use him in a story? Connor stopped as something black and white flashed by him in his peripheral vision. Heart beating, he turned to look to his right. Hello? He said. Click on the pavement behind him made him jump. Who's there? He said, whipping around. A wagging tail greeted his vision in friendly brown eyes. He sighed and laughed at himself. Hello, Daisy, he said to the black and white dog in front of him. Did you jump your fence again? Daisy just wagged her tail in response. Come on then, he said, patting his leg to get her to follow him. I'll take you home. The next day, Kurt, Connor, and both their dads piled into a Suburban packed tight with camping gear. Let's get this trip started, Kurt hooted from the back seat. All right, Kurt's dad said as he turned on the ignition. Connor's dad grunted in the passenger seat. So, you lose any sleep last night? Kurt said, shoving Connor. Connor yawned. Yeah, I had more packing to do than I thought. Kurt gave an exasperated sigh. Not that. What then? Connor asked, puzzled. Oh, Slender Man. He shrugged. It was good, Kurt. Scary even. But I've been writing stuff like this for a long time. I know it's not real. Killjoy, Kurt muttered, settling back in his seat. They spent the rest of the ride chattering about the park they would be camping in and the college they would be going to. Kurt's dad piped in enthusiastically about hiking trails and fishing streams, while Connor's dad told him about his old fraternity days whenever Kurt's dad stopped for breath. They pulled into the state park early in the afternoon and found their campsite. After they set up camp, Kurt grabbed Connor's arm. My dad says there's an awesome hiking trail close by that leads to a nearby lake. Let's check it out. Can't it wait until tomorrow? Connor said, sitting on the ground. I could use a nap. Connor, come on, Kurt said, tugging on his arm. Stay together, Kurt's dad called after them as Kurt bounced off and Connor trudged behind him. Kurt grabbed his pack as he passed his tent. It's not going to be that long of a hike, is it? Connor asked. Be prepared, Kurt said with a mischievous grin. Connor sighed and grabbed his own pack. The trees quickly closed in on them as they walked away from the campsite. Ooh, he could be here, Kurt said, spinning around slowly in place. Connor said, slapping at his neck. He was beginning to wish he had grabbed some of his dad's bug spray. Hey, hold up a second, I gotta take a leak, Kurt said, shifting his pack and running off into the woods. Kurt, wait, stop, Connor hollered after, shifting his own pack. We're supposed to stick together. You want to watch me pee, you pervy? Kurt hollered back. Not particularly, Connor said to himself, leaning against a tree. He sighed as he waited for Kurt. A few minutes later, Connor bolted upright when he heard a panicked yell. Connor, get over here, quick. Connor dropped his pack and leaped off the path. Kurt, he yelled. Connor! Kurt yelled back. Connor followed the sound of his voice deeper into the woods. Connor! Kurt yelled again, close by. Connor rounded a corner and came to a stop as a black and white suit flew at him from high in the air. Jeez, Connor said, throwing himself backwards. He thrashed for a moment before he realized the suit was empty. He lay back down. Funny, Kurt, he said. He heard laughter above him and looked up. Kurt was sliding down a nearby tree. Oh no, Slender Man doesn't scare me, Kurt said, grabbing the suit and stuffing it back in his pack. Connor cuffed the back of his head. I'm going back to camp, he said. Come on. Kurt followed him, still giggling. Connor shook his head. Could you please stop with the giggling? You got me, okay? Kurt stopped giggling. Thank you, Connor said, continuing forward. Then he realized it wasn't just the giggling that had stopped. Kurt had stopped walking completely. Connor turned around. What now? He said. Kurt was standing open-mouthed, staring at something behind and above Connor. Connor turned around and looked. Trees, and more trees stood in front of him, but nothing else. No, Kurt whispered. It can't be. Connor turned back around. Look, the suit was funny, but you need to knock it off, Kurt. Kurt wasn't listening to him, though. He was slowly backing away with his hands up. I can see you, he whispered. Isn't that enough? Connor took a step towards Kurt. Kurt, he said slowly, worry creeping into his voice. What are you talking about? Kurt screamed, high and shrill. It should have been funny. Connor should have been joking about what a little girl Kurt sounded like. But all Connor could see was a very real terror in Kurt's eyes as he scrambled backwards, waving at something Connor could not see. No, Kurt was shrieking, holding up his hands, his eyes locked with Connor's. You have to see him, he screamed. He says, he'll kill me if you can see him. And then a spurt of red slashed across Kurt's chest, and he screamed again. Connor ran forward then. He couldn't see what was hurting his friend, but that wound had to come from somewhere. But even as Connor ran forward, Kurt moved back. Only Connor wasn't sure it was under his own power anymore. It was more like he was skidding as someone pushed him. More red slashes appeared on Kurt's arms and face, and he tried to cover himself as his screams grew quieter. I didn't believe. Not really, he whimpered, and then a single deep red point appeared in the middle of Kurt's chest. He gave one final wail and then fell silent. Connor finally caught up with Kurt. He knelt down and shook him by the shoulder. Kurt! He yelled. Kurt's body crunched the underbrush, and Connor shook him more urgently. Kurt! He screamed, his own terror full-throated now. But Kurt didn't answer. Connor let his hands drop from Kurt, and slowly he stood up, backing away. There was no doubt in his mind to who the hey Kurt had been screaming about was. But that wasn't possible. You're not real? Connor said, voice shaking. But a squiggling little doubt wormed into his mind. As he backed away, his eyes turned towards the shadows cast by the trees, and then one branch's shadow seemed to move and snake, and then two, and three. Slowly Connor turned around. A glimpse of black and a head far, far too high in the air. He didn't scream again. He was too far gone for that. He just ran, heedless of where he went. He didn't dare look behind him. He knew that if he did, he would be lost. Trees flashed past. He stumbled and fell in a briar patch, hands stinging. He shoved himself up. His knees felt wet. He was bleeding. No time to stop, though. Just one breath, then the next. Eventually, at the top of a steep incline, he lost his footing and fell. End over end, he tumbled, neck turning awkwardly at points. but always stopping just short of a break. He came to a stop on his back and out of breath at the bottom of the hill. He looked up at the sky, dazed, seeing the sunlight patter through the branches above him. He was vaguely aware that he appeared to have landed in a patch of mushrooms that were now encircling him on all sides. And then, something very thin and very tall moved above him. He was falling again, and Connor wondered if he had imagined stopping at the bottom of the hill. But it was dark now. He flailed his arms and legs and met nothing. Something thin but strong encircled his right wrist. Automatically he pulled away, but he found he couldn't move his arm. Whatever was around his wrist was twining its way up his arm. Breathing hard, he pulled with all his might. His left hand felt through the pitch black, scratching and clawing at the thing that was moving up his arm. But it was implacable. Nothing he did stopped it. And then it was on his shoulder and wrapping around his neck. He stiffened, wondering if it meant to choke him. But though the tendril was firm, it didn't crush his neck. It snuck around his head, and then he felt, rather than saw, it hover just above his right eye. No, 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 he said as he felt it suddenly plunge forward. Vitreous humor dripped down his cheek, but Connor had scant time to worry about that, for as the tendril plunged into his eye, visions began to play in his mind. He saw small children on a playground, laughing and running, but as he watched, it was as if the very air grew unstable, and it wavered. He felt heat as he had never known, felt his arms breaking into blisters. He heard crackling all around him as if he was sitting in a fireplace, and he prayed that the fire would take him. The laughter of the children melded into screams, screams of pain, and worse, screams of terror. Something malevolent moved towards them through the flames, something that had come to claim them. They should have died in the flames, should have moved on, but something was holding them back, tying them into this one moment of agony, and holding them there until they forgot they had ever known anything else. And Connor was with them in that moment, held suspended between life and death, and he cried, his tears mixing with the jelly, pouring from his right eye. Then more tendrils came and shook him by his shoulders, back and forth. The screaming became deeper and less panicked, and Connor thought this was odd, because he wasn't screaming anymore, and the kids' screams had been so high-pitched it was odd to hear such a mature tone coming from them. Had they been trapped here so long they had grown? The shaking came again, and Connor heard his name. Connor, can you hear me? His eyes flew open, and he saw far above him a crescent moon rising above the trees. He bolted up, hand flying to his right eye. It was whole, and as he removed his shaking hand, he found he could see fine. Connor? Someone questioned next to him, but he ignored it. He pulled his right sleeve up, but his arm was whole and unblemished. Trembling, he tried to stand up, but felt hands pushing him back down, a voice urging him to take it easy. The voice was shouting to others now. Connor turned towards the voice, and a small corner of his mind registered that it was his dad who was now hugging him and crying. Dad, Connor said, voice cracking. His dad hugged him tighter as Connor heard other people stumbling down the hill. Dad, Connor began again. Where's Kurt? His dad pulled away and looked him in the eye, and Connor knew without a word that Kurt was gone. And he wondered if Kurt was really gone or tied to that one moment where you hung between worlds. Burying his head in his hands, Connor sobbed. Patrick, somebody said to Connor's dad as he continued to sob. They caught the son of an idiot that killed Kurt. Connor looked up, confused. But how could you catch him? He asked. His dad just patted his back and said something about shock. And then firm arms were helping him up and moving him. And Connor, confused, tired, and frightened, Let them lead him up the hill and out of the woods. Connor sighed as he looked out the window. I can't believe it's been 10 years. He shook his head. I can't believe this is our last visit. He turned his head to look at the woman behind the desk. She smiled. Our last scheduled visit. You've come a long way from when I first met you. Screaming about the faceless man who killed your friend. Connor sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. It all seems so real, Dr. Kennedy. Sometimes I still see him. And in my dreams, sometimes I still see him. Yet in my dreams, it's to be expected, Dr. Kennedy said, folding her hands and placing them on her desk. You will probably always associate this Slenderman, as you called him, with your friend's death in some manner. It was easier for your mind to associate the brutal killing of your friend with a monster than with a man. The medication should continue to help with the bad dreams. And if you ever need me, day or night, you can always call. She opened a drawer on her desk and pulled something out. By the way, before you go, there's something I would like you to do for me. Connor stood up and walked over to the desk. What's that? Dr. Kennedy looked up at him and smiled. Your book, By the Fire's Light. Would you sign it for me? Connor laughed as he reached over and slid the book to himself. Dr. Kennedy handed him a pen. You know, you were right, he said, as he scrawled his name and a small note of thanks on the inside cover. Writing it out, the faceless man, the fire, and the kids really did help me to get it out of my head. I didn't think I'd be turning it into a book when I started. I think it's good, Doctor, Kennedy said, taking the book back from Connor. You've taken something destructive in your life and turned it into something constructive. Just one last thing to do, I guess, Connor said, looking out the window. Dr. Kennedy cocked her head. So you still plan to visit Kurt's killer today? Connor nodded, still looking out the window. I just want to hear it from him. Why he did it. This could be closure you need, Dr. Kennedy said, standing. Connor turned back to her. I think it's a good thing, just like your book. She smiled again. The critics are eating it up from what I've seen. It's starting to sell like wildfire. Right, wildfire, Connor said, repressing a small shudder. He reached out a hand. Well, thanks for everything, Doc, he said. Dr. Kennedy took his hand and shook it. Good luck to you, Connor. 15 minutes later found Connor on the way to the state penitentiary. His blue Corolla rolled down the interstate. A feeling of anxiety had been building in him all day. Normal, he supposed. He was going to confront his friend's killer. He shook his head and rubbed the back of his neck again. A flash of black and white next to him on the road made him catch his breath. Checking the rearview mirror, he saw a man in a business suit on the shoulder of the road, looking at a car with smoke pouring from the hood. Connor sighed. Get a hold of yourself, Connor, he murmured as he pulled off at his exit. You've just put your life back together. A guard tower, 3 buzz-ins, and keyless, cell phoneless, and anything that even looked like a weaponless later. Connor sat down in front of a plastic barrier. Next to him was a beige telephone. In front of him was a tall, burly man. Jared Holloway, Kurt's killer. Jared's hair was practically shaved off with only a small bit of dark fuzz showing. His brown eyes were hard and his fingers gnarled. Jared picked up the phone. Connor did the same. So, Jared said, a sneer on his face. I suppose you've come to find out why I did it. Connor looked into Jared's face. At the sneer, the hate. He looked into Jared's eyes and saw, just for a moment, a flame flicker in them. No, Connor said, surprising himself in Jared. No. He said again, wonderingly. He put the phone down for a moment and looked around them. The guards were alert for any wrongdoing, but they weren't really paying attention to what he was saying. He picked the phone up again and turned to Jared. I want to know why you took the blame. Jared's eyes widened for a split second and then narrowed. What, are you still crazy? Crazier when they found you after I lost you? He leaned forward. It's simple. I took a knife and sliced your friend up, his blood still dripping from my hands. I turned on you and you ran like a little pansy. You got lucky and I lost you. End of story. End of story. Connor leaned forward too. Yes, that's what you told the cops, the court. Everyone. His eyes locked with Jared's again. But it's not true, is it? He whispered. Jared's eyes flickered back and forth rapidly. Again, for a second, Connor saw a flame dancing. Jared closed his eyes and shuddered. Jared closed his eyes and shuddered. Look, he rasped, voice low and close to panic. If I say that's what happened, it's what happened. He shook his head. I may be on death row, but there are things worse than death. And then before Connor could say anything else, Jared hung up his phone. Connor sat and watched as the guard took him back and wondered. That night Connor sat in his apartment in a small kitchen dining room area. The only light came from a small lamp on the counter. He looked down at the book in his hands and leafed through the pages. Dr. Kennedy was right. It was selling well and his publisher was already clamoring for a sequel. He should be happy, but he was more apprehensive than ever. Putting the book down on the counter, he grabbed a kettle off the stove and filled it with water. He needed to relax. A cup of tea, and then bed. Turning back to the stove, he turned it on. It clicked for a moment as it tried to ignite, and then flames shot out it in a gigantic whoosh. With a yell, Connor flung himself backwards over the counter. The flames were shooting straight up, impossibly high, licking the wooden cabinet above the stove. The cabinet began to burn, turning black as smoke curled away from it. It was burning as if gasoline had been dumped on the fire, racing across the cabinet door. Connor turned, reaching for his fire extinguisher, and then stopped. In the corner, by the front door, was tall, thin space of black that was darker than the surrounding apartment. Connor froze, staring at it, even as he felt the heat from the fire behind him lick his back, and then it moved towards him. Towards him. No, Connor screamed, bolting towards his bedroom door. He shoved it closed and locked it, for all the good it would do. Even as he closed the door, he could hear the fire whooshing, growing. There was an orange glow coming from the crack beneath the door. Backing away, Connor looked around him. He was on the 4th floor. The only way down was a long jump. He backed against the window. Why now? He whispered. Why have you come? There was no answer as the door crackled and the room began to fill with smoke. Vaguely, Connor was aware that smoke alarms were going off, and that people in the hall were running for the fire escape. But more importantly, he was aware that flames were licking through the door now, and in the smoke, he could see dancing tendrils weaving in through the cracks. With sudden resolve, he lifted the window. You may have taken him, he said, turning to the door one more time. He climbed up into the window as a business suit came into view, smoke and flame obscuring his view, so he couldn't tell if the tie was red or just black reflecting the flame's light. But you won't take me? And then he pushed backwards, not daring to look below him. Wind whistled in his ears as he fell. Connor didn't feel fear. Instead, he felt a certain giddiness, and when what looked like a head popped out of his window, he waved cheerily for just a second before his body hit the concrete sidewalk. There was jarring pain all through him and stars flooded his vision. At least I get to leave, he thought, hearing screams and running feet distantly. And then he thought no more. Story 6. The Dancer. I was told I shouldn't write this. My friends, those few that I have left, tell me it will be embarrassing, a public declaration of my mental illness. My father, dry as ever, reminded me that it would contradict my sworn testimony in court. And for my part, I know deep down that no one should know what happened in the woods. No one can ever go back there. I know this is wrong as I write it, but it does not matter. My reputation, my freedom, and even what's right, none of that will matter by tomorrow morning. I can hear my death waiting for me outside this hospital room. I see him dancing every time I close my eyes. I have nothing left to lose. All that's left to me is my story. I'll start at the beginning. A year ago, I tried to kill myself. At that time, I was a senior in high school, and when that school year ended, I was set to repeat the semester in the fall. At that point, my parents had gone well past their limit with my nonsense. They decided that, after an obligatory stay in the hospital, I was going to be spending the summer getting better. Now, I have been to rehabs, hospitals, and every facility of the sort in the city. At the time, I was taking enough medicine to make your head spin. Throwing money and pills at the problem didn't seem to work, but my parents never knew another way. Nothing was working though, so this time, they were done throwing money at traditional solutions. Instead, they thought it was time to start throwing money at alternative solutions. Specifically, an experimental retreat for at-risk teens somewhere in the north of Westchester County. So, as soon as I had come home from the hospital, my bags were packed, and my mother was waiting for me in the car. On the ride up, the first thing I noticed after leaving the suburbs of New York was the suddenness of the trees. That's a weird way to put it, but it's the right way. One minute, we were going up what looked like the main road. We passed a bagel shop, a grocery, and a taqueria. Then I saw a big metal sign. It read, "Welcome to the village of Briarcliff Manor, established 1902. As soon as I read the sign, it was gone, and suddenly, all I could see was a wall of trees. The sidewalk, which had been to our left, was gone, replaced by the banks of the Hudson River. Maybe I was just a terminal urbanite, but by that point, I was starting to feel like we were going straight to the middle of nowhere, and began to consider the possibility that my parents had decided to drop me off in the woods, never to be seen, again like a cursed baby in a fairy tale. Looking back, I'm not sure I was wrong, but at the time, the thought dissipated as quickly as the wall of trees. Suddenly, we were back amidst civilization, and I could see nothing but identical houses flying by. On and on it went, shrubbery into suburbs, as the car went on. I did notice, as we got closer, that the time spent amidst the thick flurry of trees was getting longer, while the industrialized interruptions were getting ever briefer. I felt like drifting off to sleep. The sight of a building through the trees stopped me. I was about to ask if we were there, but then I saw it. In disbelief, I thought, "That's not the retreat. It can't be." The building I saw was a ruin. Some kind of rotted-out barn standing next to an out-of-place willow. There on a hill just past the forest fence. There was something about it that made me uneasy, and I wondered why the wretched building hadn't been torn down yet. I didn't have much time to think about it then. Now I wish I had. It was not long before we reached the place. A wooden pioneer-style sign loomed against a tree, with the words, "Pawnee Roberts Retreat for Troubled Teens," burnt into it. Just past the sign was a gravel path. The noisy, bumpy drive down the gravel was first set against a backdrop of trees and shrubbery, but the vegetation soon gave way on our left side, and bushes faded into fen, revealing the marshlands at the river's edge. With the car's window cracked, I could hear the cries of waterfowl just above the crunching of tires against the improvised road. We made one last turn, and I saw the retreat come into view. The whole place was made up of 3 wooden longhouses, extending like rays from one central and much grander cabin. My mother pulled into a parking spot, and I noticed that there weren't many other cars. Just one beat-up red Subaru and a couple of white vans branded with the same logo I saw on the way in. Leaving our car and entering the campus, we didn't see many more signs of life. Something felt wrong about that place, but I didn't know what it was at first. It took a moment, but I figured it out before we reached the steps to the main building. It was quiet and terribly so. I had heard the sounds of nature on the way in, but amidst the cabins, in this clearing of trees, I could hear nothing but my own breathing. I didn't want to go in and remained unmoving on the flagstones. My mother saw my delay for what it was. I was dragging my feet like a child. She turned back and shot me a withering look. She didn't say a word, but her expression was clear enough. It said, "After everything you've put us through, we still help you, and now you're fighting me." I cringed at the sight, and with a bit of effort, forced myself up the wood slat steps towards the main office. Almost as soon as I'd made it up to the main landing, the cabin's double doors were thrown open. From the doorway emerged a small woman who I assumed to be the titular Tawny. She looked to be in her early 40s. Her jet black hair was flecked with gray and drawn up in an intricate braid, and smile lines were creased into the edges of her mouth. Her clothes were more practical than her hair. She wore a short-sleeved button-down shirt tucked into brown cargo pants that were pushed into black rubber boots that seemed to be caked in dried mud near the bottom. She gave us a warm look through her thick glasses and extended an arm. She shook hands with my mother and then me. After a firm handshake and a friendly greeting, she proved my assumptions correct and introduced herself as Dr. Tawny Roberts, psychiatrist and founder of this retreat. The doctor waved us in through the double doors. The interior wasn't as rustic as I had thought it would be. Wood-paneled walls met a vaulted ceiling held up by 4 grand oak columns, and the walls were decorated with pastoral paintings. Animals grazed against breathtaking vistas and pleasant fields. I thought that I liked this building. It somehow managed to feel classy and cozy all at once. From this lobby, we were directed to a grand front desk. It was made of black-painted wood and gilded with brass. Its massive surface was adorned by an ancient-looking brick of a desktop in one corner, and a somewhat unstable-looking tower of documents on the other. Behind the desk sat the doctor's young assistant. He was handsome, almost offensively so. The man looked like a stock photo of some kind of hometown hero, football player. Blonde hair and blue eyes set into a pretty face that contrasted pleasingly with broad shoulders and muscled arms. He introduced himself as Gerald before saying, "Well, that's what my dad calls me anyway. My friends can call me Jerry. I saw an offer of pleasantries, if not real friendship, in his tone, and I hated him for it. I responded to his kind gesture with a cold remark of my own. "It's nice to meet you, Gerald," I said without a hint of charm. I immediately saw that the remark worked exactly as I had intended. Jerry dropped the performative friendliness and handed over the paperwork without another word. The doctor was clearly amused by this, and she shot me a grin as we went to fill out the forms. After what felt like an eternity, but in all likelihood was only about 10 minutes, we finished the paperwork. My mother went to hand it back, and just like that, the doctor dropped the easy conversation she'd been having with Gerald. She ushered my mother through a smaller door behind the front desk. I knew this wait well, the long tedium while a parent speaks to an authority figure just beyond earshot. I settled in for a long, nervous vigil in the waiting room. But to my surprise, I didn't feel nervous that time. I was actually beginning to feel a little bit excited. I decided that I liked this doctor. And what's more, I liked this place too. It felt warm and full of opportunities for fun. For a moment, I forgot the terrible stillness outside and began to feel like I was once again a kid at summer camp, carefree and innocent. I smiled and decided that I preferred waiting in anticipation to counting the minutes in fear. Despite this newfound appreciation, I did not have to wait that long. Suddenly, I heard a door open. It seemed as if no time at all had passed since my mother had first gone through that door. But here she was, coming out again, and I was being waved in by an enthusiastic Dr. Roberts. As I approached the door, a feeling caught hold of me. It had been a creeping thing that had been sneaking up on me ever since we'd first arrived. It was a feeling of age, a sense of just how ancient this place was. The building was old. I could smell it in the stale air and hear it in the creaking foundations. This ancient feeling came at me in full force when I saw the little door. I heard its wailing plea as it bent back on black iron hinges. And before the door could close, though, I noticed 2 more things that cemented the feeling. The first was the polished brass doorknob, which was engraved with the image of a dancer. The figure on the doorknob was enticing, terribly realistic, and entrancingly beautiful. It was a man who was stretched out in arabesque, his long legs stretched to their full extent, revealing lean muscle beneath his leotard. It seemed to me that the dancer almost moved as his metal form shimmered in the afternoon sun. I was only broken from the dancer's trance by a small cough from Dr. Roberts. At the sound, I tore my eyes away from the doorknob, and my gaze met hers. I saw her waiting, expectant and poised. I knew that I had lingered too long. With that, I followed her into the empty office. I was careful from then on not to appear so lost. I did not want to make a bad first impression with the person who had the power to have me involuntarily committed after all. As I left the brass dancer behind, I felt a strange sense of unease fall over my shoulders. The doorknob had indeed been a work of art, but something about its unearthly beauty left me on edge, and more afraid than I would have admitted at the time. The abruptness of that new sensation, paired with the other oddities, put an end to the good humor I had managed to scrape together from the friendly atmosphere and cozy waiting room. Suddenly, I was not a carefree child at summer camp. Instead, I was, once again, the greasy, suicidal mess who couldn't graduate from high school. Once I remembered myself, I also recalled my healthy mistrust of doctors. Dr. Roberts let the door close shut of its own accord and sat down. She cocked her head and said, "First, I want to express my sincere satisfaction at your decision to change your life for the better this summer." Her words felt sterile, and I grew cold. For the second time that afternoon, I decided to be mean. I waited to respond as I sat down in one of the chairs and looked across the desk at the doctor with complete disinterest. I ignored her comment. Instead, I asked a question of my own, one that I thought to be a lot more interesting. "So how old is this founding father's ass place anyway?" The question was genuine, but the sentiment was insidious. I was showing complete disinterest in the conversation and straying off topic. I knew very well that this was a tried and tested way to piss off mental health professionals of any stripe. But to my surprise, my technique failed. Instead of annoyance on her face, I saw the doctor light up. She gave me a smile that was full of nice surprises. In that smile, I saw the joy she took in someone else showing interest in a long-held hyperfixation. "It certainly is," she said. "The building we're in now was built by James Van Jensen. He was an heir to an old family. Maybe you've even heard of him." She paused there and only continued when my confusion became apparent. The Van Jensens were an old family. Old New York aristocrats who went back to the very first Dutch settlers. To see the doctor's eyes glow with pure expressed academic passion, a quality which began to show in the excited pitch of her voice. She continued, "Anyway, back in the early 20th century, James built this building here as a summer house, along with some farmland a few miles away, to provide an income for his children to inherit after his death." She looked like she might have gone on, but the doctor stopped herself and caught her breath. Despite her clear desire to continue her lecture, Dr. Roberts took one deep breath and returned to business. "I can tell you the rest I know later, but for now, we've got a few things to finish up." She followed that up with another smile, and once again, I felt at ease. The doctor and her genuine pleasure in the history of this place were encouraging, and I chose to ignore the feeling I had on the way in. Suddenly, the ancient stale feeling was washed away, and in its place, once again, was warmth. I was at a summer camp again. What followed was a conversation I still hold dear. It was simple and utterly unremarkable. We talked about my history, why I'd come to this place, and my hopes for the future. It was utterly unremarkable and completely sweet. That afternoon was the last time I can remember feeling comfortable. It was around 4 o'clock by the time our interview wrapped up. "There's just one more thing we have to get straight," Dr. Roberts said, as she produced yet another form and slid it across the table toward me. I picked it up and saw that it was a list of rules. Most of the rules were typical of a place like this. The paper prohibited drinking, the use of phones or other electronic devices, and a host of other inconsequential things. What caught my eye was one item. In plain type, it read, "Do not enter the woods at night under any circumstances." Something was immediately ominous about this, but it was just normal enough that I didn't feel the need to spoil the good rapport I had built with Dr. Roberts by asking what I felt were likely to be nonsense questions about a perfectly innocuous rule. So I said nothing, but something didn't sit right. The odd feeling was back. But Dr. Roberts continued as if nothing was wrong. She read the rules aloud and, when finished, said, "That's all, though. I don't want to waste my time micromanaging you any more than you do. So if we can agree to all that, then we're done here, and we can go on with orientation." I nodded in agreement with the rules, but stayed silent. The doctor smiled at me again and said, "All right then. Let's say goodbye to your mom, then we can meet the others." My goodbye to my mother was rehearsed. It was something we'd done 1,000 times, and something we both suspected we'd end up having to do again. There was a stiff hug and a vacant "I love you." And then, without emotion, I found myself waving goodbye as she drove off in her car. As I watched my family car round the last bend in the gravel path ahead and disappeared, I felt for a moment like I might cry. Not because I'd miss her, but out of a strange despair. It was like I'd been abandoned to something awful I could not see or understand. It didn't make logical sense at the time, so I chalked it up to a passing feeling, something I was an expert at ignoring. I pushed down my misgivings as the car was swallowed by the trees. Despite the fact that it was the middle of a summer day, I could barely see through the tree line. It was dark in the woods, and the more I looked into it, the stronger that feeling of despair grew. I turned away and discovered that I did not just feel like crying. My cheeks were wet with warm tears. I turned away to try and compose myself without the doctor noticing my distress. With my mother gone and the papers signed, it was time to join the others. And I did not want to do so in tears. After another moment, I was led away from the parking lot and towards one of the 3 external cabins. The building that I was taken to was much less elaborate than the main structure. It was constructed of plain brown wood slats, and the door had a simple handle. There was no dancing brass ornament in sight. Inside the building, 3 teenagers sat on benches around a long work table. Beads and string were strung all around the place. At the head of the table was an old man in a polo shirt who introduced himself as M.R. Acker. The old man was quick to inform me that the others, a boy and 2 girls, were called Nick, Cassandra, and Shirley. I noticed Cassandra first. She was pretty in a simple way, with brushed strawberry blonde hair and an easy smile. Looking at the girl, I couldn't imagine how someone like her could end up in a place like this. Shirley was the opposite of her companion in every respect. Unkempt, dark brown curls burst from her head and covered most of her face. From what I could see, she wore a sour expression and was exactly the kind of person I had expected to encounter here. I moved to sit next to Cassandra, but Shirley shot me a withering look, so I settled down next to Nick. The boy was very tall and lanky. He was bone-thin and towered well over 6 feet tall at only 16 years old. There was an intensity in his penetrating dark eyes that seemed to cut to the heart of whoever he directed his gaze at. His thick, curly black hair was cropped short, contrasting with strikingly pale skin, and Acker told me that we were going to be bunking together. But that would come later. For the moment, he told me, very sternly, that we would be making dream catchers. It turned out to be another hour of very dull arts and crafts, punctuated often by hacky life lessons and dull nuggets of wisdom from our pink polo-clad taskmaster. Nick was silent, and the girls were wrapped up in a whispered conversation that they made clear was not for my ears. Both of them seemed totally uninterested in me beyond the occasional sidelong glance. Eventually, we ran out of supplies. M.R. Acker sent Nick and me to the back of the cabin for some more beads and string. On our way to the supply closet, Nick finally spoke. "Do you think I'm crazy?" The question took me aback, but when I looked back at him, I saw something new in his intense gaze. It was playfulness, genuine and bright. This was almost more shocking than the question, but not wanting to disappoint the best shot I had at a friend here, I responded, "I mean, given where we are, Probably. Nick was quiet for a moment, and I felt the silence reflect every fault in my attempt at humor. I was beginning to become afraid as the ever-present question, "Why is he here?" arose in my mind, raced through my head. I had begun to imagine some particularly graphic scenes when the boy surprised me again. A grin spread across his pale face. "That's fair," he chuckled. I laughed nervously, and he smiled back. After that, the ice was broken, and we became fast friends. The day went on, and Nick and I spent it immersed in pleasant conversation. The chores and forced excursions flew by. Group therapy, lunch, and supervised leisure time all passed in the warm glow of good company. Finally, after what felt like no time at all, we found ourselves in our bunks well after lights out. Still talking incessantly, we were arguing about who would win a cage match between a gorilla and a grizzly bear. A conversation that I found no red-blooded man or boy could resist. Nick pointed out the merits of the bear's teeth and claws, but there was a lull in the conversation. I was starting to feel how tired I had become. Heavy eyelids begin to droop and close, and Nick goes from quiet to silent. Finally, he said it. Quietly, he asked me, "You can hear it too, right?" "Hear what?" I muttered back. "The barking," he responded. "Sure," I said as I continued to drift off. "That's my dog," Nick said, as much to himself as to me. He was murmuring now. I didn't do what they said I did. I was tired and only half paying attention, but I responded, "That's right, man." To placate him, my reassurance had not worked, and Nick continued his muttering. "He's still out there in the woods." I didn't know what he was talking about, but I felt like I had to keep agreeing so he'd let me sleep. "You can hear the barking too, right?" he asked again. "You know I'm not crazy, right?" "That's right, man," I said again and drifted off to sleep. That night, I dreamt of the brass dancer. I remember it vividly. I was sitting high up in one of those gilded boxes you might find at an opera house, meant to keep distinguished gentlemen away from the hoi polloi. The uncountable rows of seats were empty, and the other boxes were dark. As far as I could see, there was no audience at all except for myself. The dancer was on the stage, performing an inhuman ballet, his arms bent back against his joints, and his legs lifted him in great leaps and bounds that no human should have been able to accomplish. I could feel myself drawn towards the dancer, at first leaning forward in my seat, then practically hanging off the guardrails ready to plummet towards the stage. It was then that the dancer finished his performance and bowed low, but as he rose up again, something changed. Suddenly, I was no longer in a theater. I was standing on a hill at night, a rotted barn behind me, and a willow tree in front of me. The dancer was there too, but he was different. He was thin, almost skeletal. Where once his olive skin had stretched out over flowing muscles, it now clung to his ruined limbs like a loose garment. This desiccated husk of a man looked at me through sunken pale eyes. He gave another bow and began his encore. This new dance was a grim mirror of his first performance. In this ruined state, I could see his grace lay bare. What had once been elegance incarnate was now a macabre spectacle of bones snapping and joints unlocking. He seemed to lurch and surge across the landscape and began to dance a circle around the hill. When he had returned to the willow tree, the dancer gave one final bow before swaying on his heels and falling into an open grave. I awoke in a puddle of sweat, tangled in my sheets and clutching at the bed frame. I was panting, and it took me a long time to stop my racing heart. When I had at last returned to my senses, I sat up in bed, only to find Nick staring up at me from the floor. I jumped when I saw him, but he only laughed and said, "Sleep well?" he asked, and when I had recovered enough from his surprise to respond, The only answer I could come up with was an honest one. No, I said flatly. Nick smiled at that and said, "No one here does." His response relaxed me, and I began to laugh. "This is my friend," I reminded myself. I slid back down into my tangled sheets and grunted. "You scared the heck out of me," I said after a moment. Nick laughed again before responding. That was the point. Then we were both laughing, and the more we laughed, the more distant the hill from my dream seemed to be. It was not long until a knock sounded at our cabin door. It was Gerald, arriving with our medication. We took our pills and dressed quickly before following the man to breakfast. I remember how fast the walk to the mess hall seemed with Nick by my side. The rest of the day seemed to go by quickly and breezy in such good company. Our morning walk blurred into group therapy and then lunch. The day sped quickly along without a care. It felt like no time had passed at all when we found ourselves standing in the last blaze of the summer evening. We were standing outside. Gerald and Mr. Acker had brought out easels, canvas, and paint. We were watching the sunset over the river and had been instructed to paint what we saw. Dr. Roberts called this natural art therapy. I called it nonsense. But I suppose it was better than the psych ward. Shirley and Cassandra were off on the far side of the lawn, working and chatting together as always, while Nick and I stood closer to the buildings. I was less than enthusiastic about this exercise, but my friend was completely focused. Over the hour we spent painting, Nick revealed himself to be quite an artist. He was working on a genuinely wonderful impressionistic interpretation of the landscape. It had been a genuine pleasure to watch him work, but it had been an hour since we'd started working, and he hadn't spoken to me once since then. I was beginning to grow bored, and in my restlessness, I did the unthinkable. I decided to talk to Gerald. As I approached the square-shouldered blonde assistant, I was still making up my mind on whether I was going to really be friendly, or if I just wanted to mess with the poor guy. However, as I got closer and saw him leaning against an oak tree, I was reminded of the forest and decided I did have a genuine question for him after all. "Hey, Jerry!" My use of the friendly diminutive had clearly caught the big man off guard, and he raised an eyebrow in suspicion. I could see that he was remembering my icy disposition from the day before. He hesitated but seemed to take my newfound friendliness for what it was worth. "Hey," he responded warily. I clasped my hands behind my back, leaned forward on my toes in an ironic display of childishness, and then spoke. "You know, I'm having a great time doing arts and crafts, and talking about my feelings and all that great stuff." I could feel my voice begin to drip with irony almost as soon as I'd started taking, but Gerald's simple face betrayed no knowledge of my mockery. The earnest display by a compassionate adult was like blood in the water for a shark. And the temptation towards cruelty was beginning to overtake my genuine curiosity. Still, I pressed on and continued my question. "Well, I'm wondering why we don't spend any time in the woods. They're right there, and I bet a hike would do wonders for our mental health." When I finished speaking, I was unable to keep the edge of vitriol out of my voice. At first, I thought I'd finally gotten to Gerald. He had a serious look on his face and seemed to be seriously considering how to respond. But when he did, it was in the form of a question of his own. "You know that old barn you can see from the road on the way in?" My blood ran cold at the mention of the ruin, and I was sure the fear was on my face. I felt my throat constrict as memories from my dream began to flood back in. I forced myself to nod, and Gerald went on, heedless or unaware of my growing terror. "Someone bought that land a few years back. I think they were planning on tearing the damn thing down, but they found something there." Gerald paused then and looked around as if watching for any eavesdroppers. When he continued, it was in a lower voice. "I don't know exactly what it was, but I know it was some kind of historical artifact from colonial times. I heard Tawny talking about it on the phone with someone." He was talking faster now, caught up in the story. Some people from Columbia University came down to look at it. They've been digging out there for a while now, and that's why the woods have been off limits. Dr. Roberts didn't want to disturb their work with you guys tramping around the woods. He paused at that, and I was ready to go back to Nick. I was satisfied with this answer, but Gerald stopped me. Well, actually, he said, they stopped digging last week. So we should be all clear to go hiking again soon if that's what you want. But I'm not sure if I would, Dr. Roberts said. He cut himself off. Clearly he'd spoken out of turn. It was clear from his guilty expression that Gerald had revealed more than he'd meant to, and my interest was renewed. I pressed him. What did she say? Jerry, I asked breathlessly. He took a deep breath and prepared to finish his story, but he was already too caught up in the narrative to consider the consequences. All I know, he said grimly, is that there was some kind of box excavated that contained some precious metals, a few old books, and human remains. Gerald's words hung heavy in the air, and my mind began to spiral with the implications of what I had learned. You should go back to your painting. It's almost time for dinner. It's almost time for dinner. His voice was stern now, chasing his mistake. Friendly indulgence had been replaced by a familiar mask of authority. I shuffled off at his command, my thoughts still reeling. As I walked back across the great lawn, I tried to convince myself out of the paranoid spiral I had found myself in. I could say confidently that I was not in my right mind. Being where I was should have been evidence enough of that. Still, I could not put down the disturbing notion that whatever I had seen in my dreams had some connection to whatever had been found on that hill. As soon as I reached my unfinished painting, I heard Gerald call out to us, yelling that it was time for dinner and we'd better back up. I bent down to retrieve my brush and palette, but the flash of something bright from the woods caught my eye. I saw blonde hair in the tree line and a pale face peeking out from behind the edge of the forest. I thought for a moment that it must have been Cassandra. Perhaps she had decided to run away or play some kind of game. But when I looked at the others, I saw her plain as day talking to Shirley. When I looked back at the forest, the face was gone, and there was no hint of blonde hair. I tried to convince myself that I was seeing things. It really is the best explanation, I reasoned. This didn't work, and I could feel panic rising in my chest as I packed up my art supplies and headed to the mess hall for dinner. The meal went by quickly and pleasantly. The others were talking amongst themselves as normal, and it seemed that none of them shared my unease. I tried to use this as evidence for my own irrationality, but despite my best efforts, I remained unconvinced. By the time we were given our nighttime medicine and sent off to our cabins to sleep, I remained on the edge of debilitating terror. When I got into bed that night, I noticed Nick staring out the window towards the trees. He had been standing there for nearly 20 minutes, and I was beginning to worry about him. "Are you all right, man?" I asked him. When he answered, his voice seemed distant. "Yeah," was all he said to me. I didn't want to push him. While we had become close in the last day and a half, I was quick to remember that this was still hardly more than a stranger. I decided not to press him. "All right," I said, letting a little concern show in my voice. "Well, I'm turning off the lights now." Nick didn't bother to say anything in response. He only waved lazily to show agreement. As I lay in the dark, I felt myself beginning to drift off to sleep. I closed my eyes and heard Nick walking away from the window and towards our bunks. "You believe me, right?" I heard him ask. I wanted to reassure him, but I was exhausted from the day. All I could manage was a muffled, "Hmm?" The last thing I heard Nick say before I finally fell asleep was, "I know you believe me." I awoke in an embrace and knew that I was dreaming. I wasn't myself. I wasn't even human. The fingers of my old friend wrapped around my own. His roots cradled my head, and his leaves played about my wispy hair. I blinked the dirt from my eyes and began to shift beneath my blanket of earth. My sleep had been ancient and deep. There was motion at my feet, the first thing that disturbed this place for all my long ages. My pale eyes blinked away the last of the debris. From my bed of earth, I could see a familiar sight. A rotting barn, red paint long since peeled away, stands alone on a hill, barren of all life, but for my dear bent and slender willow tree. Around us flowed the congested and churning waters of a polluted, slow-moving stream. Tree was my friend, and the river spoke to me in the language of gurgling moans that I knew well. But the creature at my feet was new. I smiled at the sight of the thing. It was a wide smile, unnaturally so, and in its wake, the disturbed soil tumbled into my open mouth. I tasted the familiar bouquet of damp earth. Carefully, and with a dancer's grace, I weaved my fingers from the tree's embrace. My friend responded to me, and his grasping roots slowly let go of my hands. But I was quicker than the old tree, much quicker. Carefully, but with great speed, I weaved my fingers out from the tree's loosening grip and shot my arms up through the earth. I broke free and felt the cool air on my long arms before pushing down against the soft ground and pulling myself from my grave. As I rose, more dirt rushed down around my sides and through the abscess in my desiccated chest to fill the shallow hole I had been sleeping in. With a sudden extension of powerful legs, I was standing again, free upon the earth. At last, I hopped from foot to foot. It is a dance I know well, a dance for waking and a dance for the night. It is a dance for hunting, the dance of something no longer human. 3 times, I circled the old barn in a leaping, jerking stride. My legs moved with grace and harshness at once. Half-remembered pirouettes end, then snapping backward, and then a rigid, powerful jerk forwards. It is the half-remembered dream of nights long ago, spent in song and dance by the light of a fire. Now, there was no fire and no singing, only cold, unfeeling movement. On my 3rd cycle around the hill, I heard the noise again. My head swiveled in place to look at its source. There, at the foot of my hill, was a small yellow creature. I saw drooping ears matted dark with blood, and black eyes stared back at me. The thing was silent, unnaturally quiet for a dog. I bent down slowly, extending one spidery hand to touch its soft coat. When the first blackened, dirt-caked fingernail brushed the animal's glossy coat, it let out a whimper. I felt the last vestiges of primal will strain against my hand as I wrapped it around the dog's midsection. For the first time since I'd laid down to rest here, I breathed air. It rattled on intake, and the dirt in my lungs made a gravelly sound when disturbed. I responded in cruel mimicry of the dog's whimper. A high-pitched gibbering sound, only occasionally stopped by earthy congestion, rattled out from parched lips. The dog flinched in my grasp, the first stirrings of a repressed panic response. I didn't like this, so I began to squeeze. And as I squeezed, I continued the imitation. The gibbering continued, growing first higher then lower, until it was almost a whimper. And the dog was dead. I woke up screaming and gulping for air. When I knew that it was air and not dirt that rushed into my lungs, I was able to stop, and the screaming turned to crying as I remembered the dog. I had felt such malice and known such joy at the suffering I saw. That was all gone now, though, and in its place are only hot tears and racking sobs as I thought of the look in the little creature's eyes as it died, scared and far away from home. I could not stop crying until Nick woke up and leapt from the top bunk to my side. He landed with a thud, and in his wide eyes I saw the concern in place of the usual burning intensity. He looked worried, but I could tell from his response it was nothing he hadn't seen before. "You good man?" he said, in a disciplined, calm tone. It was less of a question and more of a recommendation. We both knew I'd better be good, or I could end up locked up somewhere a lot worse than this retreat. Finally, I managed to speak. "Just a nightmare, dude. I'm okay." The words came out quickly. And I panicked, but I began to breathe slowly. Then I repeated this phrase again, and I did. The words felt less like lies. That awful hill felt farther away, and the sunlight pouring through the windows washed away the fear. I looked up at my friend, and my sobs faded. I managed to breathe a few more words. "Don't tell Tawny." At this, Nick seemed a little more at ease, with this suggestion of deception. He was back in familiar territory. I gotcha, bro. I smiled weakly and thought to myself, I knew you would. Neither of us wanted the questions this incident could provoke. It's a lesson learned from experience that there was nothing to be gained from trusting a therapist. Still, as I caught my breath, something inside of me knew that I should tell Dr. Roberts that there was something really wrong in her retreat. I knew she needed to know about this soon. But I said nothing. I didn't tell her anything. Not until it was much too late. We dressed in silence and left the cabin in a hurry. The morning was beautiful. The morning sun sparkled off the river, and a breeze was in the air, but it didn't matter. It was still night to me. All I could think of was the forest. There were still eyes on me. Nick was still staring at me, clearly still worried. I turned to look back at him, and what I saw stopped me cold. In his eyes, by now almost familiar, I could see a flash of the malice from my dream. I was afraid, but I could not show it. Just then, I saw my friend's brow furrowed with concern, and with that, it was gone. There was nothing but Nick in those eyes again, but I was left with the memories. He opened his mouth to speak, but I turned around sharply and ignored him. I wondered if I was going crazy. It wasn't impossible. I thought to myself, it might be better if I'm crazy than for any of this to be real. I felt like panicking again. I wanted to scream and run for cover, but I settled for hurrying up the path to the mess hall. I pulled open the door to breakfast and held it open for Nick. Not out of politeness, but just to see those eyes again and make sure they were his. When I looked at him, I saw amusement. He laughed. Such a gentleman, he said in mock appreciation before walking past me. I stopped to collect myself. I'm fine, I told myself. It was just a nightmare, and I was probably imagining things. But I knew that wasn't true, and I let the doors slam shut behind me and turned around to face the others. The doctor sat at the head of the table, Gerald and the girls to her left and Nick to her right. Looks like we're all here, she said while picking up a fork. She pointed to me and said, "You'd better eat quickly. We've got a full day ahead of us." It didn't matter to me. We could have started the day right then, as far as I cared. I wasn't hungry, but I made an effort to seem normal. The conversation carried on around me as I half-heartedly picked buy now cold eggs. The doctor jumped back into whatever conversation she'd been having with Gerald, and Nick happily joined in. I stayed quiet, but as I looked around the table, I noticed I was not the only one who was looking worse for wear. Cassandra was completely different from the day before. Gone was her sunny disposition and easy smile. In its place were dark circles beneath her eyes, and a panicked expression on her oval face. Even Shirley looked rattled, less so than her friend, but her usual grimace seemed a little more genuine that morning. After a while, Dr. Roberts rose from her seat and told us that it was about time we started the day. She went on to say that we were starting with more arts and crafts, going into group therapy, and finishing the day with a late afternoon walk in the woods. At that, I went cold. I wanted to scream and tell her just how bad of an idea it was, but I didn't. I simply stayed silent and tried to accept this. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sunny morning had turned into an uncharacteristically misty afternoon. The already impenetrably forest was all the more obscured. Dr. Roberts led the way into the woods. She looked prepared from head to toe. Her dark hair was tied up in a bun beneath a sun hat, and she had come equipped with trail running shoes. Nick followed closely behind her. I didn't want to do this. None of them knew where they were really going, And if they did, I should have run away right then. My brain was screaming at me to turn around, walk away, and not stop until I was back in the city. But I followed along all the same. I knew the consequences of telling the truth. It would only lead to more questions, and then probably back to the psych ward. I could not let that happen. I knew that horror and refused to go back to it. So I reluctantly went into the woods and into the mist. The walk was tense. Long stretches of time went by in silence. When there was conversation, the only people talking were the grown-ups. It was about 2 miles into the hike when things finally began to break down. The doctor had gone silent at that point. Gerald and Acker had been trying and failing to engage with us for almost an hour. And just as their efforts seemed to be most pitiful, Cassandra finally broke. After hours of panicked eye darting and near hyperventilation, she had finally descended into a full-blown panic attack. "I want to go home," she screamed. "I want to go home. I want to go home." She would not stop screaming. She started stamping her foot and looked every bit like a petulant child. It would have been pathetic if the fear in her eyes wasn't so real. The doctor turned and signaled Gerald with a sharp glance. He stepped forward, but as he did, Cassandra whirled to face him. "You stay away from me," she screamed. He tries to reassure her, to tell her that he was there to help, and that everything was going to be all right. Gerald went on, and miraculously, Cassandra looked like she might actually be calming down, calm enough to get out of the woods at least. At that moment, he was interrupted. Shirley crashed into him, her facade of grim stoicism completely shattered. "Don't touch her," she screamed. Her eyes were wild, and it looked like she was ready to do a whole lot more than scream. However, at that moment, M.R. Acker intervened. The old man pulled Shirley off his younger colleague. Suddenly, Gerald was on the ground, and Shirley was in the air, kicking and screaming, held aloft by a red-faced Acker. Cassandra was gone, running off down the path. It seemed to be total pandemonium, and in a last-ditch effort to salvage the situation, Doctor, Robert sprang into action. She turned to Acker, who was by now a little less red in the face. Shirley had stopped kicking and gone limp, totally unresponsive in his arms. "I need to go after her. You stay with them until I can get help back up here." And Dr. Sprinted was gone, sprinting away in the confident strides of a practiced runner. As soon as she left, Acker began barking orders, but I wasn't listening. I saw something through the branches. Blonde hair and a flash of blue cloth. Something inside me told me it was Cassandra, and despite my fear, I moved toward her. I knew that I shouldn't go off the path, but my feet were moving forward. In spite of all reason, I found myself walking into the woods and towards the dancing flashes of blue and yellow in the distance. M.R. Acker yelled something, but I couldn't make it out. There was a buzzing in my head, and it drowned out the screaming. I was vaguely aware of a noise behind me, but I paid no mind to it. All I could think of was Cassandra. She was just ahead of me, always ahead of me, but I could not seem to reach her. I was not on the trail anymore, and I noticed that I was running. I saw more blonde hair disappear behind another tree, and I pursued, feeling my pace increase. I wanted to call out, but my lungs were burning, so instead I kept running. I could see her form from behind a tree, and I followed. Then I found myself at the banks of a slow-moving stream. She was on the other side. Something inside of me asked how she got there, but my feet didn't wait for an answer and moved forward of their own volition. I was about to walk into the dark water when I heard the noise of snapping branches. Something crashed into me, and I hit the ground. I looked up to see my pursuer. It was Nick. As I hit the ground, the force snapped me out of it and knocked the wind from my lungs. By the time I could feel myself breathing, I noticed the buzzing sound had stopped. I could think clearly again. I wanted to ask him what the hell he was doing, but he stopped me and pressed his face an inch from mine. "It's a liar," he hissed. "I told you it's a liar." His voice was shaking with fear, and I began to understand. From across the stream, there was a cracking, snapping, breaking sound. I looked up and saw the girl they'd been chasing. It was not Cassandra. In fact, it was hardly a girl at all, hardly even a person. Two pale-slitted eyes peeked out from the desiccated face. They stare out beneath her eye sockets, as if this poor girl's skull was a mask for someone else. With each movement, her face shifted around the plaid eyes as if in orbit. The thing was that once, the girl wore a tattered blue nightgown, and her feet were bare and black with pooling blood. Then I heard it again, from her slacked jaw. That voice echoed out in imitation of a whimper. Her face began to tighten, and I heard bones snapping. It was like whatever was inside was too much for the constraints of a human body. And the shell began to stretch and break. The whimpering grew in intensity and took on a manic, warbling, hyena-like quality. This unnatural chorus broke our reverie. "We need to go now," Nick screamed, and we scrambled to our feet and turned to run. We were off in an instant, running faster than I'd ever run before. All the while, the sounds of snapping, tearing, and gibbering filled the darkening forests behind us. We ran, in no particular direction, just away from the creature, by the steam. Eventually, I realized that I couldn't hear the noises anymore. But even so, we kept running. The evening turned into the night, but we didn't stop running. In the darkness, stray branches tore at our clothes and faces. I would have run all the way back to Brooklyn, but eventually, we did get out of the forest. I saw the light, and a moment later, we were crashing through the brush and into the familiar lawn of the retreat. The sun had fully set, but I could still make out the source of the light. Flashing red and blue lit up the parking lot, and I saw 2 police cruisers parked on the gravel path. I looked at Nick, and he looked at me. It was time to come clean, but we didn't have to wait long for that. I saw a Iraqer emerge from the main office accompanied by 2 cops. When he saw us, he said something I could not hear to the officer and pointed frantically. The uniformed men began waving towards us and advancing. I wanted to keep running, but Nick put a hand on my shoulder as if he could hear my thoughts. "There's no point," he said. "Defeated? It's over." Soon enough, we were being questioned, first by the police and then by Acker. I was too worked up to say anything coherent. I judged by the looks on the cope's face, but he didn't think any of it would be of any use. He fed me a line of nonsense. Apparently, Gerald was okay, not even concussed. They were still looking for Cassandra, but he said they had a good start and were optimistic. I knew it all to be half-truths and lies meant to calm me down, but there was one real bit of good news revealed right at the end. Shirley was okay, and she, along with a hot meal, was waiting for us in the mess hall. The doors slammed shut behind me. Shirley and Nick were sitting on one of the benches, close together for the first time since I'd met them. Besides these 2, the room was empty. Shirley looked up from her uneaten bowl of cold instant oatmeal. "What the heck is going on?" she demanded of us. "I told you there's something in the woods," Nick responded coldly, for once in dead sincerity. Shirley opened her mouth, ready with a retort by instinct, but the words died in her throat before she could speak them. She knew he was serious now, that he'd always been serious in his way. Shirley said nothing for a minute until, finally resigned, she asked simply, "What do we do?" Now, it was Nick's turn to be at a loss. After spending so long trying to get someone to believe him, he didn't seem to have the slightest idea about what came next. I interrupted the silence. "We do nothing. Those people out there aren't gonna save her," and they're trained professionals. Shirley looked immediately offended at my despair, but I continued. Best case scenario for us, this place gets shut down and we're out of here tomorrow morning. I didn't say anything about what would happen if Cassandra found us. Things were grim enough without speculating on the worst case scenario. Shirley began to object. You just leave her out there. You saw that stuff too, right? You'd leave her alone with that? Her voice rose in intensity as she dressed me down, almost yelling. She added, "You piece of crap." She was right, and it hurt to hear it. But it didn't matter. I knew if we went back out there, we'd never come back, at least not as ourselves. I looked at Nick for support. I thought that he would understand, and I needed him to back me up. But his wide eyes stared past me. Their intensity focused on something far beyond. Something about that look disturbed me. So, ignoring Shirley's continued berating, I followed them and turned to look at what had captured his attention. Nick was looking out the windows towards the forest. They were illuminated in the last dying rays of the summer sun. Something small and yellow moved against the black and green of the forest fence. I knew what it was, and my blood went cold. Shirley was still yelling at me, but all I could hear was what Nick was now saying. Somehow, against the din at barely a whisper, I could hear him mutter, "I knew you were alive. I knew you were alive. I knew you were still out there." And then he began to move towards the door. This stopped me cold, and it gave Shirley pause as well. But she recovered herself quickly. "All right," she said, clearly pleased. Someone knows the right thing to do here. With that, she had thought to end the argument, assuming Nick was going out to help her search. I could hear in her voice that she didn't really know what was going on there. Nick got to the door, and as he opened it, the panic went from paralyzing to blood pounding, and I rushed to intercept my friend. "Stop, man. You've gotta." But before I could say stop again, Nick shoved past me with what felt like no effort at all. I almost lost my balance and toppled to the cabin floor, but I righted myself just in time and saw that he had gone through the doorway and was now walking across the great lawn. I ran after him, ready to save him like he'd saved me in the woods, leaving Shirley at the doorstep. But as I got closer to the forest, the moving shape got clearer and clearer, and then I saw what I'd been dreading. It was the dog from my dream, or at least what was left of it. As it pranced from side to side, I saw its loose skin sway against the thing inside that moved so gracefully and yet so unnaturally. I remembered how the girl's dead eyes had stared out at me from what should have been empty sockets. I froze again at the sight of pale eyes, and I knew whatever it was that killed that dog was now wearing its skin and moving in a grotesque mockery of what the creature had been in life. My friend, however, continued to close the distance, and seeing this, I knew I had to move. I ran, and instead of begging him to stop, I leapt to tackle him to the ground, hoping against hope to repay him for my life. But he was too fast. I couldn't reach him in time. Instead, I hit the ground rough, getting a face full of dirt. It was too late. The sun had long past set, and there were no stars. The forest was bathed in thick darkness, and staring up from the ground, I saw my friend, staring into the hungry eyes of his own death. The thing let out another distorted whimper and leaped over both of us in one sickening bond. The creature landed behind us and rose up on its hind legs. Now, the thing in the dog's skin began its dance again, moving in the same elegant and twitching dance it had done for us earlier. It circled 3 times and 3 again. Nick showed no sign of realizing what was happening and inched ever closer to the beast. On its 3rd turn, the thing stopped its dance and spread its front legs out before it, mimicking an opening to embrace. The dog's hind legs snapped out of place to accommodate a gesture that should not have been possible for it. And Nick did the same. For a second, it looked like he was going to hug the thing, but then I heard the sound of cold reality. Nick stopped and began to scream, finally aware of what was happening. but it was too late. I couldn't do anything else to help him. So I turned to run as fast as I could in the only direction that was open to me, straight into the woods. For the second time that day, I was running for my life, now desperately alone. I was going faster than I thought possible for my frail frame and cigarette-scarred lungs. Physical obstacles were nothing in the face of certain death. As I ran, I heard the screaming of my friend turn to muffled sobs. And finally, all I could hear over my labored breathing and thudding heart was a fading, gurgling sound, and the creaking of trees. Soon enough, I heard something else. Something was running through the trees behind me. The wind and the branches tore at my face, and I could feel that I was bleeding. The thud of heavy footfalls was getting closer, but just as I felt its long arm reaching out for me, I somehow put more distance between us. It was playing with me. I realized as I reached a turn in the path, I felt the rush of air behind me, and then something landed with a crash in the bend of the path. I had a split second to react before I ran into my pursuer. But I acted, and I swerved, tearing off the path into the brush. I was running through the brush now, hedges rising to my chest, and I could barely see anything in front of me. The creature has forced me off the road, into the woods, and into its country. I crashed into another bush. This set me off balance, and I almost fell to the ground, barely staying up. I pushed on, still hearing something moving behind me in the undergrowth. I didn't realize what I'd done until I was already running uphill. I had run through water, through the very same slow-moving stream I'd been at before. The current was inaudible above the noise I was making, so I only noticed when the warm water soaked through my sneakers. As the chill water froze my feet, I knew things had gotten so much worse for me. Somehow, I managed to make it back out of the stream and onto the land, and as I crested the hill, I saw a familiar sight come into view. Atop the hill, I could see a leaning willow tipped low over the black waters of the stream, and a rotted-out barn standing stark in the now visible moonlight. I skidded to a halt in front of the ruin. I'm in its home. I thought and felt myself go numb. I realized it wanted me to know. It had seen through my eyes as I had seen through its. I heard it circling the woods beyond the little hill. My eyes were flitting back and forth like a desperate rabbit pursued by a predator. I was hoping for a deliverance that would not come. I would have to settle for the next best thing. I saw light through the trees to my right, and for a fleeting second, I thought of my mother. The drive up here, the sun on her face, and the winding road. At this point, I knew what to do even though I felt it came up behind me. The thing put its hand, its real hand, on my back. I saw its long, pale fingers on my shoulders, and its blackened fingernails pressed into my skin. With all the strength I had left, I shoved the creature. I don't know if I actually broke free, or if the thing was just stunned that I was still fighting, but somehow I got free of its grasp. I ran again, now faster, down the other side of the hill. I heard a shriek echo in the hills behind me, and then I heard dirt tear from the earth, and the creature gave chase. If it had been playing with me before, it would not have been any more. I could hear it running, and it was gaining on me. I pushed through the forest, but I could still feel it at my heels. Then, I heard the sound of screeching tires. There was rushing air and light in the dark. I felt its fingers on my back as I jumped. I leapt the forest fence, and then I fell. It was a short distance, but I landed hard on concrete and felt my arm shatter. The thing followed me, and I heard it land next to me, but it didn't matter. I looked up and saw headlights, and in the sound of a car horn I smiled as lost myself to the dark and the pain. I won was the last thought that echoed in my empty head before I was lost to the oncoming metal. I woke up in a hospital room. It was dark, and I was alone. I couldn't feel anything, but I was alive. The events of the last day swirled in my mind as I tried to remember what had happened to me. I remembered the creature, the chase through the woods, and instinctually, I tried to run. I couldn't run, much less even move. I panicked and looked around. I was covered in bandages, my legs in a sling, and I was hooked up to several Ford drifts. Then I remembered. I remembered the road and the car, and I knew that my plan worked. I escaped the hunter, and more than that, I managed to survive. I felt a rush of satisfaction. I had no thoughts other than how happy I was to be alive. The rush of joy turned to relief, and as it spread, aided by the morphine drip, I was lulled to sleep. But I woke up again. It was in the light of day. A doctor was staring into my eyes. I couldn't speak at first, but when I finally got a few words out, I could only ask for Tawny. The doctor seemed confused, and he told me my mother was in the waiting room, but that there was a policeman waiting too, and he really needed to talk to me. For a brief moment, I didn't understand. I'd been so caught up in running for my life that I'd forgotten about more mundane threats like the police. I must have looked confused too, because the doctor repeated himself. Again, words were difficult, but I managed to nod my head, and the doctor took that as the signal to leave and let the officer in. 2 policemen entered and closed the door behind them. They asked me a lot of questions about Nick and about Cassandra, and I answered as best I could. I told them everything about Nick, about the girl that wasn't Cassie, the dog, and whatever demon was that lies on that hill. I didn't care about being locked away, not anymore. No mental hospital was worse than those woods. The painkillers slurred my words, and I knew I was a little incoherent. But nonetheless, I gave a full account. I told them all of it. But I could see immediately. They didn't believe me. I saw in their eyes that they thought I was crazy, and that it was a waste of time even talking to me. I said they were still looking for both of my friends, but they were not hopeful. They told me that Nick left a note. They didn't need to explain more. We all knew I understood. They had presumed him dead, and they were right to do so, but it wasn't a suicide. I know he didn't write that note. I heard him die that, and I hear him still. I can still hear his voice whispering things that aren't words from outside my window at night. It's been 6 months since Nick died. I've healed enough to be able to type this all up, but as I said at the start, it will be months before I can leave this bed. I will leave this bed, though. I hear Nick at night, and he's been getting clearer, but I know this isn't my friend. His murderer is out there, and I see him every time I close my eyes. He's dancing in the dark, playing at being Nick. I know it won't be long now, but after what I did to him, he won't be kind to me. All I can hope for now is that he'll put on a good show. Story 7. The Chemist. The television screen slowly phased into focus some few steps in front of me. Some shopping channel peddling jewelry that people would buy as gifts for their family, that no would actually be happy to receive. As the TV came into focus to my eyes and ceased to be a blur in the background of my daydreaming, the thought came to me that I couldn't really even recall what I had started watching when I sat down in front of the TV in the first place. Of course, this wasn't all that unusual for me. I have always been prone to daydreaming, deep introspection, analyzing some conversation from the past, or just wondering why anything behaved the way that it did. I was always being accused of being too much in my own head, not present for what was happening around me. Usually by family or friends, or often by the women in my life. The conversations of most people in their daily lives have always seemed to bore me. The platitudes and pleasantries, all so superficial and forced. I am a man who enjoys his time thinking on things, and some of my fondest memories were of my time working. I am a scientist, a biochemist to be exact. I'm no Nobel laureate, but I'm certainly no slouch either. My company has made quite a few pretty pennies off the back of some of my work, and It feels good to be successful at anything you set out to do. That's something else I try to remind myself to do from time to time. Appreciate where life goes right, and your hard work pays off. Here I am, getting in my own head again, talking to myself in loops. Sometimes I wonder if people might think I'm not completely sane if they could have a narration of what I say or think in my head. As I sit here on this giant, comfortable couch, I feel my body loving the relaxation. The warm blanket draped over me, and the soft foam of the cushions. My body certainly isn't showing me any signs of wanting to get up anytime soon. It's hell getting older, all these creaky joints and bones. But life is pain, right? It beats the alternative. I don't see why I should have to get up anytime soon anyway. Since my last big discovery with some simple proteins, I've lived this semi-retired life. Plenty of money coming in from that. I certainly didn't need to worry myself with work anymore. At least not unless I want to. As I resigned myself to further relaxing, I refocused on the TV. What had I been watching before this jewelry infomercial crap had come on? Listing my favorite shows one after another in my head. None of them really seemed to click. Screw it. Who cares? My voice echoes out into the quite spacious room. Something about the echo of my voice stirs my mind. And as I take my eyes away from the TV and peer around the room, I am quickly taken by mortal terror. As I frantically swivel my head around, I realize that I have no idea where I am. I've also no recollection of how I got here. Easy, easy. I think to myself, there is no reason to panic right out. I'm a reasonable and logical man. Nothing is coming to hurt me right this moment in an empty room full of chairs and tables and couches. But saying to be calm and staying calm are two different things. My mind races. Who could have possibly brought me here? Dozens of ideas cascade to mind. Most of them just as outlandish and implausible as the last. Do they want ransom? That would be a poor plan. My only real family. My son has been living in Guam for the past years, working as a doctor to remote villages. I doubt I'd even be able to find him. I quickly shelved that idea and turned my thinking to the next. Maybe I've been pulled in by some of those environmentalist nuts that always used to send our company those threatening letters, telling us about how we were overstepping what nature had intended. Some would even go as far as naming us specifically. Those that had worked on whatever project they had chosen as their weekly cause to be up in arms about. Possible. For a long shot, I suppose. What if it's related to my work and knowledge, but of a more sinister sort? What if it is a group looking to harness my biochemical engineering as a kind of weapon? It's not unknown in our field that some of what we do can be dangerous. And it doesn't take the smartest among us to realize that a sufficiently talented biochemist could cause some very real havoc with surprisingly little equipment. It was a very terrifying road to wander down in speculation. I pushed the idea away as much as I could. Taking a short moment, I focused to calm myself at least as much as can be expected given my circumstances. The reasons why I might be here are all disturbing enough. But realistically right now, knowing why I'm here won't help me very much anyway. I resolved to focus on what I might do immediately to help myself now, to prepare for when whoever drugged me and brought me here shows back up to talk. The thought sidetracks me. Of course, I was drugged. How else could I have been brought here like this? This line of thought floods me with dozens of theories on what drugs they might have used. Focus. Again, this isn't what is important now. This room is large, and there are windows on the opposite end of the room from me that are completely covered by thick tan blinds. That would be a great place to start, I should think. There is muted light behind the blinds. Clearly, it is day. I make my way slowly across the room towards the windows. As I'm walking along, I'm scanning around me at the rest of the room. Nothing comes to mind immediately that might be used as a weapon if I were to plan to fight my way out when they come back for me. Nothing club-like to swing. Nothing save maybe some chairs. My legs are slow to cooperate with me as I'm walking. Obviously, whatever they have dosed me with has yet to fully clear my system. I feel as though my legs are heavy and I'm slogging through water with each step. as well as substantial pain around my joints. Again, I remind myself that figuring out what they used to drug me won't help me any. But it is hard for someone like me to help from thinking about such things, given my work. Slowly, arduously, painfully, I am over to the windows. I pull back the curtain the whole way around my body, so I'm between it and the window. Late afternoon outside. The sun is just starting to make its way down. There is a large field with trees here and there outside. Definitely no place I recognize in front of my view to the outside of bars. Thick iron bars blocking any hope of escape that way. Nothing I see gives me any clue as to where I might be. Clearly, whoever has me here has planned ahead. I turn around and move back to the other side of the blinds. I stand there for a few minutes just taking in the room again, looking around and just feeling sorrow for my situation. No matter why I'm here, I'm certain that I want to be. No, not sorrowful, not sad, scared. If I'm honest with myself, scared fits much better. They have really done this in a cruel way, leaving me here like this to wake up from my drug-induced stupor without so much as a note. I don't know who they are, what they want, or what they are capable of. Had they simply picked me up off the street and pulled me into a van forcefully to drive me here, I would know more than I do now. The thought of a note causes my eyes to catch the sight of a tablet of paper sitting on a table. Maybe there is a clue. As I again slowly and painfully make my way over to the table, it becomes clear that there is nothing written on it, just a tablet of paper and a tiny pencil, like someone would use to fill out a golf scorecard. No doubt this is here for me. I suspect I'll be writing up directions on how to create something for them. I sit down at the chair. With a resigned feeling, I sit. I suppose there is really nothing to do but await my fate when my captors return. Thirsty, I look around. There is a water fountain at the other end of the room, but the thought of walking over there right now seems like more work than this level of thirst is worth. I stare at the only set of doors to the room, big solid-looking double doors. It occurs to me that I haven't even checked the doors. Well, I highly doubt they'll be open. Not with bars on the windows. As I make my way slowly to the doors, I consider what kind of resources these people might have. I'm sure with weapons and even a few men they could keep me here without too much trouble as long as I'm not discovered. I stare down at the bar that opens the door. What if it really is open? What do I do next? Maybe I should just go back to the couch and enjoy my last bits of peace before they realize I've woken up. A couple of deep breaths and I slowly push the bar handle in. The door is moving. As soon as the door comes completely clear of the latch, I can hear the ringing coming from afar. Pure terror, and I let go of the door to let it close instantly. But the alarm has been sounded, and the alarm isn't stopping now. Panic and fear grip me tight, and my thoughts race. I've already surmised that fighting my way out is most likely not an option, even as I'm now again scanning for something to use as a weapon. I decide that if they are going to be arrogant enough to leave the door open, then I might as well try to make a run for it. I'm no triathlete these days, but at the least I can get out to the hallways and stalk around a bit. Maybe take note of some of the layout of the building. A couple seconds after I've pushed the door open again, the ringing stops. I look left down a long institutional hallway, well lit, with doors every few steps, empty. Feeling encouraged, I take a half step out into the hallway before I look the other way. There is no one there either. As I step out, I see a massive brute of a man just coming through the door at the end of the hall. He is wearing a uniform of all blue, the shirt of which fits tightly, revealing an extremely imposing physique. I instantly jump back into the room and let the door close. Stifled with deadly fear, I listen silently on the other side of the door for any sign that the man may have seen me. For a blissful second, the silence holds, along with my hopes that I've remained undetected. Of course, seconds later from the hallway, loud enough for me to hear clearly ringing out from the thug's mouth, I hear, "Lexi, Dr. Monzo is up." Well, that was that. Whatever they want from me, I am soon to find out. All hope is not lost. They obviously need me to do something. or at least want information from me. I'll at least have that leverage on my side. I move myself to a tall, straight-back chair with its back against the wall and facing the door, where I can sit and watch as they come in and put on a willful and defiant front. For my captors, I hear multiple sets of footsteps moving down the hall toward me. The door swings open and in walks the mammoth blue man from before, along with a tiny, pleasant-looking woman. She is wearing the same all blue as the man. I've seen people in these before, but I can't make the uniform ring a bell. My eyes are glued to them as they come in and slowly walk over to me. "Hi, Art." "Art," the woman says as the behemoth fetches chairs for the both of them. "Art, I say..." "While you were in the hallway, I hear you refer to me as Dr. Monzo. But now you are using a nickname to disarm me and earn my cooperation. That's a real classic tactic there. No, Art. I use that name because it's the name you most often respond best to. It's the name you told me you prefer." She calmly says, without the slightest hint of malice or animosity, in her soft and calming voice, "What the hell are you talking about? I don't know you people. I've never talked to you. How long have you been spying on me?" I blurt out. This seems to draw a bit of a smile from the girl, and the man begins to quickly stand up in response to me, raising my voice. Looking over at the man, the woman says, "Sit down, Skinner. You know we aren't going to have any problems," and then turns her attentions back towards me. "Spying on you, that's a new one," she says. "Art, I've done this with you more times than I care to count, and I'll continue to do this with you on days like this as long as you are here. This is my job and a calling. The best way to start this seems to be this." With that, she pulls out a small electronic tablet-looking device. She turns the screen around and holds it out for me to see. It appears to be just a simple calendar as far as I can see, and I struggle to make sense of what she is trying to get me to see. Seeing my confused look, she says, "In my experience, it's best to just rip the Band-Aid off right away. Look at the year, Art." Seeing the year 2024 at the top of the page must have just left me with the same stupid look on my face, so she continues. "About 15 to 18 years ago, you were found to have contracted a disease of the mind, as is common in an aging person. A form of dementia that really even the doctors are unsure how to categorize. This particular form you have leaves you in a haze most of your days. You are able to talk and interact, and even recall things you know from before the disease when asked. Most of the time you are quite happy and fun to be around, but you form no new memories that last more than minutes." At that, she stops talking for a while to let me consume everything that she has told me. Sitting there, just the picture of patience. Obviously, I am reeling. I'm piecing everything together. Things are seeming to make sense vaguely, but how is this possible? Then the big inconsistency with the whole story jumps out at me. But I remember everything since I've woken up. I've been awake for more than a few minutes, even before I get the fourth word of my sentence out. I can see it all over her face. She shows a knowing smile. I've caught on, and it's time to move on to the next step in her routine of explanation. "Yes, you have, Art. That's the confusing part of your form of dementia. The doctors call these lucid moments. Every 5 or 6 days or so. Sometimes more, sometimes less, you have a day like this. It almost always hits you shortly after you've woken up. You come back to having all of your faculties. It's like you were still a doctor of chemistry waking up 15 or so years ago. Again." With that, she leans back and stops talking. That look of pure patience on her face seems cloying and irritating now as I puzzle things out in my mind. I want to throttle her. I want to scream. That's not me, though. And I show no outward signs of anger, lest Gigantor get any ideas. After what feels like a full hour of silence, with my head bowed in thought, I calm myself and look back up to her. "How long?" "Usually until about sundown," she says. "Sometimes I see you slipping back towards the late evening, but usually you are lucid again until you go to sleep." I'm calm again and stay silent for a while, more as she says nothing, and just looks at me, waiting for my next question. So, what now? I assume I'm confined here to the psych hospital. What about my son? How is my son? This is not a psych hospital, Art. This is a private nursing home of sorts, specializing in unique cases. Don't forget you are a wealthy man. Your son is doing well last you checked with him. He's out running a private practice back in your hometown. We will call him for you if you want. But I must tell you that you talked to him last time you were lucid. And he does tend to be busy with his patients. She continues. You aren't confined here, but we are out in a rural area where the closest town is, about 5 miles away. If you were to walk off, we wouldn't stop you, but it would save the staff here a lot of trouble if you didn't, as they would have to bring you back for your own safety when you lose lucidity again. Still, I'm staring at her like a deer in the headlights. How do I do this every 5 days? This is the definition of a living nightmare. I have the rest of the night to think about the fact that the next thing I will know is me waking up again in terror. She is going on as I am half listening. As I said, Art, this is a well-to-do private institution. We have facilities here that can certainly make your day enjoyable. 5-star food, a pool, game room, personal trainers, even an in-house movie theater. What have I done to bring this upon myself? She is still droning on in the background. After a few more minutes of running things through my head, I cut her off. What do I usually do on these days? She stops, completely undisturbed at me cutting her off. She says, sometimes you want to stay with me and ask questions and talk all day. If you want that, though, I have to make you come with me, as I have other work to do, and you'll have to tag along. She continues on in a slightly softer and sadder tone. Most days you just want to go back to your room and spend the day writing to yourself. There are other residents here that enjoy your company when you are lucid. I could take you to... You seemed to enjoy yourself those days. She seemed almost hopeful at that last part. Clearly, she is a sympathetic type, and doesn't like my situation either. She must not like that I shut myself in on the only days I'm really awake. Regardless, I look at her, and I say in a flat tone, I think the room. Would you take me there? I can see that she is doing her best to hide disappointment, but she stands up and motions for me to come with her. I follow her out into the hallway, and behind me trails the huge man in scrubs. What do they call them? Orderlies. I wonder if he is here because I've actually gone the violent route before. But I hold my silence. Why ask a question you need not know the answer to, especially if you are afraid to hear the answer? Not long later, we arrive at the room. The door is open. It looks like a small apartment. I have a fridge and a sink and a personal bathroom, a bed with some boxes underneath, some chairs, a desk, and hundreds of my books. I guess this is pretty posh for a psych ward, or a nursing home, or whatever the hell you want to call this place. Maybe more of a hospice. Here we are, Dr. Monzo, your home sweet home. Usually you spend most of your night writing. I'd love to read what you are working on sometime when it's not too busy here and you'll let me. I say nothing but nod and walk inside, closing the door behind me and leaving the two standing there. Please press the button to call if you need anything at all, or just someone to talk. Calls Lexi from outside behind the closed door. As I stand there, taking it in, I recognize almost all of the books. They are mine from my personal library. Well, any thought that this might have been some sort of elaborate ruse is quashed with that. I sit down in a chair, and the futility and despair of my situation really come on strong. My thoughts earlier were apt as ever. This is a living hell. Alone now, I break down in giant, uncontrollable sobs of loss. I am being told that I am dead while I am still alive every 5 days. If there is a hell, maybe I'm already dead. Raining in the tears, but still feeling pure and wee, I get up and pace. Seeing the boxes, I lean down and open the lid to one of them. It is full of nothing but a giant stack of papers, all written in my own hand. Lifting the other lids, I can see that all of them are the same. I hold the newest topmost page up and begin to read. Well, damn, huh? No doubt this cycle has obviously played out time and again. Is there any chance to be cured of this? I think I already know the answer to that. I was going to look for some hope of some chemistry work I might have been working on that could help get us back to normal, but I didn't feel like reading tonight. Putting the page back and closing the boxes, I walk over to my desk where there is already a notepad and a pen. I don't feel like reading tonight either. Outside the room, an hour or so later, Skinner and Lexi are doing a round, checking on their residents. They pass Dr. Monceau's room and look in to see him studiously writing at his desk facing the wall at the far side of the room. They move on and Skinner looks over to Lexi and asks, "What do you think he writes about?" Lexi kind of just looks down at her feet for a few seconds, then back up to me to Skinner's face. "You won't be a trainee anymore. Soon, and you won't have to shadow me. I feel like you know that sometimes we do things here that aren't strictly along the policy lines." "You've read them," screams Skinner. Lexi puts on a somber look and tells Skinner to quiet down. Then she says, "I've watched Dr. Monceau after I've brought him back here. Though his little window a few times. He does the same thing more or less every time. He sulks for a short while, but inevitably goes to the boxes and sees his writings." Skinner is giving her his undivided attention and staring as she goes on. He stares at his work for never more than a minute or so. Then he puts it back in the box, and then moves to the desk and writes. "I had the same curiosity you do, and I figured what was the harm. I know we don't go through their things, but he always leaves his door open when he goes out, and most days he wouldn't know who I was if he caught me here anyway." Skinner, in anticipation, looks at her and utters a long, drawn-out "Suhu." He writes the same thing every night, though the words will change slightly. The thought is still always the same. He tells himself that he can't build the courage to kill himself right now, but he tries to convince himself that when he reads it next time, he should. With a drop of tear forming in the corner of her eye, she looks over to Skinner, who is now completely stone somber himself, but he never reads it. Story 8. Bingo's Circus Extravaganza. Paul Wallace wasn't sure that he believed his eyes. Being as careful as he could, he took the object that had caught his gaze off of the shelf and held it up to get a better look at it. He felt a stir of excitement. It was exactly what he had thought it was. He was holding a small statue, roughly the size of a shoebox. It depicted a small carnival. In the center was a red and white circus tent. Its flaps were open, and standing just inside of it was a smiling clown, holding 3 balloons. To the right of the tent was a platform with a dog dressed in a black suit and tow hat, and to the left was a fortune-teller booth with a woman seated inside. The entire statue was in superb condition. He looked up as he saw a man approaching him from the corner of his eye. It was the person that had been hired by the estate to sell off the remaining property for the deceased. The man smiled and nodded once. "Good afternoon, sir," the man said in a pleasantly deep voice. "My name is Silas Pembroke. I'm the manager of the estate." "Oh, yeah, I am Paul," he replied. "So good to meet you, Paul. I see that you found something of interest." Yes, I think so. Do you know if this is an original or a replica?" The estate manager smiled slightly. "Oh, it's an original, sir. The gentleman who owned this home was something of a collector. What you are holding is an authentic Bingo's Circus Extravaganza statuette. It was produced in 1974, and it is one of only 10 made. Do you know the story behind it?" Paul nodded. "I've read that it was because of a mistake." Indeed. As you can see, the statue depicts the 3 original characters in the show. Bingo the dog, Bango the clown, and Poe the fortune teller. However, it was also supposed to feature a recently introduced fourth character, Leo Lot. Less than a dozen were produced before the mistake was caught. The ones before the correction are extremely rare, not to mention expensive. That's what I've heard yet. Paul felt his excitement fading. He had hoped that the man wouldn't know what the statue was worth so that he could get it for a bargain price. But that obviously wasn't the case. Its actual value was well outside of what he could afford. Were you a fan of the show? Pembroke asked. A big fan, Paul answered. I used to watch it every morning with my father before I went to school, and he went to work. They're some of my earliest memories. I see. I have to say, it's rare to find a fan these days. It wasn't nationally televised for most of its run, and half-hour cartoons were already starting to replace the children's variety shows when it finally was. Bingo's circus extravaganza sadly never reached the same heights as, say, Bozo or the Muppets. A number of television historians believe it was superior to both of those shows. Paul blinked in surprise at how well the man knew the history of the program. It really was a great show, indeed. Pembroke smiled again. Well then, down to business. If you're interested in purchasing the statue, I have it priced at $6,500. I'm sure you agree that is a fair price. Yeah, that sounds about right. Paul sighed and placed the statue back on the shelf. Maybe some other time. I understand it is a high price, but it's also below market value, and I do need to consider both the seller's and my firm's percentage. Yeah, of course, I get it. Pembroke regarded him for a moment. Tell me, Paul, would you be interested in the same statuette but in a lesser condition? You're serious? There's a second one of these here. There is. I found it as I was going through a number of boxes in storage. I haven't put it out due to the condition, but I'd be happy to retrieve it for you to take a look at. I'm sure that we could come to some sort of arrangement on the price if you like it. Paul felt his previous excitement returning. I'd be very interested. Then please excuse me for just a moment. Pembroke went through a door leading into the garage and closed it behind him. While he waited, Paul slowly wandered around the house. He was a collector of sorts, mostly things from his childhood that had some sort of meaning to him, and because of that he had attended many estate sales looking for bargains. This one was somehow different. Usually these sales were a bit cluttered or simply not organized, but everything here was neat and separated into categories. He appreciated the effort that had gone into the setup. Pembroke came back in from the garage with a cardboard box in his hands. He set it down on the kitchen counter and motioned for Paul to come over. He carefully opened the box and lifted the statue out of it. Paul leaned down and looked it over. While it was the same statue as the one he had originally looked at, this one was definitely in worse condition. The colors were faded, and there were a number of small dents and chips. There was also a large brown stain on the base. Still, it wasn't missing any pieces, and overall it was in fine shape for its age. As I said, it's not in the superb condition that the one I have displayed is, Pembroke told him. I apologize if you don't find it acceptable. No, it's still great, Paul assured him. Even with the issues, it's much better than the ones that I've seen online. How much are you asking for it? That's the question, isn't it? The store manager considered it. I don't have any particular instructions from the family when it comes to selling the damaged items. Why don't we say, $50? What? Seriously? I'm quite serious. Obviously, I could sell it for far more than that online. Probably in the thousands, even in the condition it is in. But between you and me, I would rather that it end up with someone that will truly appreciate it. What do you say, Paul? Do we have a deal? Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Pembroke. Please, it's Silas. Let's fill out some paperwork. After leaving the estate sale, Paul put the box containing his purchase in the trunk of his car and headed over to the local hardware store. He bought a wooden shelf and the brackets needed to hang it. With that done, he headed home. An hour later, he was making the final adjustments to the shelf. It was larger than the others that he used to display the pieces of his collection, but he had been worried that the weight of the statue would have been too much for those smaller, floating shelves. When he was finished, it occupied a spot right in the center of the wall. He carefully took the statue out of the box and placed it onto the shelf. He took a step back to get a better look and nodded to himself in satisfaction. Something caught his eye. He stepped back up to the shelf and took a closer look at the statue. Just to the right of Bingo's platform was a black post with a clock hanging from it. He hadn't noticed it back at the estate sale, and he didn't remember it being in the pictures he had seen of the statue online. He distinctly remembered it being on the show itself, however, so he must have simply overlooked that particular detail of the statue. That, or he was in possession of an even rarer item than he had thought. Paul sat down on the couch and sighed as he closed his eyes. It had been a long day. Before he had gone to the estate sale on a whim, he had worked for hours on a client account at his small accounting office. A tiny mistake on the client's part had caused an avalanche of document requests from the IRS, and he had spent the day preparing and sending them to help the client avoid a full audit. Originally, he had intended to work a short day, but that obviously hadn't been the case. Hours later, Paul woke up with a start. He hadn't realized that he was nodding off, and it took him a moment to gather his thoughts. Wiping the crust out of the corner of his eyes, he looked out the window and found that it was dark outside. He took his cell phone out of his pocket to check the time, but the phone was dead. He frowned. He would have sworn that he had fully charged it the previous night. He reached over and turned on the small lamp next to the couch. Now that he could see better in the gloom, he was able to locate the television remote. He used it to turn on the television, and the time that was displayed at the top of the screen told him that it was just past 10. He had been asleep longer than he thought. "Are you ready to have some fun?" A sudden exclamation from the television drew his attention to the show that was playing. An overhead camera shot was showing a large carnival down below. As he watched, the shot changed to one at the ground level. A striped circus tent was in the middle of the frame, with a blue platform directly in front of it. From behind the platform, the puppet popped up into view. It was a black and white dog with blue eyes, likely a Siberian husky, wearing a suit with a bow tie and taffet. Children cheered from off camera as the dog bobbed around excitedly. "Hello, boys and girls," the fuzzy puppet said. "Hello, boys and girls," the fuzzy puppet said. "Welcome to Bingo Circus. I'm Bingo, your master of ceremonies." Paul couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was Bingo's circus extravaganza. He hadn't seen an episode of it in decades, and yet here was one being broadcast the very same day he had bought a piece of memorabilia from the show. The odds of that were astronomical. Bingo was saying, Calliope music playing in the background. "We're going to play tag. Won't that be fun?" The children cheered again. "Great! We have a very special guest today to play the game with us. Let's give a big circus welcome to Paul Wallace." Horns blared on the show as Paul stared at the screen in confusion. Had Bingo actually said his name? He shook his head slowly. He must have misheard. You heard right, Polly boy," Bingo said as the camera moved in closer to the dog's face. "You're the lucky boy that gets to take part in our little game. Would you like to hear the rules?" "No way is this really happening," Paul said to himself. The puppet sighed. "It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Look over at your new shiny statue, Polly. Go on, take a peek." Still not believing what was happening, he turned his eyes towards his collection wall. At first it appeared that the statue was the same as when he had last looked at it, but something wasn't quite right. His eyes widened as it clicked. The Bingo figure was missing from his platform. "That's right," the Bingo on the television said. "I decided to go out for a little stroll so that you and I can get to know each other better. Don't worry. Bango and Poe will be along soon enough to give you their regards as well." "How is this possible?" Paul asked. "Doesn't really matter at the moment, Polly. What does matter is the rules of the game we're all about to play. Like I said before, we're going to be playing tag. It's a very special kind of tag, though. If we catch you, instead of it being your turn, you die a horrible death. He felt a chill run through him. Wait, what? Don't worry, we'll make it fair. Only one of us is coming after you at a time, and we each get, I don't know, let's say half an hour each. We'll even give you little breathers in between. That's a pretty sweet deal there. The clock on the statue will chime to start the round, and it'll chime the second time when it's over. What do you say? Ready to get this show on the road? I'm not playing your game, Paul said firmly. Kiddo, we're not giving you a choice. The television turned itself off. Paul stared at the black screen as he tried to process what he had just experienced. He was so stunned that he barely registered the loud ringing that filled the room. Still trying to collect himself, he turned his head towards the noise. The clock on the statue had chimed. As the chime faded, there was a different sound from the kitchen. Something or someone was rattling around in the drawers. Fear pierced through the haze in his head, and Paul instantly decided that he wasn't going to stick around to find out what happened next. He gave one last glance towards the archway leading into the kitchen before bolting for the front door and pulling it open. He had made it onto the porch before he realized what he was seeing. The house and yard were surrounded by some kind of cloth. It was red and white striped, just like the circus tent on the television show. He looked up and found that he could just make out the top of the tent high above the roof of the house. Swearing loudly, he ran down the walkway to the sidewalk and pressed his hand up against the tent. It didn't budge. Whatever it wasn't made of cloth. He tried pushing harder, and it had the same result. He was trapped. Pretty neat, isn't it? A voice called from the house. Paul turned back around. Standing on the porch was the bingo puppet from the show. There was no puppeteer, but the dog was still able to move around freely. The white and black fur was covered in dark brown stains. His right paw was wrapped around the handle of one of the knives that had been stored in a block on the kitchen counter. He tilted his head slightly as he stared back at Paul. What the heck is happening? Paul yelled at the dog. I already told you, Bingo replied, the puppet's mouth moving perfectly with the words. We're playing a game of tag. Let's get this show on the road, big guy. I've got 24 minutes left, and I plan on making the most of them. With surprising speed, Bingo sprinted towards him with the knife extended outward. Paul swore violently and went to run in the opposite direction, forgetting for a moment about the impenetrable tent wall that separated the property from the rest of the world. He ran along the edge of the grass instead, as he tried to put as much distance between himself and the puppet as he could. Paul heard Bingo laugh gleefully as he ran around the side of the house. He wasn't really thinking about what to do or where to go. Panic had fully gripped him, and in that moment, he wasn't capable of rational thinking. Too much had happened too soon. He reached the backyard and risked a glance over his shoulder. Bingo was no longer behind him. He slowed his pace for a few seconds before coming to a complete stop. Breathing heavily, he tried to figure out where the dog had gone. There wasn't much light in the yard, with the only illumination coming from a single security light mounted on the roof. Large sections were dark, making it impossible to see what they contained. He was just barely able to make out that the back door of the house was open. His eyes widened, while he had been blindly running in a wide track around the yard. Bingo must have simply returned to the house and gone out the back. That meant he was definitely somewhere nearby. The grass was brown and dying, a casualty of the late fall season. It was still long, however, as Paul had never gotten around to doing one last mow. With Bingo being only about a foot tall, he could easily crawl through it without being seen. He felt a sharp pain in the side of his leg. He gasped and looked down. Bingo was standing next to him, the sharp knife clutched in both paws as he pushed the blade into Paul's leg. It was caught in his jeans, and just the tip had managed to penetrate the material. Paul spun around and kicked the puppet, sending the dog flying across the yard. The knife pulled free of both his leg and Bingo's grasp, and it struck the ground with a clang. The puppet laughed from where he had landed. The puppet laughed from where he had landed. "Oh boy, Polly, now this is a good time," Bingo shouted. "I haven't had this much fun in ages." Kneeling down, Paul felt around in the dark grass, trying to find where the knife was. He heard a rustling sound nearby as he searched. There was a flash of pain from his hand, followed closely by the warm sensation of blood. Bingo had returned and located the knife before he could. Paul scrambled backwards and nearly fell as he hurried back to his feet. He managed to regain his balance at the last second. His footfalls were strangely loud in his ears as he hurried across the yard. There was no wind under the tent, and no sounds from the outside world managed to penetrate it. All that he could hear were his feet stomping through the grass, his heavy breathing, and his heart pounding in his ears. When he reached the front of the property, he had to stop. He was out of shape and his lungs were screaming for oxygen. He leaned against the mailbox and gulped in air, his eyes constantly moving as he searched for any sign of Bingo. "We're in the home stretch now, buddy boy," the puppet called out. "Let's turn things up a notch." Because of the strange acoustics, Paul wasn't able to tell what direction the voice was coming from. It definitely sounded close. Ignoring the pain in his leg and hand, he hurried up onto the porch and closed the front door. If Bingo was going to attack him, he wasn't going to be able to sneak up on him to do it. There was a laugh from up above. Paul was barely able to move out of the way as Bingo leaped at him from his hiding spot in the corner of the porch roof. The knife came so close to his face that he felt the air shift against his skin as it passed by. The puppet hit the wooden planks and thrust the knife at his leg. Paul had shaken off the momentary surprise, however, and this time, instead of panicking, he got mad. Moving out of the way of the attack, he knocked the knife out of Bingo's hands and off of the porch with his foot. He reached down before the puppet could recover and scooped it up by the neck. Bingo struggled against his grip, but Paul ignored him and pushed him onto an old nail that was sticking out of one of the porch pillars. He had been meaning to hammer it back into place for quite a while. For once, his procrastination was coming in handy. The nail pierced into the dog's cloth skin and deep into the fluff within it. "Oh, ho," Bingo said as he flailed about in a desperate attempt to free himself. "Aren't you Mr. Smarty Pants? Flip you," Paul spit out. "No, thanks. I have a certain type and you're not it. You understand. Tell me what's going on right the heck now. Tell me what's going on right the heck now." "I would, kid, but I'm afraid our time is up." From inside the house came a loud chime. "I gotta tell you, I didn't think that you had it in you," Bingo told him. "It's not very often someone goes the full 30 minutes with me." "My hat's off to you." "Well, it would be if it wasn't sewn on. So we'll just say that my metaphorical hat is off to you." Paul didn't know what to say. This was all so messed up. He paced back and forth on the porch, making sure to keep his eye on the trapped puppet the entire time. "I would save your energy," Bingo advised. "Remember what I said when I was giving you the rules. You've got a little bit of time before the next round. Rest your legs, maybe get a glass of water. Smoke him if you got him. You just tried to murder me, and now you're giving me advice?" Paul asked. "Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I'll shut the old yapper now." Paul opened his mouth to respond, but he was cut off by a loud screeching. He covered his ears as the high-pitched squeal dug into them. It was the same noise that rusty gears made when they ground together. But at the volume that was assaulting him, they would have had to have been huge. The porch began to shake beneath his feet. The tent wall started moving inward. At first, Paul thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he could see it tearing up the lawn and concrete as it slowly pressed in towards the house. As it drew closer, he feared that it was going to crush everything in its path. It stopped moving when it reached the front steps of the porch, however, and the deafening noise ceased. There was a long moment of silence, followed by another chime from inside the house. After checking to make sure that Bingo was still stuck on the nail, Paul opened the front door and went into the entryway. He paused and listened intently. When he didn't hear anything, he went into the living room and looked at the statue on the shelf. While Poe was still seated at her fortune teller booth, Bango was no longer standing behind the open circus tent flaps. He caught a whiff of a foul stench. He turned and found that the room was still empty. There was, however, a faint trail of gray smoke leading out of the room and into the back hallway. After a brief hesitation, he followed it through the archway and flipped on the light. Standing at the end of the hall was a mountain of a man. He was at least 7 feet tall, extremely overweight, with a balding head. The few hairs that remained were dyed a bright green. His face was painted white except for the area around his lips, which was instead a bright red. The man was dressed in blue overalls that covered a yellow shirt with a white frilly collar and a red bow tie. A flower was pinned to one of the straps. He was chewing on a large cigar. "Evening," Bango said in a low, gravelly voice. He took a step forward, and Paul could feel the hallway floor vibrate as he moved. "Been a while since I've been out." Feeling hungry, the clown smiled, revealing yellowed teeth behind his painted lips. He took a second step forward, and then a third. As he drew closer, Paul could see that there were brownish stains around his mouth and on the front of his shirt. The same kind of stains that were on Bingo's fur. He couldn't be sure, but he thought that it looked a lot like dried blood. With the tent pressed up against the house, there was no way that Paul would be able to run out the timer the way that he had with Bingo. He had to figure out how to stay away from the clown's reach. As he backed up into the living room, he realized that the archway was going to be too small for the massive man. As long as he didn't go into the hallway, he would be safe. Bango grunted as he came to the archway, but he didn't stop moving. Instead, he pressed forward without breaking stride. The wood and plaster creaked for a split second before breaking away and creating a wider opening. The clown laughed as Paul moved further away. "Nice try," Bango taunted. Thinking quickly, Paul grabbed the wooden chair from his nearby desk and swung it as hard as he could. It collided with the clown's chest loudly before shattering. He picked up the desk lamp and hurled it into the man's face. It broke and fell to the floor. Neither improvised weapon had any effect. "I can be hungrier," Bango said. "Might have to eat you raw." "Might have to eat you raw. You know that tartare plays havoc with your digestion," Bingo called from the porch. "Quiet. You're no fun when you're like this. Shut it." Okay. Fine." Paul's initial thought was to make a break for the stairs and get up to the second floor. The stairs weren't wide enough for Bango to get up them. The clown seemed to anticipate this, however, and he moved his bulk in such a way as to put himself between Paul and the stairs. He wouldn't be able to get around him. His eyes fell on the door to his right. It led down into the basement. If Bango could follow him down there, he would be trapped. But the doorway wasn't large enough for the clown, and the walls of the stairwell were heavy concrete instead of wood. It would be able to take much more abuse than the archway had. It was his best bet, and he would just have to hope that he would be safe. The problem was that the path to it was also blocked. Unlike the stairs, however, it was near the front door. If he could figure out a way to get out onto the porch, he could run back into the house and hurry down into the basement. Bango lunged forward just as he turned to run. The tips of the clown's fingers caught him in the shoulder for just a moment, before he managed to pull away and get into the kitchen. The window in the room looked out onto the front porch. He hurried over to it and disengaged the lock before trying to open it. It was stuck. No matter how hard he tried to push it up, the window just would not slide on its track. It was an old house, and this type of thing was a constant issue. Giving up, he opened a cupboard and took out an iron skillet. He swung it as hard as he could and shattered the glass. He heard Bango smash through the kitchen doorway, but didn't turn around, knowing that he didn't have time to clear away all the pieces of glass still in the frame. Paul gritted his teeth and shoved himself out of the window. Shards dug into his right arm and both sides of his body, tearing clothes and skin alike as he slid out onto the porch. The clown's arm followed him through and attempted to grab him, but he managed to barely keep out of its reach. The arm retracted back into the kitchen, but not all the way, Instead, the fat fingers plucked a few shards of glass from the window frame before retreating back out of sight. There was an odd, crunching noise followed by a satisfied grunt. There was an odd, crunching noise followed by a satisfied grunt. Nothing like fresh blood, Bango said from inside. Bits of skin, too. Paul got back to his feet and went to the still open front door. As he did so, he saw that Bingo was no longer on the exposed nail. The puppet must have torn itself free. He didn't have time to worry about it. He needed to hurry. He went through the doorway and into the living room. Bango emerged through the ruined kitchen arch, just as his hand wrapped around the knob on the basement door. He flung it open and rushed down the stairs. He had only gotten a few feet down when his arm was grabbed and he came to a halt. The clown had caught him. Bango grinned down at him, licking his lips as he did so. Paul attempted to pull away, and to his surprise his arm slipped out of the clown's grip. The blood from his cuts had made his skin slick. He fell backwards down the stairs, landing hard at the bottom and slamming his head on the concrete floor. The air whooshed out of his lungs as stars filled his vision. He wasn't sure how long he laid there before he started breathing regularly again. Sitting up on his elbows, he blinked a few times as his head slowly cleared. He could see Bango at the top of the stairs as he attempted to force his way into the basement. The door had been ripped off of its hinges and the walls just inside were heavily damaged. But the enormous clown couldn't push past the concrete to descend any further. Paul moved further into the basement and hid beside the washing machine, praying that the walls would hold. After what seemed like an eternity, he heard the chime come from the statue clock. He waited for a few seconds before standing up, winching in pain as he did so. He hobbled over to the stairwell, wondering when he had hurt his leg. Looking up, he saw a small shape standing at the very top. "You can come up now, Paulie," Bingo called down through the open door. "You heard the chime. You've got yourself a few minutes before the final round of our little game. Come get yourself a drink. You've earned it." Paul stared up at the doorway, but he didn't move or answer. "Use your noodle, kiddo. If we were going to break the rules, I would have just come down and gutted you when you outsmarted Bango. Watch it." The clown's voice came from the living room. "Just calling a spade here. He got you pretty good." "Hell, he got me too. Come on, Paulie, let's talk." Not really sure what else to do, Paul did as he was told and slowly ascended the stairs. His multiple cuts and lacerations burned as he moved. He reached the top just in time to see Bingo sit down in one of the chairs. Bango was seated on the long couch, his body filling the majority of it as he took a long drag on his cigar. The murderous hunger was gone from his eyes, and he nodded once to Paul. "You want to pour yourself something stiff?" Bingo asked. No," Paul replied, keeping his distance. "You don't have to stand all the way over there. We don't bite." "Liar," Bango said with a deep chuckle. "You know what I mean." The puppet motioned towards the shelf with the statue on it. "Ah!" "Oh, we'll be along in a few minutes. We might have gotten past the two of us, but I'm sorry to say that your good luck is about to run out, kid." "I mean that, too. Both parts. The part where you're going to be finito and the part where I'm sorry." Bingo fell silent. He seemed to stare off into the distance blankly, but it was hard to tell if he was thinking about something, or if it was just because the puppet's eyes couldn't close. Bango was looking around the room curiously, as if he was seeing it for the first time. "All we wanted was our big break," Bingo said suddenly. "We worked long and hard to make Bingo's Circus Extravaganza the best show on television, and damn it, we succeeded. After all that work, though, the only thing kids wanted to watch was unoriginal cartoon trash shoveled out by toy companies. We would offer them fresh and new entertainment, and they picked the glorified commercials every single time. Well, what can I say? Kids are morons." "Amen," Bango grunted. "You're obviously a fan of the show, Paul. Do you know about anything that happened after it ended?" No, I don't," Paul said, still not quite believing that this conversation was happening. "It wasn't pretty." Bingo shook his head slowly. "Oh, shook his head slowly. We showed up on set on a Tuesday morning and were told that our services were no longer needed. The production company had pulled the plug on the whole show. We knew the ratings weren't what everyone had hoped for, but we hadn't known that things were that bad. It was like getting slapped in the face with a brick. Everything was just suddenly over, gone, in a puff of smoke. You sure you don't want a drink? I'm good. I would kill for a scotch. Doesn't work well with the whole puppet thing, though. No digestive system. Anyway, I knew that I was screwed. There wasn't a lot of work for a puppeteer. The big studios that used them for stuff like Star Wars and the Muppets weren't even taking applications. They were all about who you knew, if you catch my meaning. Bango made an indelicate sound. As bad as things were for me, they were even worse for old Bango here. Clowns were already losing popularity, but then Stephen King decided to write that damn book. It, Bango supplied. Yeah, that's right. Suddenly everyone and their mothers afraid of clowns. I'm here to tell you that Bango is the best clown show business has ever seen. Incredible comedic timing, and that goes for both jokes and physical comedy. This guy right here is the top of the damn mountain. Thank you for that. The massive man seemed genuinely moved by the compliment. It's just how I feel. It was and still is an honor working with you. And then there's Poe. The puppet fell silent again. Paul looked back over at the statue, afraid that Poe would be gone from her booth, but the figure was still present. He noticed that both Bingo and Bango were staring at the same place. I found Poe working at Coney Island in the sideshow. Bingo continued, his voice a bit quieter, telling fortunes, reading palms, that sort of thing. I had her read tarot cards for me on a lark. I'll be damned if every single prediction she made didn't come true by the end of the week. None of that vague stuff either. She gave me specifics that couldn't be misinterpreted. I had just started putting together the show, and I knew that I wanted her on it. He sighed. I think the show being canceled hit her the hardest out of all of us. At Coney Island, she had been seen as some kind of freak, but on Bingo's circus extravaganza, she was loved by thousands and thousands of children, more than her fair share of parents, too. For the first time in her life, she was happy, being told that she wasn't going to have that happiness and acceptance anymore. I can't imagine what that felt like. It was a lot more than just a silly television show to her. It was a lot more to all of us. Dark days, Bango put in. Put in, you ain't whistling Dixie. Bingo looked up at the ceiling. Dark enough that we made a deal we never would have considered otherwise. Poe isn't just a bunch of parlor tricks, you see. She's got a real connection with, well, something. I don't know exactly what they are, but when she called on them to help, they heard that call and came. They offered to make it so that Bingo's circus extravaganza lived on forever with us as the star players, all for one low, low price, our souls. Can you believe we jumped at the chance, Polly? Said yes without even thinking about it. Turns out we should have read the fine print. We got put into that statue so that we could live on forever. It would be a pretty funny punchline if it hadn't happened to us. The only time we get to come out is when there's someone new to kill. Those shadowy friends of Poe's enjoy that sort of thing. They get off on these kinds of games. We don't get to say no either. Turns out owning someone's soul gives you a whole lot of control over that someone. There she goes, Bango said. Paul returned his attention to the statue. The small figure of Poe was indeed gone from the fortune-teller booth. His heart began to beat harder in his chest as he looked around for any sign of her. The clock chimed again, but it was oddly muted, like it was underwater. Looks like our time's up, Bingo told him. It was good talking with you, Polly. It's been nice. If I can give you one bit of advice, it's this. Enjoy your last moments as much as you can. At the end of the day, I'm just a talking dog puppet, and Bango's just a big clown. Oh, so much more than that now. What? Paul demanded. What is she? The puppet looked up at him. She's one of them now. A loud chime sounded throughout the house, and Paul felt the room grow cold as the lights went out. Both Bingo and Bango turned their heads towards the stairs leading to the second floor. It took a moment for Paul to process that he could see them in the darkness. With the tent surrounding the house and no lights on, it should have been impossible. There was a faint, almost unnoticeable glow coming from upstairs, and just enough of it was making it downstairs for him to see their silhouettes. It'll be worse if she has to come to you, Bingo informed him, in a voice barely above a whisper. Paul knew that he was right. Some instinct that he didn't know that he possessed was telling him that the only course of action was to go confront whatever was waiting for him upstairs. This wasn't a threat that he could run or hide from. He took a moment to retrieve a knife from the kitchen. As he did so, he noticed the empty spot on the block where Bingo had removed one of them. He figured that he should be worried that the puppet might have retrieved it, but he was sure that it didn't matter. Bingo's turn had come and gone. The dog was no longer a threat. All that he had to do was get through the final turn, Poe's turn. If he did that, there was no one else left on the statue, and he would win. He had to assume that meant that he would be free of this horrible trap. There was no way to know for sure that was the case. It was the best guess that he had, however, and he'd take a faint hope over no hope any day. Now armed, he went back out into the living room and walked up to the foot of the stairs. From this position, he could see more of the light emanating from the second floor. It was a pale, almost sickly white, and instead of being steady, it pulsed like a heartbeat. He gripped the banister with his free hand as he squeezed the knife's handle tightly. Before he could talk himself out of it, he began to climb the stairs. She was standing at the far end of the hallway when he reached the top. Poe was wearing a long black dress, with a matching veil hanging in front of her face. Her hands were cupped in front of her. They were holding the small crystal ball, the same one that she had used to read fortunes on the old television show. The light was coming from the orb. There seemed to be movements inside the ball, like fog churning in the wind. Paul could just barely see her face through the veil. Her skin was nearly translucent. It was both beautiful and terrifying. He jerked his head to the side when someone whispered in his right ear. There was no one there. The same thing happened to his left, and once again when he looked in that direction, there was no source. As he turned his attention back to Poe, more and more of the whispers became audible. Within moments, he was surrounded by them. They made it hard to think, and even though he hadn't thought it was possible, he felt his fear growing even more. Confronting Poe had been a mistake. He needed to run. When he spun around to go back down the stairs, however, he found that they were no longer there. No, he corrected himself. They were there, but they were covered in blackness. It was like a solid shadow was laying across them. He tentatively put a foot out towards where he knew the top step should be. As he did so, the darkness shifted and extended a tendril out towards him. He quickly pulled his foot back, and the tendril retracted back into the black mass. The whispering became louder. He was almost able to make out individual voices in the strange chorus, but the sounds weren't quite clear enough for him to do so. The tones the unseen speakers murmured in were simultaneously inviting and sinister. Paul took a deep breath and turned back to face Poe. She was still standing where she had been when he had taken his eyes off of her, regarding him silently through her veil. The temperature in the hallway dropped further, and he began to shiver. He glanced at the two doors, one on each side of the hall. One led into the bathroom, and the other into his bedroom. Before he could take a step towards either of them, the same blackness that blocked the stairs crept over them. She was systematically taking away all of his escape routes. There was only one option left. Turning his attention to the ceiling, he located the short string hanging down from it and jumped up to grab it. As he pulled it down, the hatch was attached to open, and an old wooden ladder lowered to the ground. He expected Poe to try to stop him, But instead, she continued to remain still. With one last glance at her, he hurried up the ladder and into the attic, pulling the steps back up and closing the hatch behind him. Feeling around with his hands in the dark, he crawled over to the wall and sat back against it. He took a number of deep breaths and tried to calm himself. All that he needed to do was stay in the attic until time ran out. He had won. A pale white light flared in the far corner of the attic. Paul jumped and started hastily scurrying away from it as Poe stepped out of the shadows, the crystal ball still held in her hands. She began to slowly advance. She glided along the wooden boards like a spirit, her dress trailing behind her. He kept backing away until he reached the end of the wall. There was nowhere else to go. She raised the orb and extended her arms towards him. He screamed, the knife forgotten as it slipped out of his fingers. Moments later, the house was still. In the living room, on a shelf in the middle of one wall, was the statue Pa had purchased earlier that day at the estate sale. Bingo stood on his platform, as if to welcome guests to the festivities. Bango was just behind the open flaps of the tent, a grin on his face as he readied himself to make both children and adults laugh. In her fortune teller booth, Poe sat in front of her crystal ball with an enigmatic smile at the edges of her lips. There was no black pole with a clock attached to it. From the television came the sound of a Calio, and a man's voice excitedly announced, "Welcome to Bingo's Circus Extravaganza. Are you ready to have some fun?" Story 9. The Backroads. Thursday today is Thursday, June 16th, 2022. And I don't know where I am. I'm parked on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. And I'm not even sure this is still Louisiana. I haven't had a bar of service all day. I've been driving for 9 hours, and the only thing I want to do is sleep. But I'm afraid to close my eyes. Staring at this screen is only making it worse, but I need the distraction. None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. My house is a 30-minute drive to town if you take the highway, but in any other direction, you can ride the back roads for hours. Most aren't even on the map. When I was younger, Mom would take me riding on summer evenings, and we always found new routes to explore. That's also how I learned to drive, and after getting my license, I started going more often. Sometimes I would bring friends, but for the most part it's something I enjoy doing alone, especially after Mom died. She was killed by a drunk driver 6 years ago. I've never seen a house or more than a handful of other vehicles out here. It's perfect for camping. I've stayed overnight more times than I can count, and always felt perfectly safe. It's almost like being the only person in the world. The only difference with this trip was that damn tunnel. Life has been hard lately, and only having one job on the books doesn't help. There was nothing on this wedding's menu that could be cooked the day before, so instead of doing anything productive, I convinced myself to go for a drive, which was clearly a mistake. There's a beautiful crystal clear pond that became my go-to place for quick trips or days I brought someone along. It's not very far, and I know every road in between, or thought I did. Leaving the pond, there should only be 2 ways to go. Back home, further into nowhere. But then I saw a third option. While turning the truck around, I found myself staring at a paved road hidden behind the tree line. While it's understandable to miss when driving past, I've been to that pond 1,000 times and always turn around in the same place. This shouldn't have been my first time seeing it, but I was too excited to think more of it. A closer look revealed only shrubs and weeds blocking the way. So I decided to drive straight through. A new path so close to home was too big of a deal to pass up. Of course, that feels incredibly ignorant to say now. I got through the brush easily, and after a mile, it cleared up again. But 6 miles after that, I knew it was time to turn back. That's when I finally saw the end of the road. Ahead was an overpass with what looked like old train tracks, and what I thought was a dead end was actually a tunnel running beneath it. At first it looked too small to drive through. I only wanted to get my headlights close enough to see inside, but then the road did keep going. I could see daylight at the other end. The tunnel itself was damp, and the air smelled musty, but it was completely empty when I came out of the other side. The road stretched ahead for miles, with occasional turns-offs on both sides. It should have been impossible to get lost by going straight. I should have been able to turn around at any point and drive directly back to the pond. I still don't understand why that isn't the case. I had hoped to find a landmark to use on the next visit, but after an hour of nothing but random cutoffs, I realized how late it was and finally turned back. Everything looked exactly the same as far as I could tell. I have no clue where I went wrong, but an hour and a half later, I was still cruising with no sign of that tunnel. If anything, I was driving even faster than before. It doesn't make any damn sense. I drove for another 30 minutes before stopping completely. I had to pee and needed time to think without wondering if I was headed even further away from home. If I had made even a single turn, I could believe being lost. But the idea of turning back after driving in a straight line felt unnatural. It would mean hours of retracing my steps only to turn around again when that didn't work. How many hours would be wasted covering the same ground? But then, there's no choice because something is obviously wrong. It's maddening. I'm still stuck in that hellish thought loop. But I couldn't just stay on the side of the road. In the end, I turned around once again, this time going much, much slower. The only way I could imagine getting lost was if the road had split somewhere when I wasn't paying attention. I came to a rolling stop at every turn-off and even got out a few times. But there was absolutely no chance I merged off any of them. By the time I made it back to my original stopping point, the sun was starting to set, and my brain fed me whatever I needed to hear to avoid turning back a third time. I figured Mom and I had only been able to spend so much time on the back roads because we took the small, curvy trails that never really led anywhere. Now, I was traveling in a straight line. It had to lead somewhere. All I needed to do was make it to the next town. Or maybe not even that far if I could find a spot with cell service. But now it's almost midnight, and I stopped because the road suddenly ended. Or, at least the pavement did. There's nothing but a long, dusty trail left, and there's no chance of finding a signal that way. I need to wait for morning and check out some of the cutoffs. Nothing about this. Friday, I wonder if I've been reported as missing. I'm sure I have. How could I not be? Surely, the back roads are the first place they'll look, right? I'm sure it is. Sweet fire stops. I thought I was going to die last night. I was lying across the back seat, riding, when I heard something moving around in the forest. I assumed it was an animal until it broke through the tree line, and the unmistakable sound of a shoes scraping against concrete made me drop the phone. There was a half second of euphoric relief as I imagined myself being rescued by a kindly old farmer before my body went numb with dread. People volunteering with search parties didn't wander through the woods alone at night, without flashlights. This person hadn't driven there either. I would have heard an engine. I didn't know what the hell to do. My first instinct was to jump in the driver's seat and run for it, but then I imagined bullets flying through the windows. It seemed reasonable to think a person skulking through a dark forest would be armed. I wanted my pistol from the glove compartment more than anything, but my arms refused to obey. The footsteps were moving slowly, like someone was checking out my truck. And when they turned to walk along the passenger side, my body finally moved. Without the phone's light, it was too dark to see anything. But as I slowly inched forward, the footsteps paused next to the front passenger door, and my heart stopped along with them. I hesitated with my hand on the glove compartment's handle, wondering if the light would come on when I realized something that shot chills down my spine. I hadn't locked the doors after using the bathroom. Instead of fumbling for the controls, I felt for the knob and gently pushed it down. At the same instant, the dull thud of a locked handle being pulled broke the night's silence like a gunshot, and there was no further caution in my movements. I ripped open the glove compartment, grabbed my gun, and racked one into the chamber as the sound of several footsteps fled back into the forest. There had been nothing to indicate multiple people were outside, but there was no mistaking it now. Feet were skidding across the pavement as others were already tearing through the thick brush. and I threw myself into the driver's seat. The headlights came on just in time to reveal the last two figures vanished into the darkness. I was in tears, with relief over the fact I had turned around before parking. And it wasn't because of forethought, but fear. Just looking at that long dirt road made my stomach clench. As for the group of crazies, I don't know. It might be time to entertain the possibility that I'm the one who's crazy. I only caught a quick glimpse as I sped away, but those people resembled terminal cancer patients with animalistic movements. They were sickly thin and hunched over like gorillas, but moved with deceptive speed. Thanks to the adrenaline, I was wide awake and traveling faster than I should have been. But I wanted as much distance between myself and those people as possible. After driving a few miles, my brain slowly began formulating coherent thoughts again. I think it's safe to say my new friends don't have motorized transportation, but I drove for almost an hour before stopping. If I didn't close my eyes, I was going to fall asleep at the wheel, and if I wreck, I'm dead. There were 3 hours before dawn, so I set an alarm, passed out, and was somehow still alive when it sounded. I woke to a foggy morning, and the long road ahead served as a bleak reminder of my situation. Mother Nature called, and I was starving, but luckily there were a few basic supplies in the truck. After eating 2 power bars, I somehow managed to stick with water instead of downing the bottle of whiskey. And thank goodness, or I would have it now. The stuff I've seen today is enough to make that gun look mighty appetizing. All goddamn day I kept on driving straight down that same road, the way I should have been going in the first place. I didn't care if it took 12 hours to find the next town. I wasn't going to start turning down a bunch of random roads that could take me in circles. By 9-0, I had seen nothing but trees and grassy clearings. My stomach was growling louder than my music, and I was barely containing my anger when a familiar beeping sent me soaring over the edge. When I finally regained a modicum of control, my throat was raw, and my face looked as red as it felt. The gaslight was on, and the possibility of dying out here became very real, very fast. When I came around the next curve, I thought I was hallucinating. A small gas station suddenly appeared in the distance, but there was no way I had driven farther than yesterday, and I definitely hadn't passed it without noticing. As I came closer, my heart sank when I realized it was abandoned. There were no other cars, lights, or signs, just old pumps and a dark store. I parked anyway, just to think for a minute, and continued to be surprised. The building looked like it hadn't been touched in 20 years, yet the pumps looked as if they were installed last week. I got out to stretch my legs, and the one next to me turned on, including its TV. It shouldn't have been possible, but that hardly matters in this place. Whether I was hallucinating or not, I wasn't going to waste the opportunity. Even more astonishing than the fact it worked was the woman on TV. She was giving a local news and weather report like what you would see at a normal gas station. It's a beautiful sunny day on the paved back roads. The last of the morning's fog will be clearing up shortly, and we'll have a high of 98 this afternoon. Those transitioning to dirt roads should show due caution, as we've had significant rise in stranded sightings. Thank you for choosing Last Stop Station. Until next time. Safe travels. I didn't understand half of what she said, and there was plenty more I can't remember. If I find another one, I'm going to have my phone ready to record. Thank goodness I have a car charger, or I wouldn't even have that by now. After refueling, I decided to take a look at the store. I was completely out of food and on my last bottle of water. I would have taken anything that wasn't poisonous, but I was shocked to find water, soups, and canned fruit simply there for the taking. While those were fully stocked, there were no snack foods, soft drinks, or random accessories. If the canned sell-by dates weren't so recent, I would think that stuff had sat there for years. There was nowhere to cook the soup, no phone, and no cash register either. Everything about that store was just off. But as strange as it was, I didn't want to leave. It was nice to finally stretch my legs and to be out of the truck longer than a bathroom break. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford to waste time hanging out in an abandoned gas station. In the end, I compromised by staying long enough to eat. I tried not to pin my hopes on someone else stopping by, but I found myself watching the road more than I care to admit. My original idea was to find a makeshift pot and build a fire, but then I remembered some of my camping gear was still in the truck, with my hot plate. The only hard part was opening the cans with a dull pocket knife. As expected, no one came, but I couldn't waste any more time there. At that point, I expected to spend the rest of the day on the road and convince myself to take some supplies. Before I knew it, I'd robbed the place blind, and I hoped the police come looking. They won't, but I can dream. I felt better with a full meal on my stomach and a truck full of free supplies. But it's hard to keep a cool head when you're coming up on your second night of being lost in the middle of nowhere. I eventually drove straight into the sunset until once again being forced into a sudden stop when the pavement ended. The way forward was yet another long, dusty trail, and this one inspired the same cold dread as the last. Logic told me the weird tail people could be way out there too, but I wasn't taking any chances. I turned back and drove for another hour before stopping for the night. After eating a can of peaches, I started writing. And now, I can't stop thinking about that lady on that little TV. She was talking about these roads like they were their own town or something. And I want to hear that part about being stranded again. Maybe I'm not the only one who's had this happen. Either way, I've had enough for one day. I need more than a few hours of sleep. Staying on this road isn't an option anymore. Tomorrow, I'll need to choose one of the cutoffs. Saturday, there's no question. I'm not in Louisiana anymore. I'm not even in the real world. I met someone this afternoon. I don't think he's real. He is either a hallucination or a demon. I'm just not sure which. I had essentially chosen a cutoff at random when I couldn't find the gas station again. And 20 miles later, there was a man walking along the shoulder. I was almost too afraid to stop, but he got on his knees in the middle of the road, begging. In the end, I needed someone to talk to more than I cared about the possibility of being murdered. He claims to know a little about what's going on here, and though his story is completely unbelievable, I can't come up with an alternative. He doesn't know how or why things are the way they are, but he got here by driving through a tunnel just like I did, except he was in Pennsylvania. If he hadn't told his story first, I wouldn't have believed him. It sounds too much like my own. The only difference is what happened after he ran out of gas. Since he started a quarter tank, he had no idea anything was wrong yet. A service station appeared around the next curve, exactly as it had for me, and based on his description, it sounds like the same one. The pump's TV came on, and after a brief weather report, there was another confusing public service announcement. And don't forget to stock up for tomorrow. As usual, our stations will be closed for Sunday. No exceptions. Please ensure all persons are cleared from the premises by no later than 11:59 p.m. And thank you for choosing our stop station. Until next time, safe travels. After filling his tank, he went inside to find a nearly empty store, and only then realized there were no other cars or people in sight. Since the pump worked, he reasoned the store must be open, and worried something may have happened to the clerk. Rob went outside to search for a signal, and when he was unsuccessful, he noticed the store was at the bottom of a steep rise. There was no trail, but he was able to make it up fairly easily. Unfortunately, he still couldn't get reception. Determined to drive back to town, he made his way down the slope only to find the store and his car gone. He swears he walked in a straight line and found the road easily, but it was empty. If it weren't for my own experiences these last few days, I couldn't have believed it. But now, I definitely do. Assuming Rob is actually real, of course. He had no choice but to start walking, and he headed in the direction he believed would take him to town. Several hours later, he still hadn't seen another car or store, and the sun was beginning to set. That's when he ran into Bonnie and Clyde. At least, that's what they called themselves. They were stopped at their own gas station, and Rob ran straight inside to tell his story. But the couple didn't want to hear it. Clyde held Rob at gunpoint while Bonnie loaded their van. The couple wouldn't give him a ride, but the man was willing to answer a few questions while he waited. Based on what this guy told Rob, there are 3 stages to the back roads, each more dangerous than the last. The paved streets are the outskirts and make up stage 1. The dirt roads are stage 2 and lead deeper into the maze, while stage 3 is tire tracks in the grass and the heart of the maze. The entrance can be found almost anywhere in the world if you venture deep enough into nowhere, but the exit can only be found in stage 3. Gas stations only appear when a vehicle is low on fuel, and they disappear the moment you leave. Had Rob climbed the hill before filling his tank, he would still have a car. Thank goodness I have the camping gear, or I would have made the same mistake when trying to heat my suit. The only exception to this rule is Sunday. If you run out of fuel while the store is closed, you'll have to sit there until it reopens. Anything that was inside when it disappeared will still be there except for people. We don't know what happens to them. But Clyde said there used to be 4 people in their group. The other 2 decided to see where the place went when it disappeared. But when it came back, only their bags and clothes were left behind. The stores supposedly have beer and junk food in stage 2, and that alone has me interested. I finished my whiskey last night, and I don't think I can handle this place sober. I would already be on my way now if it wasn't past midnight. Compared to the last 2 stages, the paved streets are fairly safe until the transition to dirt. That's where the stranded like to lurk and what Rob was on his way to becoming. Before I found him, the ones who lose their vehicles can't make gas stations appear, and eventually turn to the forest for shelter. They hide deep in the dark woods during the day, and only come out at night. The lucky are able to join an existing group or form their own. They need enough members to ambush travelers, but not too many to feed. Those who are rejected get eaten, and those who try to survive alone starve. Eventually, they begin to look like the ones I saw, and had I been asleep with my doors unlocked, I would have become their dinner. As for stage 2 itself, Rob only knows that something hunts the roads at night. And when he asked Clyde about the final stage, the man went white as a sheet and refused to answer any more questions. As the couple got back into their vehicle, they apologized for their drastic behavior, stating they simply couldn't risk taking on a stranger. Rob is bitter about it, but I don't blame them. If I hadn't been alone and desperate, I would never have stopped. From what it sounds like, people try to find the exit in stage 3, and the ones who survive the failure resolve to a life on the paved streets. I've been thinking about it all evening, and I would rather die than live the rest of my life out here. The fact I don't want to spend 6 days a week inside a gas station upset Rob pretty bad. We argued for 3 solid hours until I pretended to agree with him. He repeated his same argument with slightly different wording, like I was simply too stupid to understand. I was sick of it, but more importantly, I was starting to suspect Rob would crack me over the head and steal the truck if he didn't get his way. Since the stations will be closed tomorrow, I made sure to run out of gas this evening. I told Rob 3 times to let me get my phone ready before he got out, but the idiot didn't listen. Before I could put the truck into park, he jumped out and rushed into the store. I heard the TV start the second his door was open, but he was completely oblivious. I panicked and missed whatever it was saying while fumbling with my phone. The only part I got recorded was the "until next time, safe travels" nonsense. I'm grateful for the information Rob has shared, but I've decided to go ahead alone. I wish I would have thought to leave him at the station this evening, but I can't waste another day waiting for them to reopen. I don't feel safe sleeping while he's around. Tomorrow morning, when he uses the bathroom, I'll just drive away. I don't know what else to do. For now, he's either asleep in the back seat or really good at fake snoring. My instincts are screaming for me to stay awake, but I feel like someone poured salt into my eyes, and staring at the screen is only making them worse. I need to find another way to keep myself up. Sunday Rob is dead. I was right about that idiot. Have you ever noticed how crazy ideas sound less crazy in the dark? I kept imagining Rob in the back seat, awake and waiting for me to fall asleep. Then he would sit up, put his belt around my neck, and pulled. It bothered me so much I decided to retrieve my gun. I kept it beneath my leg until dawn, and tucked it into my waistband when it was finally time for breakfast. Rob snored the entire night. As I entered the forest to relieve myself, I was feeling fairly foolish. No crap, the man is afraid of going deeper into this hellhole. If I'm this terrified. How must he feel after what he's been through? I'm the monster, walking around with a gun, and planning to leave a man for dead just because he disagreed with me. I was fully convinced to abandon my cruel plan until I returned to see Rob in the driver's seat. The passenger window was down, so I had a perfect view of him from the tree line. He was frantically searching for the keys, which were tucked securely into my pocket. I didn't know what he might do if confronted, so I made plenty of noise coming through the last of the brush. When I made it to the truck, he was opening a can of fruit, like he hadn't just been trying to leave me behind. I made soup, but avoided taking anything vital out of the truck. I planned to leave him some food and water, but I was ready to take off as soon as he stepped away. Only, he didn't go. We were both waiting for the other to let down their guard. And Rob lost patience. He revealed the crowbar he'd stashed nearby, and calmly explained I would be staying behind since, and determined to kill myself anyway. My mind went blank. It's one thing to imagine it, but it's nothing like reality. I was calm and steady as I told him to take the truck. I even threw the keys to him. There was no thought behind it, only instinct. When he turned to walk away, I drew my weapon and fired without warning. The first shot went into the center of his back, and he made a horrible sound as he fell. I hurried closer, but hesitated before making the final shot. Part of me wanted him to fully understand what happened. When he began coughing out blood, I ended his suffering with one more to the head. At least he won't become one of the stranded now. I thought it would feel different, like it would change me. But this place had already done that. I don't care that Rob is dead. I only did what was necessary to survive. The funny thing is, he was right. We should have stayed on the nice paved streets where it was safe. There's much worse things out here than death. After leaving Rob's corpse behind, it took 5 hours to find the next dirt road. It was a long, miserable day, but just to be safe, I turned back to waste some gas. My heart was set on getting into a station with beer at midnight. I didn't know what kind of trouble I was going into, and honestly, I didn't care. At 12:03, I drove onto the dirt road, and my high beams revealed a horde stranded behind the tree line. I didn't slow down, and they didn't come out. They only want easy targets. Unfortunately, I miscalculated how quickly the gas light would turn on. Less than 20 minutes later, I was still going when a loud roar rattled my windows, followed by the shrill cry of captured prey. Reality began to set in as I realized how foolish my plan had been. Moments later, a low rumble of thunder sounded, and only when it was joined by the violent cracks of breaking limbs did I understand it wasn't thunder after all. Whatever hunts these roads at night found me. I heard it break through the tree line but couldn't force myself to look in the mirror. I knew it would be game over if I did. The roads are much smaller in Stage 2, meaning I had to drive slower. My full focus was on navigating the curvy roads as quickly as possible without losing control. I didn't even hear the low fuel light, but when that bright, beautiful gas station appeared around the next bend, I almost crashed into the pump. Parking as close to the door as possible, I threw myself from the truck without even turning off the engine. I was inside and under the counter for a solid 10 minutes before realizing everything had gone quiet. Very carefully, I crawled to a window and peered outside. It looked like several stranded had been fused together to form this thing. Only its head was visible in the station lights. The rest was thankfully concealed in a sea of darkness. Its shape was far smaller than expected after hearing the sounds it made, but its face was the most grotesque thing I've ever seen. Its mouth was lost beneath masses of pasty white skin that looked like pure scar tissue, and I can get the look of Lookhorn, its single glassy eye, out of my mind. There was only a gaping black hole left where the other used to be. Apparently the stations work as safe zones. I knew it saw me, but it didn't come any closer. After vomiting, I worked up the courage to test my theory and stepped outside to turn off the truck. The figure still didn't move. That made me feel safe enough to finally look around the store. I helped myself to a six-pack of Coors and Cheetos and tore through the junk food like a death row inmate. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm fairly drunk. I wonder if it's possible to fill up with just enough gas to be on empty before nightfall. That may be my only chance to make it to stage 3. There's no way I could have outran that thing all night. Hell, that's a brilliant idea. If it works, I could use that strategy the whole way home. It would give me an entire week to search before the store is closed again. I finally see a light at the end of this miserable tunnel. I'm going to get a very good night's sleep and hit the road. First light. Next Saturday. I guess I dropped the ball on keeping a record of my time in the back roads. But too bad. No one will ever see this anyway. And this has been the worst week of my life. The things I've had to do to survive are unspeakable. I only open this to say I'm quitting. If someone finds this one day, great. If not, I don't really care. My plan to only fill half the tank worked great, but it took 3 days to find a grass trail. Once I did, I never dreamed I would survive long enough to find another store. But now that I have, I'm not leaving. The creatures in this stage don't give a damn if it's night or day. They're hungry. I would rather face the devil himself than walk out that door again. There are things out here that make the one-eyed monster look like a kitten. I'm done. Today is Saturday, and it's almost midnight. I'm going to hit upload even though I know it won't work, but just in case. My name was Jesse Palmer. I will always hate the back roads.